Chapters 1 and 2 of Family Pride. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Céline Major. Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. 1. The Farmhouse at Silverton. Uncle Ephraim Barlow, deacon of the Orthodox Church in Silverton, Massachusetts, was an old-fashioned man, clinging to the old customs of his fathers, and looking with but little toleration upon what he termed the new-fangled notions of the present generation. Born and reared in the Bay State, he grew into manhood with many a rough point adhering to his character. None knew Uncle Ephraim Barlow but to respect him, and at church few would have been missed more than the tall man with white hair, who Sunday after Sunday passed the contribution box and gravely dropped in his own 10 cents, never more, never less, his weekly offering. And still Uncle Ephraim was not stingy, as the Silverton poor could testify, for many a load of wood and bag of meal found entrance to the doors where cold and hunger would have otherwise been, while to his minister he was literally a holder-up of the weary hands, and a comforter in the time of trouble. His helpmeet, Aunt Hannah, was one who seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands, who riseth while yet it is night, and giveth meat to her household. Miss Betsy Barlow, too, the deacon's maiden sister, was a character in her way. Quaint, queer, and simple-hearted, she had but little idea of any world this side of heaven, except the one bounded by the Huckleberry Hills and Fairy Pond, which from the back door of the farmhouse were plainly seen. The home of such a trio was ancient and unpretentious. It was the oldest house in Silverton, and on the oaken door of the back room was still to be seen the mark of a bullet, left there by some marauders who during the Revolution encamped in that neighborhood. Since that time several attempts had been made to modernize the house. For himself, Uncle Ephraim was content to live as his father did; but young folks, he supposed, must in some things have their way, and so when his pretty niece, who had lived with him from childhood to the day of her marriage, came back to him a widow, bringing her 2 fatherless children and a host of new ideas, he suffered her to tear down some of his household idols and replace them with her own. And thus it was that the farmhouse gradually changed its appearance both outwardly and in. And Lucy Lennox, when she returned to the farmhouse, was not quite the same as when she went away. Indeed, Aunt Betsy feared that she had actually fallen from grace, imputing the fall wholly to Lucy's predilection for a certain little book on whose back was written Common Prayer, and at which Aunt Betsy scarcely dared to look, lest she should be guilty of the enormities practiced by the Romanists themselves. Clearer-headed than his sister, the deacon read the black-bound book, finding therein much that was good, but wondering why, when folks promised to renounce the pomps and vanities, they did not do so, instead of acting more stuck-up than ever. Inconsistency was the underlying strata of the whole Episcopal Church, he said, and as Lucy still declared her preference for that church, he too, in a measure, charged her propensity for repairs to the same source with Aunt Betsy; but as he could really see no sin in what she did, he suffered her in most things to have her way. Kate, or Katie Lennox, had been for a year an inmate of Canandaigua Seminary, whither she was sent at the expense of a distant relative to whom her father had been guardian, and who, during her infancy, had also had a home with Uncle Ephraim, her mother having brought her with her when, after her husband's death, she returned to Silverton. Dr. Morris Grant he was now, and he had just come home from a 3 years' sojourn in Paris, and was living in his own handsome dwelling across the fields towards Silverton village, and half a mile or more from Uncle Ephraim's farmhouse. He had written from Paris, offering to send his cousins, Helen and Kate, to any school their mother might select, and as Canandaigua was her choice, they had both gone thither a year ago, Helen the eldest falling sick within the first 3 months, and returning home to Silverton, satisfied that the New England schools were good enough for her. But Katie was different. Katie was more susceptible of polish and refinement, so the mother thought. And she wondered why Cousin Morris was so much annoyed when told that Katie had accepted an invitation to accompany Mrs. Woodhull and her party on a trip to Montreal and Lake George. Surely Katie's movements were nothing to him, unless And the little ambitious mother thought how possible it was that the interest always manifested by the staid Morris Grant for her light-hearted Kate was more than a brotherly interest, such as he would naturally feel for the daughter of one who had been to him a second father. But Katie was so much a child when he went away to Paris that it could not be. She would sooner think of Helen, who was older and more like him. "It's Helen, if anybody," she said aloud, just as a voice at the window called out, "Please, Cousin Lucy, relieve me of these flowers. I brought them over in honor of Katie's return." Blushing guiltily, Mrs. Lennox advanced to meet a tall, dark-looking man with a grave, pleasant face. "Oh, thank you, Morris. Kitty will like them, I am sure," Mrs. Lennox said, taking the bouquet. "Come in for a moment, please." "No, thank you," the doctor replied. "There is a case of rheumatism just over the hill, and I must not be idle if I would retain the practice given to me. By the way, Uncle Ephraim's last payment on the old mill falls due to morrow. Tell him, if he says anything in your presence, not to mind unless it is perfectly convenient. He must be somewhat straitened just now, as Katie's trip cannot have cost him a small sum." The clear, penetrating eyes were looking full at Mrs. Lennox, who for a moment felt slightly piqued that Morris Grant should take so much oversight at her uncle's affairs. It was natural, too, that he should, she knew, for there was a strong liking between the old man and the young, who from having lived 9 years in the family took a kindly interest in everything pertaining to them. "Uncle Ephraim did not pay the bills," Mrs. Lennox faltered at last, feeling intuitively how Morris's delicate sense of propriety would shrink from her next communication. "Mrs. Woodhull wrote that the expense should be nothing to me, and as she is fully able, and makes so much of Katie, I did not think it wrong." "Lucy Lennox! I am astonished," was all Morris could say, as the tinge of wounded pride dyed his cheek. Kate was a connection, distant, it is true, but his blood was in her veins, and his inborn pride shrank from receiving so much from strangers, while he wondered at her mother, feeling convinced that what he had suspected was true. Mrs. Lennox was weak and ambitious, and for the sake of associating her daughter with people whom the world had placed above her, she would stoop to accept that upon which she had no claim. "Mrs. Woodhull was so urgent and so fond of Katie, and then I thought it well to give her the advantage of being with such people as composed that party," Mrs. Lennox began in self-defense, but Morris did not stop to hear more, and hurried off, while Mrs. Lennox looked after him, wondering at the feeling which she could not understand. "If Katie can go with the Woodhulls and their set, I certainly shall not prevent it," she thought. A call from Uncle Ephraim aroused her, and going out into the entry she tied his cravat, and watched him as he stepped into his one-horse wagon and drove away toward the depot where he was to meet his niece. "I wish Cousin Morris had offered his carriage," she thought, as the wagon disappeared. "The train stops 5 minutes at West Silverton, and some of those grand people will be likely to see the turnout." And with a sigh, as she doubted whether it were not a disgrace, as well as an inconvenience, to be poor, she repaired to the kitchen. Bending over the sink, Aunt Betsy stood cleaning the silvery onions. At another table stood Aunt Hannah, deep in the mysteries of the light, white crust which was to cover the tender chicken boiling in the pot. Like her mother, Helen had wondered how the change would impress her bright little sister. Helen was different from Katie, who might be lonely and homesick, sobbing herself to sleep in her patient sister's arms, as she did on that first night in Canandaigua. "It's better, too, now than when I came home," Helen thought. "Morris is here, and the new church," and Helen looked across Fairy Pond in the direction of Silverton village, where the top of a slender spire was just visible, the spire of St. John's. "We ought to have had some silver forks before Katie came home," said Mrs. Lennox. "Never mind, mother," Helen answered cheerily. "If Katie is as she used to be she will care more for us than for silver forks, and I guess she is." At that moment the wagon stopped before the door, and the 4 women stepped hurriedly out to meet Katie, almost smothering her with caresses, and then holding her off to see if she had changed. She was very stylish in her pretty traveling dress, and was very attractive in her personal appearance, and the mental verdict of the 4 females regarding her intently was something as follows: Mrs. Lennox detected unmistakable marks of the grand society she had been mingling in, and was pleased accordingly. Aunt Hannah pronounced her "the prettiest critter she had ever seen." Aunt Betsy decided that her hoops were too big and her clothes too fine for a Barlow; while Helen, who looked straight into her sister's soft blue eyes brimming with love and tears, decided that Katie was not changed for the worse. Nor was she. Loving, simple hearted, and full of life, she had gone from home, and she came back the same. "It was perfectly splendid to get home," she said, handing her gloves to Helen, her sunshade to her mother, and her satchel to Aunt Hannah. She had improved in looks, but she did not appear to know it, or to guess how beautiful she was in the fresh bloom of 17, with her golden hair waving around her childish forehead, and her deep blue eyes laughing so expressively with each change of her constantly varying face. Everything animate and inanimate pertaining to the old house was noticed by her. They were sitting to dinner now, and the deacon's voice trembled as, with the blessing invoked, he thanked God for bringing back to them the little girl. The best bits were hers that day, and she refused nothing until it came to Aunt Betsy's onions, greatly to the distress of the old lady, who, having been on the watch for quirks, as she styled any departure from long established customs, now knew she had found one, and with an injured expression withdrew the offered bowl, saying sadly, "You used to eat 'em raw, Catherine. What's got into you?" It was the first time Aunt Betsy had called a name so obnoxious to Kate, and from experience Katie knew that her aunt was displeased. Her first impulse was to accept the dish refused, but when she remembered her reason for refusing, she said laughingly, "Excuse me, Aunt Betsy, I love them still, but well, the fact is, I am going by and by to run over and see Cousin Morris, and you know it might not be so pleasant." "The land!" and Aunt Betsy brightened. "If that's all, eat 'em. 'Tain't no ways likely you'll get near enough to him to make any difference, only turn your head when you shake hands." But Katie remained incorrigible, while Helen, who guessed that her impulsive sister was contemplating a warmer greeting of the doctor than a mere shaking of his hands, turned the conversation by telling how Morris was improved by his tour abroad. "He is very fine looking, too," she said, whereupon Katie involuntarily exclaimed, "I wonder if he is as handsome as Wilford Cameron? Oh, I never wrote about him, did I?" and the little maiden began to blush. "Who is Wilford Cameron?" asked Mrs. Lennox. "Oh, he's Wilford Cameron, that's all. Lives on Fifth Avenue, is a lawyer, is very rich, a friend of Mrs. Woodhull, and was with us in our travels," Katie answered, the red burning on her cheeks brightly. She said no more of him, but went on to speak of Morris, asking if it were true that he built the new church in Silverton. "Yes, and runs it, too," Aunt Betsy answered, proceeding to tell what "goin's on they had, with the minister shifting his clothes every now and agin, and the folks all talkin' together. Morris got me in once," she said, "and I thought meetin' was let out half a dozen times, so much hissin' around as there was. I'd as soon go to a show if it was a good one, and I told Morris so. If you'll believe it, Helen here is one of 'em, and has got a sight of 'Piscopal quirks into her head. Why, she and Morris sing that talkin' like singin' Sundays when the folks get up and Helen plays the accordion. Melodeon, auntie, melodeon," and Helen laughed merrily at her aunt's mistake, turning the conversation again, and this time to Canandaigua. But Katie was so much afraid of Canandaigua and what talking of it might lead to that she kept to Cousin Morris, asking innumerable questions about him, his house and grounds. "I think it mean in him not to be here to see me," she said, "and I am going over after dinner." But against this all exclaimed at once. She was too tired, the mother said, and Uncle Ephraim remarked that she would not find Morris home, as he was going that afternoon to Spencer. This last settled it. Katie must stay at home. Later in the day she sported among the mounds of fragrant hay, playing jokes on the deacon, who smiled upon feeling how much lighter the labor seemed because she was there with him. "Are you glad to have me home again, Uncle Eph?" she asked. "Yes, Katie did. Very glad," he answered. I've missed you, though you do nothing much but bother me." "Why did you look funny at me just now?" Katy continued, and the deacon replied: "I was thinking how hard it would be for such a highty-tighty thing as you to meet the crosses and disappointments which lie all along the road which you must travel. I should hate to see your young life crushed out of you, as young lives sometimes are." "Oh, never fear for me. I am going to be happy all my life long. Wilford Cameron said I ought to be." And Katy tossed into the air a wisp of the new made hay. "I don't know who Wilford Cameron is, but there's no ought about it," the deacon rejoined. "God marks out the path for us to walk in, and when he says it's best, we know it is, though some are straight and pleasant, and others crooked and hard." "I'll choose the straight and pleasant, then. Why shouldn't I?" Kate asked, laughingly. "Can't tell what path you'll take," the deacon answered. "God knows whether you'll go easy through the world, or whether he'll send you suffering to purify and make you better." "Purified by suffering," Kate said aloud, while a shadow crept for an instant over her gay spirits. After supper was over, Kate announced her intention of going to Linwood, Morris's home, whether he were there or not. "I can see the housekeeper, and the birds and flowers, and maybe he will come pretty soon," she said, as she started from the door. 2. Linwood. Morris had returned from Spencer, and was sitting by the window of his library, looking out upon the sunshine flooding the western sky, and thinking of the little girl coming so rapidly up the grassy lane in the rear of the house. He was going over to see her by and by, he said, and he pictured to himself how she must look by this time, hoping that he should not find her greatly changed, for Morris Grant's memories were very precious of the child, who in that very room used to worry him so much with lessons poorly learned, and the never-ending jokes played upon her teacher. He had thought of her so often when across the sea, and knowing her love of the beautiful, he had never looked upon a painting or scene of rare beauty that he did not wish her by his side, sharing in the pleasure. He had brought her from that far-off land many little trophies which he thought she would prize, and which he was going to take with him when he went to the farmhouse. He never dreamed of her coming there to-night. She would, of course, wait for him. Helen had, even when it was more her place to call upon him first. How then was he amazed when, just as the sun was going down, the library door was opened, and the room seemed suddenly filled with life and joy, as a graceful figure bounded across the floor, and winding its arms around his neck, gave him the hearty kiss which Katy had in her mind when she declined Aunt Betsy's favorite vegetable. Morris Grant was not averse to being kissed, and yet the fact that Katy Lennox had kissed him in such a way awoke a chill of disappointment, for it said that to her he was the teacher still, the elder brother, whom as a child she had in her pretty way loaded with caresses. "Oh, Cousin Morris," she exclaimed, "why didn't you come over at noon, you naughty boy? But what a splendid-looking man you've got to be, though! And what do you think of me?" she added, blushing for the first time, as he held her off from him and looked into the sunny face. "I think you wholly unchanged," he answered so gravely that Katy began to pout as she said, "And you are sorry, I know. Pray, what did you expect of me, and what would you have me be?" "Nothing but what you are, the same Kitty as of old," he answered. "You wrote me once that you thought of being a minister," she said. "Why did you change your mind? It must be splendid, I think, to be a young clergyman, having all the girls in the parish after you, as they always are after unmarried ministers." Into Morris Grant's eyes there stole a troubled light as he thought how little Katy realized what it was to be a minister of God. There was a moment's pause, and then he tried to explain to her that he hoped he had not been influenced by thought, but by desire to choose the sphere in which he could accomplish the most good. "I did not decide rashly," he said, "but after weeks of anxious thought and prayer for guidance I came to the conclusion that in the practice of medicine I could find perhaps as broad a field for good as in the church, and so I decided to go on with my profession, to be a physician of the poor and suffering, speaking to them of him who came to save, and in this way I shall not labor in vain. Many would seek another place than Silverton and its vicinity, but something told me that my work was here, and so I am content to stay, feeling thankful that my means admit of my waiting for patients if need be, and at the same time ministering to the wants of those who are needy." Gradually, as he talked, there came into his face a light, born only from the peace which passeth understanding, and the awestruck Katy crept closer to his side, and grasping his hand in hers, said: "Dear cousin, what a good man you are, and how silly I must seem to you, thinking you cared for girls, when of course you do not." "Perhaps I do," the doctor replied. "A minister's or a doctor's life would be dreary indeed if there was no one to share it, and I have had my dreams of the girls or girl who was some day to brighten up my home." He looked fully at Katy now, but she was thinking of something else, and her next remark was to ask him rather abruptly how old he was. 26 last May, he answered, while Katy continued: "You are not old enough to be married yet. Wilford Cameron is 30. "Where did you meet Wilford Cameron?" Morris asked in some surprise, and then the story which Katy had not told, even to her sister, came out in full, and Morris listened while Katy explained how, on the first day of the examination, Mrs. Woodhull had come in, and with her the grandest, proudest looking man, who some of the girls said was Mr. Wilford Cameron, from New York, a very fastidious bachelor, whose family were noted for their wealth and exclusiveness; that Mrs. Woodhull came to her after school and invited her home to tea; that she had gone and met Mr. Cameron; that she was very much afraid of him at first, and was not sure that she was quite over it now, although he was so polite to her all through the journey. "Wilford Cameron with you on your trip?" Morris asked, a new idea dawning on his mind. "Yes. Let me tell you. I saw him that night, and then Mrs. Woodhull took me to ride with him in the carriage, and then well, I rode alone with him once down by the lake, and he talked to me just as if he was not a grand man and I a little schoolgirl. And when the term closed, I stayed at Mrs. Woodhull's, and he was there. He liked my playing and liked my singing, and I guess he liked me some," and Katy twisted the fringe of her shawl, while Morris, in spite of the pain tugging at his heartstrings, laughed aloud as he rejoined: "I have no doubt he did. But go on. What next?" "He said more about my joining that party than anybody, and I am very sure he paid the bills." "Oh, Katy!" and Morris started as if he had been stung. "I would rather have given Linwood than have you thus indebted to Wilford Cameron or any other man." "I could not well help it. I did not mean any harm," Katy said, for at first she had shrunk from the proposition, but Mrs. Woodhull seemed to think it right, urging it on until she had consented, and so she said to Morris, explaining how kind Mr. Cameron was, and how careful not to remind her of her indebtedness to him, attending to and anticipating every want as if she had been his sister. "You would like Mr. Cameron, Cousin Morris. He made me think of you a little, only he is prouder," and Katy's hand moved up Morris's coat sleeve till it rested on his shoulder. "Perhaps so," Morris answered, feeling a growing resentment toward one who, it seemed to him, had done him some great wrong. But Wilford was not to blame, he reflected. He could not well help liking the bright little Katy some; and so, conquering all ungenerous feelings, he turned to her at last and said: "Did my little cousin Kitty like Wilford Cameron?" Something in Morris's voice startled Katy strangely. Her hand came down from his shoulder, and for an instant there swept over her an emotion similar to what she had felt when with Wilford Cameron she rambled along the shores of Lake George. But Morris had always been her brother, and she did not guess how hard it was for him to keep from telling her then that she was more to him than a sister. Had he told her, this story perhaps had not been written. But he kept silence, and so it is ours to record how Katy answered frankly at last: "I guess I did like him a little. I could not help it, Morris. You could not either, or any one. I believe Mrs. Woodhull was more than half in love with him. By the way, what did she mean by introducing me to him as the daughter of Judge Lennox? I meant to have asked her, but forgot it afterward. Was father ever a judge?" He was justice of the peace in Bloomfield, where you were born, and for 1 year held the office of associate judge, that's all. Few ever gave him that title, and I wonder at Mrs. Woodhull. Possibly she fancied Mr. Cameron would think better of you if he supposed you the daughter of a judge." "That may be, though I do not believe he would. Do you?" Morris did not say what he thought, but quietly remarked instead, "I know those Camerons." "What, Wilford? You don't know Wilford?" Katie almost screamed, and Morris replied, "Not Wilford, no. But the mother and the sisters were last year in Paris, and I met them many times." "What were they doing in Paris?" Katie asked, and Morris replied that he believed they were there to obtain medical advice for a little orphan grandchild, a bright boy, to whom some accident had happened in infancy, preventing his walking entirely and making him nearly helpless. His name was Jamie, Morris said, and as he saw that Katie was interested, he told her how sweet-tempered the little fellow was, how patient under suffering. "Did he get well?" Katie asked, her eyes filling with tears. "No, he will always be a cripple, till God takes him to himself," Morris said, and then Katie asked about the mother and sisters. Were they proud? "They were very proud," Morris said, "but they were always civil to me," and Katie, had she been watching, might have seen a slight flush on his cheek as he told her of the stately woman, Wilford's mother, of the haughty Juno, a beauty and a belle, and lastly of Arabella, whom the family nicknamed Bluebell, from her excessive fondness for books. It was very evident that neither of the young ladies were wholly to Morris's taste, but of the two he preferred the Bluebell, for though very imperious and self-willed, she really had some heart, some principle, while Juno had none. This was Morris's opinion, and it disturbed the little Katie. "I don't believe I shocked Wilford so very much," Katie rejoined, while again a heavy pain shot through Morris's heart, for he saw more and more how Wilford Cameron was mingled with every thought of the young girl, who continued, "And if he was satisfied, I guess his mother and sisters will be. Anyway, I don't want you to make me feel how different I am from them." There were tears now on Katie's face, and casting aside all selfishness, Morris said very gently, "My poor Kitty, you do like Wilford Cameron. Tell me honestly, is it not so?" "Yes, I guess I do," and Katie's voice was a half sob. "I could not help it either. He was so kind, so I don't know what, only I could not help doing what he bade me. That is, if his eyes had been upon me, they controlled me so absolutely. Can you imagine what I mean?" "Yes, I understand." There was the same look in Belle Cameron's eye, a kind of mesmeric influence which commanded obedience. They idolized this Wilford, and I dare say he is worthy of their idolatry. One thing at least is in his favor: the crippled Jamie, for whose opinion I would give more than all the rest, seemed to worship his Uncle Will, talking of him continually, and telling how kind he was, sometimes staying up all night to carry him in his arms when the pain in his back was severe. So there must be a kind heart in Wilford Cameron; and if my cousin Kitty likes him, as she says she does, and he likes her as I believe he must, why, I hope—" Morris Grant could not finish the sentence, for he did not hope that Wilford Cameron would win the gem he had so long coveted as his own. He might give Kitty up, because she loved another best; he was generous enough to do that, but if he did it, she must never know how much it cost him, and lest he should betray himself he could not to-night talk with her any longer of Wilford Cameron. End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Wilford Cameron. The day succeeding Katie Lennox's return to Silverton was rainy and cold for the season, the storm extending as far westward as the city of New York, and making Wilford Cameron shiver as he stepped from the Hudson River cars into the carriage waiting for him, and thought how pleasant it was to be going home again. The Camerons, he knew, were an old and highly respectable family, while it was his mother's pride that, go back as far as one might on either side, there could not be found a single blemish or a member of whom to be ashamed. Mrs. Cameron was glad to have Wilfred home again, for he was her favorite child. Wilfred drew an ottoman beside her, and then asked her first how she had been, and then how Jamie was, then where his sisters were, and if his father had come home; for there was a father, the elder Cameron, a quiet, unassuming man, who stayed all day in Wall Street, seldom coming home in time to carve at his own dinner table, and when he was at home, asking for nothing, except to be left by his fashionable wife and daughters to himself, free to smoke and doze over his evening paper. As Wilfred's question concerning his sire had been the last one asked, so it was the last one answered, and telling him first, that with the exception of a cold taken at the park on Saturday afternoon she was in usual health. Second, that Jamie was very well, but impatient for his uncle's return. Third, that Juno was spending a few days in Orange, and that Belle had gone to pass the night with her particular friend, Mrs. Meredith, the bluest, most bookish woman in New York. "Your father," the lady added, "has not yet returned, but as the dinner is ready I think we will not wait." Ordering dinner to be sent up at once, she asked her son concerning his journey and the people he had met. But Wilfred, though intending to tell her all, would wait till after dinner. So offering her his arm he led her out to where the table was spread, widely different from the table prepared for Katie Lennox away among the Silverton hills. Wilfred was a tall, dark, handsome man of 30 or thereabouts; a man whose polished manners betokened at once a perfect knowledge of the world, and whose face to a close observer indicated how little satisfaction he had as yet found in that world. He had tried its pleasures, drinking the cup of freedom and happiness to its very dregs, and though he thought he liked it, he often found himself dissatisfied, and reaching after something which should make life more real, more worth the living. He had traveled all over Europe twice, had visited every spot worth visiting in his own country, had been a frequenter of every fashionable resort in New York, had been admitted as a lawyer, had opened an office on Broadway, acquiring some reputation in his profession, had looked at more than 20 girls with a view of making them his wife, and found them, as he believed, alike fickle, selfish, artificial, and hollow-hearted. In short, while thinking far more of family and accomplishments and style than he ought, he was yet heartily tired of the butterflies who flitted so constantly around him, offering to be caught if he would but stretch out his hand to catch them. This he would not do, and, disgusted with the world as he saw it in New York, he had gone to the far West, roaming awhile amid the solitude of the broad prairies, and finding there much that was soothing to him, but not discovering the fulfillment of the great want he was craving, until, coming back to Canandaigua, he met with Katie Lennox. He had smiled wearily when asked by Mrs. Woodhull to go with her to the examination then in progress at the seminary. To be polite to Mrs. Woodhull, a childless, fashionable woman who patronized Canandaigua generally, and Katie Lennox in particular, he consented to go, and soon found himself in the crowded room, the cynosure of many eyes as the whisper ran around that the fine-looking man with Mrs. Woodhull was the Wilfred Cameron from New York, and brother to the proud, dashing Juno Cameron, who once spent a few weeks in town. Wilfred knew they were talking about him, but he did not care, and, assuming as easy an attitude as possible, wished the time away, until the class in algebra was called, and Katie Lennox came tripping on to the stage, a pale blue ribbon in her golden hair, and her simple dress of white relieved by no ornament, except the cluster of wild flowers fastened in her belt and at her graceful throat. Wilfred had met his destiny, and he felt it in every throb of blood which went rushing through his veins. "Who is she?" he asked of Mrs. Woodhull, and that lady knew at once whom he meant, even though he had not designated her. An old acquaintance of Mrs. Lennox when she lived in East Bloomfield, Mrs. Woodhull had petted Katie from the first day of her arrival in Canandaigua, with a letter of introduction to herself from the ambitious mother, and being rather inclined to match-making, she had had Katie in her mind when she urged Wilfred to accompany her to the seminary. Accordingly she answered him at once. "That is Katie Lennox, daughter of Judge Lennox, who died in East Bloomfield a few years ago." "Pretty, is she not?" was her question put to Wilford after answering his inquiry, but Wilford did not hear, having neither eye nor ear for anything save Kitty, acquitting herself with a good deal of credit as she worked out a rather difficult problem, her dimpled white hand showing to good advantage against the deep black of the board. And then her voice, soft toned and silvery as a lady's voice should be, thrilled Wilford's ear, awaking a strange feeling of disquiet, as if the world would never again be quite the same to him that it was before he met that fair young girl now passing from the room. Mrs. Woodhull saw that he was interested, and then asked Katie home with her to tea that night. And this was how Wilford Cameron came to know little Katie Lennox, the simple-hearted child, who blushed so prettily when first presented to him. This was the great charm to Wilford. Katie was so wholly unconscious of himself, or what he might think of her, that he could not sit in judgment upon her, and he watched her eagerly as she sported and flashed and sparkled, filling the room with sunshine, and putting to rout the entire regiment of blues which had been for months harassing the city-bred young man. If there was one thing in which Katie excelled, it was music, both vocal and instrumental, a taste for which had been developed very early, and fostered by Morris Grant, who had seen that his cousin had every advantage which Silverton could afford. Great pains had been given to her style of playing while at Canandaigua, so that as a performer upon the piano she had few rivals in the seminary, while her bird-like voice filled every nook and corner of the room, where, on the night after her visit to Mrs. Woodhull, a select exhibition was held, Katie shining as the one bright star. "Juno could not equal that," he thought, as Katie's fingers flew over the keys. But when by request she sang "Comin' Through the Rye," Wilford's heart, if he had any before, was wholly gone, and he dreamed of Katie Lennox that night, wondering all the ensuing day how his haughty mother would receive that young schoolgirl as her daughter, wife of the son whose bride she fancied must be equal to the first lady in the land. And if Katie were not now equal, she could be made so, Wilford thought, wondering if Canandaigua were the best place for her, and if she would consent to receive a year or 2 years' tuition from him, provided her family were poor. He did not know as they were, but he would ask, and he did, feeling a pang of regret when he heard to some extent how Katie was circumstanced. Mrs. Woodhull had never been to Silverton, and so she did not know of Uncle Ephraim, with his old-fashioned spouse and his older-fashioned sister, but she knew that they were poor, that some relations sent Katie to school, and she frankly told Wilford so, adding that one could not expect everything, and that a girl like Katie was not found every day. Wilford admitted all this, growing more and more infatuated, until at last he consented to join the traveling party, provided Katie joined it too, and when on the morning of their departure for the Falls he seated himself beside her in the car, he could not well have been happier, unless she had really been his wife, as he so much wished she was. It was a most delightful trip, and Wilford was better satisfied with himself than he had been before in years. His past life was not all free from error, and there were many sad memories haunting him, but with Katie at his side, he gave the bygones to the wind. This was when he was with Katie. Away from her he could remember the difference in their position, and prudential motives began to make themselves heard. Never but once had he taken an important step without consulting his mother, and then, alas! the trouble it brought him was not ended yet, and never would be ended until death had set its seal upon the brow of one almost as dear as Katie, though in a far different way. And this was why Katie came back to Silverton unengaged, leaving her heart with Wilford Cameron, who would first seek advice from his mother ere committing himself by word. He had seen the white-haired man waiting eagerly for her when the train stopped at Silverton, but standing there as he did, with his silvery locks parted in the center and shading his honest open face, Uncle Ephraim looked like some patriarch of old rather than a man to be despised, and Wilford felt only a respect for him, until he saw Katie's arms wound so lovingly around his neck, as she kissed and called him Uncle Eph. That sight grated harshly, and Wilford, knowing this was the uncle of whom Katie had often spoken, felt glad that he was not bound to her by any pledge. Very curiously he looked after the couple, witnessing the meeting between Katie and old Whitey, and guessing rightly that the corn-colored vehicle was the one sent to transport Katie home. He was very moody for the remainder of the route between Silverton and Albany, where he parted with his Canandaigua friends, they going on to the westward, while he stopped all night in Albany, where he had some business to transact for his father. He was intending to tell his mother everything, except, indeed, that he paid Katie's bills. He would rather keep that to himself, as it might shock his mother's sense of propriety, and make her think less of Katie, impulsive, confiding Katie. They had left the dinner table, and Wilfred opened the subject by asking her to guess what took him off so suddenly with Mrs. Woodhull. The mother did not know, unless— and a strange light gleamed in her eyes, as she asked if it were some girl. "Yes, mother, it was." And without any reservation, Wilfred frankly told the story of his interest in Katie Lennox. He admitted that she was poor and unaccustomed to society, but he loved her more than words could express. "Not as I loved Ginevra," he said. "That was the passion of a boy of 19, stimulated by secrecy, but this is different. This is the love of a mature man of 30, who feels that he is capable of judging for himself." In Wilfred's voice there was a tone warning the mother that opposition would only feed the flame, and so she offered none directly, but heard him patiently to the end, and then quietly questioned him of Katie and her family, especially the last. What did he know of it? Was it one to detract from the Cameron line kept untarnished so long? Were the relatives such as he never need to blush to own, even if they came there into their drawing room, as they would come if Katie did? Wilfred thought of Uncle Ephraim as he had seen him upon the platform at Silverton, and could scarcely repress a smile as he pictured to himself his mother's consternation at beholding that man in her drawing room. But he did not mention the deacon, though he acknowledged that Katie's family friends were not exactly the Cameron style. But Katie was young. Katie could be easily molded, and once away from her old associates, his mother and sisters could make of her what they pleased. "I understand, then, that if you marry her you do not marry the family." And in the handsome matronly face there was an expression from which Katie would have shrunk, could she have seen it, and understood its meaning. "No, I do not marry the family," Wilfred rejoined, but the expression of his face was different from his mother's, for where she thought only of herself, not hesitating to trample on all Katie's love of home and friends, Wilfred remembered Katie, thinking how he would make amends for separating her wholly from her home, as he surely meant to do if he should win her. "Did I tell you," he continued, "that her father was a judge? She must be well connected on that side, though I never heard of Judge Lennox in any of our courts." "And now what shall I do?" he asked playfully. "Shall I propose to Katie Lennox, or shall I try to forget her?" "I should not do either," was Mrs. Cameron's reply, for she well knew that trying to forget her was the surest way of keeping her in mind, and she dared not confess to him how wholly she was determined that Katie Lennox should never be her daughter, if she could prevent it. If she could not, then, as a lady and a woman of policy, she should make the most of it, receiving Katie kindly, and doing her best to educate her up to the Cameron ideas of style and manner. "Let matters take their course for a while," she said, "and see how you feel after a little. We are going to Newport the 1st of August, and perhaps you may find somebody there infinitely superior to this Katie Lennox. That's your father's ring. He is earlier than usual to night. I would not tell him yet, till you are more decided." And the lady went hastily out into the hall to meet her husband. A moment more and the elder Cameron appeared, a short square built man, with a face seamed with lines of care and eyes much like Wilfred's, save that the shaggy eyebrows gave them a different expression. He was very glad to see his son, though he merely shook his hand, asking what nonsense took him off around the lakes with Mrs. Woodhull, and wondering if women were never happy unless they were chasing after fashion. The elder Cameron was evidently not of his wife's way of thinking, but she let him go on until he was through, and then, with the most unruffled mien, suggested that his dinner would be cold. He was accustomed to that, and so he did not mind, but he hurried through his lonely meal to night, for Wilfred was home, and the father was always happier when he knew his son was in the house. Contrary to his usual custom, he spent the short summer evening in the parlor, talking with Wilford on various items of business, and thus preventing any further conversation concerning Katie Lennox. It took but a short time for Wilford to fall back into his old way of living, passing a few hours of each day in his office, driving with his mother, reading to little Jamie, sparring with his imperious sister Juno, and teasing his blue sister Belle, but never after that first night breathing a word to anyone of Katie Lennox. And still Katie was not forgotten, as his mother sometimes believed. On the contrary, the very silence he kept concerning her increased his passion, until he began seriously to contemplate a trip to Silverton. The family's removal to Newport, however, diverted his attention for a little, making him decide to wait and see what Newport might have in store for him. But Newport was dull this season, and finally, at the close of the season, casting all policy and prudence aside, he wrote to Katie Lennox that he was coming to Silverton on his way home, and that he presumed he should have no difficulty in finding his way to the farmhouse. 4. Preparing for the visit. "Of course he will not, for I shall ask Dr. Morris to go after him in his carriage," Katie said, as she read the letter brought her by Uncle Ephraim. Katie had waited so anxiously for a letter from Wilford Cameron, but as the weeks went by and it did not come, a shadow had fallen upon her spirits, and the family missed something from her ringing laugh and frolicsome ways. Now, as by magic, everything was changed. There was no shadow around her now, nothing but hopeful sunshine, and with a bounding step she sought out Helen to tell her the good news. Helen's first remark, however, was a chill upon her spirits. "Wilford Cameron coming here? What will he think of us, we are so unlike him?" This was the first time Katie had seriously considered the difference between her surroundings and those of Wilford Cameron, or how it might affect him. But Aunt Betsy, who had never dreamed of anything like Wilford's home, comforted her, telling her how, "If he was any kind of a chap he wouldn't be looking round, and if he did, who cared? She guessed they was as good as he, and as much thought of by the neighbors." Wilford's letter had been delayed so that the morrow was the day appointed for his coming, and never sure was there a busier afternoon at the farmhouse than the one which followed the receipt of the letter. Everything that was not spotlessly clean before was made so now. It was late when the last thing was accomplished, and the sun was quite low ere Katie was free to start on her errand, carrying the market basket in which she was to put the articles borrowed of Morris. He was sitting out on his piazza enjoying the fine prospect. At sight of Katie he arose and greeted her with the kind, brotherly manner now habitual with him, for since we last looked upon Morris Grant he had fought a fierce battle with his selfishness, coming off conqueror, and learning to listen quite calmly while Katie talked to him, as she often did, of Wilford Cameron, never trying to conceal from him how anxious she was for some word of remembrance, and often asking if he thought Mr. Cameron would ever write to her. It was hard at first for Morris to listen, and harder still to hold back the passionate words of love trembling on his lips, but he had kept silence, and as weeks went by there came insensibly into his heart a hope that Cameron had forgotten the little girl who might in time turn to him, gladdening his home just as she did every spot where her fairy footsteps trod. Morris did not fully know that he was hugging this fond dream until he felt the keen pang which cut like a knife as Katie, turning her eager face up to him, whispered, "He's coming to morrow. He surely is. I have his letter to tell me so." Morris did not see the sunshine then upon the distant hills. There was a moment of darkness, in which the hills, the pond, the sun setting, and Katie seemed a great way off to Morris, trying so hard to be calm, and mentally asking for help to do so. But Katie's hat, which she swung in her hand, had become entangled in the vines encircling one of the pillars of the piazza, and so she did not notice him until all traces of his agitation were past, and he could talk with her concerning Wilford, and then playfully lifting her basket he asked what she had come to get. This was not the first time the great house had rendered a like service to the little house, and so Katie did not blush when she explained how her mother wanted Morris's forks, and salt cellars, and spoons, and would he be kind enough to bring the castor over himself, and come to dinner to morrow at 2:00? And would he go after Mr. Cameron? The forks and salt cellars and spoons and castor were cheerfully promised, while Morris consented to go for the guest. And then Katy came to the rest of her errand, the part distasteful to her, inasmuch as it might look like throwing disrespect upon Uncle Ephraim, who would come to the table in his shirt sleeves. This was the burden of her grief, the one thing she dreaded most, inasmuch as she knew how such an act was looked upon by Mr. Cameron, who, never having lived in the country, could not make due allowance for these little departures from refinement so obnoxious to people of his training. "What is it, Katy?" Morris asked, as he saw how she hesitated, and guessed her errand was not done. "I hope you will not think me foolish or wicked," Katy began, her eyes filling with tears as she felt that she might be doing Uncle Ephraim a wrong by even admitting that in any way he could be improved. "I certainly love Uncle Ephraim dearly, and I do not mind his ways. But Mr. Cameron that is, Cousin Morris, did you ever notice how Uncle Ephraim will persist in coming to the table in his shirt sleeves?" "Persist is hardly the word to use," Morris replied, smiling, as he readily understood Katy's misgivings. "Persist would imply his having been often remonstrated with for that breach of etiquette; whereas I doubt much whether the idea that it was not in strict accordance with politeness was ever suggested to him." "Maybe not," Katy answered. "It was never necessary till now. But I want Mr. Cameron to like him, and if he does that I am sure he won't." "Why do you think so?" Morris asked, and Katy replied: "He is so particular, and was so angry at a hotel at Lake George where we took our dinner before going on the boat. There was a man along, a good-natured man, too, so kind to everybody, and as the day was warm he carried his coat on his arm, and sat down to the table that way, right opposite me. Mr. Cameron was indignant and said harsh things, which the man heard, I am sure, for he put on his coat directly; and I saw him afterward on the boat sweating like rain, and looking sorry, as if he had done something wrong. I am sure, though, he had not." Morris replied: "There is nothing wrong or wicked in going without one's coat. Everything depends upon the circumstances. For me to appear at table in my shirt sleeves would be impolite, but for an old man like Uncle Ephraim, who has done it all in his life and who never gave it a thought, would be a very different thing. Still, Mr. Cameron may see from another standpoint. But I would not distress myself. That love is not worth much which would think the less of you for anything outré which Uncle Ephraim may do. If Mr. Cameron cannot stand the test of seeing your relatives as they are, he is not worth the long face you are wearing," and Morris pinched her cheek playfully. "Yes, I know," Katy replied. "But if you only could manage Uncle Eph, I should be so glad." Morris had little hope of breaking a habit of years, but he promised to try if an opportunity should occur, and as Mrs. Hull, the housekeeper, had gathered up the articles required for the morrow, Morris himself took the basket and went back with Katy across the fields, which had never seemed so desolate as to-night, when he felt how vain were all the hopes he had been cherishing. "God bless you, Katy, and may Mr. Cameron's visit bring you as much happiness as you anticipate," he said, as he set her basket upon the doorstep, and turned back. Katy noticed the peculiar tone of his voice, and again there swept over her the same thrill she had felt when Morris said to her, "And did Katy like this Mr. Cameron?" But so far was she from guessing the truth, that she only feared she might have displeased him by what she had said of Uncle Ephraim. End of chapters 3 and 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Wilford's Visit. Much surprise was expressed by all the Cameron family save the mother, when told that instead of accompanying them to New York, Wilford would take another route, and one directly out of his way; while what was stranger than all, he did not know when he would be home. It would depend upon circumstances, he said, evincing so much annoyance at being questioned with regard to his movements, that the quick-witted Juno readily divined that there was some girl in the matter, teasing him unmercifully to tell her who she was. "Don't, for pity's sake, bring us a verdant specimen," she said, as she bade him good bye, and turned her attention to Mark Ray, her brother's partner, who had been with them at Newport and whom she was bending all her energies to captivate. With his sister's bantering words ringing in his ears, Wilfred kept on his way until the last change was made, and when he stopped again it would be at Silverton. He did not expect anyone to meet him, but as he remembered the man whom he had seen greeting Katie, he thought it not unlikely that he might be there now, laughing to himself as he pictured the corn-colored vehicle which Uncle Ephraim drove. But that vehicle was safe at home beneath the shed, while Uncle Ephraim was laying a stone wall, and the handsome carriage waiting at Silverton depot was certainly unexceptionable; while in the young man who, as Wilfred stepped on the platform, came to meet him, and asking if he were Mr. Cameron, Wilfred recognized the true gentleman, and his spirits arose as Morris said to him: "I am Miss Lennox's cousin, deputed by her to meet and take charge of you for a time." Wilfred had heard of Dr. Morris Grant, for his name was often on Jamie's lips, while his proud sister Juno, he suspected, had tried her powers of fascination in vain upon the grave American met in Paris. But he had no suspicion that his new acquaintance was the one, until they were driving toward the farmhouse and Morris mentioned having met his family in France, inquiring after them, especially Jamie. Involuntarily then Wilfred grasped again the hand of Morris Grant, exclaiming: "And are you the doctor who was so kind to Jamie? I did not expect this pleasure." After that the ride seemed very short, and Wilfred was surprised when, as they turned a corner in the sandy road, Morris pointed to the farmhouse, saying: "We are almost there. That is the place." "That?" And Wilfred's voice indicated his disappointment, for in all his mental pictures of Katie Lennox's home he had never imagined anything like this. Large, rambling, and weird-like, with something lofty and imposing, just because it was so ancient, was the house he had in his mind, and he could not conceal his chagrin as his eye took in the small, low building, with its high windows and tiny panes of glass, paintless and blindless, standing there alone among the hills. Morris understood it perfectly; but without seeming to notice it, he remarked: "It is the oldest house probably in the country, and should be invaluable on that account. I think we Americans are too fond of change, and too much inclined to throw aside all that reminds us of the past. Now I like the farmhouse just because it is old and unpretentious." "Yes, certainly," Wilfred answered, looking ruefully around him at the old stone wall half tumbled down, the tall well sweep, and the patch of sunflowers in the garden. It was all very rural, no doubt, and very charming to people who liked it, but Wilfred did not like it, and he was wishing himself safely in New York, when a golden head flashed for an instant before the window and then disappeared as Katie emerged into view, waiting at the door to receive him and looking so sweet in her dress of white that Wilfred forgot the homeliness of her surroundings, thinking only of her as she led him into the parlor. He did not know she was so beautiful, he said to himself, and he feasted his eyes upon her, forgetful for a time of all else. But afterward, when Katie left him for a moment, he noticed the well-worn carpet, the 6 cane-seated chairs, the large stuffed rocking-chair, the fall-leaf table with its plain wool spread, and lastly, the really expensive piano, the only handsome piece of furniture the room contained, and which he rightly guessed must have come from Morris. What would Juno or Mark say? He kept repeating to himself, half shuddering as he recalled the bantering proposition to accompany him made by Mark Ray, the only young man whom he considered fully his equal in New York. Wilfred knew these feelings were unworthy of him, and he tried to shake them off, listlessly turning over the books upon the table. "Mark's favorite," he said, lifting up a volume of Schiller, and turning to the fly-leaf he read, "Helen Lennox, from Cousin Morris," just as Katie returned, and with her Helen, whom she presented to the stranger. Helen was prepared to like him just because Katie did, and her first thought was that he was splendid looking, but when she met fully his cold glance and knew how closely he was scrutinizing her, there arose in her heart a feeling of dislike for Wilfred Cameron which she could never wholly conquer. He was very polite to her, but something in his manner annoyed and provoked her, it was so cool, so condescending. Rather pretty, more character than Katie, but odd, and self-willed, with no kind of style. This was Wilfred's running comment on Helen as he took her in, from the plain arrangement of her dark hair to the fit of her French calico, and the cut of her linen collar. Fashionable dress would improve her very much, he thought, turning from her with a feeling of relief to Katie, whom nothing could disfigure, and who was now watching the door eagerly for the entrance of her mother. That lady had spent a good deal of time at her toilette, and she came in at last flurried, fidgety, and very red. Wilfred noticed at once how little style there was about the nervous woman greeting him so deferentially, and evidently regarding him as something infinitely superior to herself. Wilfred had looked with indifference upon Helen, but it would take a stronger word to express his opinion of the mother. He had not seen Aunt Hannah, nor yet Aunt Betsy, for they were in the kitchen, making the last preparations for the dinner to which Morris was to remain. He was in the parlor now, and in his presence Wilfred felt more at ease, more as if he had found an affinity. Uncle Ephraim was not there, having eaten his bowl of milk and gone back to his stone wall, so that upon Morris devolved the duties of host, and he courteously led the way to the little dining room, which Wilfred confessed was not uninviting, with its clean floors and walls, and the table so loaded with the good things Aunt Hannah had prepared, burning and browning her wrinkled face, which nevertheless smiled pleasantly upon the stranger presented as Mr. Cameron. About Aunt Hannah there was something naturally ladylike, and Wilfred saw it; but when it came to Aunt Betsy, of whom he had never heard, he felt for a moment as if by being there in some promiscuous company he had somehow fallen from the Camerons' high estate. By way of pleasing the girls and doing honor to their beau, as she called Wilfred, Aunt Betsy had donned her very best attire, and curtsying very low to Mr. Cameron, she hoped for a better acquaintance, and then took her seat at the table, just where each movement could be distinctly seen by Wilfred, scanning her so intently as scarcely to hear the reverent words with which Morris asked a blessing upon themselves and the food so abundantly prepared. They could hardly have gotten through that first dinner without Morris, who adroitly tried to divert Wilfred's mind from what was passing around him. But with all his vigilance he could not prevent his hearing Aunt Betsy as, in an aside to Helen, she denounced the heavy fork she was awkwardly trying to use, first expressing her surprise at finding it by her plate, instead of the smaller one to which she was accustomed. "The land! If you didn't borrow Morris's fork! I'd as soon eat with the toast and iron," she said in a tone of distress, but Helen's foot touching hers warned her to keep silence, which she did after that, and the dinner proceeded quietly, Wilfred discovering ere its close that Mrs. Lennox had really some pretensions to being a lady, while Helen's dress and collar ceased to be obnoxious, as he watched the play of her fine features and saw her eyes kindle as she took a modest part in the conversation when it turned on books and literature. Meanwhile Katie kept very still, but when after dinner was over, and Morris had gone, she went with him down to the shore of the pond, her tongue was loosed, and Wilfred found again the little fairy who had so bewitched him a few weeks before. And yet there was a load upon his mind, a shadow made by the actual knowledge that between Katie's family and his, there was a gulf which never could be crossed by either party. He might bear Katie over, it was true, but would she not look longingly back to the humble home, and might he not sometimes be greatly chagrined by the sudden appearing of some one of this old-bred family who did not seem to realize how ignorant they were, how far below him in the social scale? Poor Wilfred! He winced and shivered when he thought of Aunt Betsy, and remembered that she was a near relative of the little maiden sporting so playfully around him, stealing his heart away in spite of family pride. It was very pleasant down by the pond, and Wilfred kept Katie with him until the sun was going down and they heard in the distance the tinkle of a bell as the deacon's cows plodded slowly homeward. Supper was waiting for them, and with his appetite sharpened by his walk, Wilfred found no cause of complaint against Aunt Hannah's viands. The deacon had not returned from his work, and so Wilfred did not see him until he came suddenly upon him, seated in the woodshed door. Ephraim Barlow was a man to command respect, and to a certain extent Wilfred recognized the true worth embodied in that unpolished exterior. He did not, however, see much of him that night, for, as the deacon said apologetically, "The cows is to milk and the chores all to do, for I never keep no boy," and when at last the chores were done the clock pointed to 8:30, the hour for family worship. Unaccustomed as Wilfred was to such things, he felt the influence of the deacon's voice as he read from the Word of God, and involuntarily found himself kneeling when Katie knelt, noticing the deacon's grammar, it is true, but still listening patiently to the rather lengthy prayer, which included him as well as the rest of mankind. There was no chance of seeing Katie alone, and so full 2 hours before his usual custom, Wilfred retired to the little room to which the deacon conducted him. To sleep was impossible, and never for a moment did Wilfred lose his consciousness, or forget to accuse himself of being an idiot for coming into that heathenish neighborhood after a wife, when at home there were so many girls ready and waiting for him. "I'll go back to-morrow morning," he said, and striking a match to read in his railway guide when the first train passed Silverton, feeling comforted to think that only a few hours intervened between him and freedom. But alas for Wilfred! He was but a man, subject to man's caprices, and when next morning he met Katie Lennox, looking in her light muslin as pure and fair as the white blossoms twined in her wavy hair, his resolution began to waver. Perhaps there was a decent hotel in Silverton. He would inquire of Dr. Grant. At all events, he would not take the first train as he had intended doing. Again Uncle Ephraim was absent, having gone to the mill before Wilfred left his room, nor was he visible to the young man until after dinner, for Wilfred did not go home, but drove instead with Katie in the carriage which Morris sent around. Wilfred concluded to remain another day, and see more of Katie's family. Accordingly, after dinner, he bent his energies to read them all, from Helen down to Aunt Betsy, the latter of whom proved the most transparent of the four. Helen, he acknowledged, was passable, though she was not one whom he could ever introduce in New York society; and he was wondering how Katie came to be so unlike the rest, when Uncle Ephraim came up from the meadow and announced himself as ready now to visit, apologizing for his apparent neglect, and seeming so absolutely to believe that his company was of course desirable, that Wilfred felt amused, wondering again what Juno would think of the rough old man, sitting with his chair tipped back against the wall. His clothing was faultlessly clean, and his vest was buttoned nearly up to his throat, but his coat was hanging on a nail out by the kitchen door, and to Katie's distress and Wilfred's horror, he sat among them in his shirt sleeves, all unconscious of harm or of the disquiet awakened in the bosom of the young man, who on that point was foolishly fastidious, and who showed by his face how much he was annoyed. Not even the presence of Morris, who came in about tea-time, was of any avail to lift the cloud from his brow. This was the first opportunity Morris had of trying his powers of persuasion upon the deacon, and now, at a hint from Katie, he said to him in an aside, as they were passing into the dining-room, "Suppose, Uncle Ephraim, you put on your coat for once. It is better than coming to the table so." "Pooh!" was Uncle Ephraim's rejoinder, spoken loudly enough for Wilfred to hear. "I don't need it. I shan't catch cold, for I am used to it. Besides, I never could stand it in this hot weather." In his simplicity he did not even suspect Morris's motive, but imputed it wholly to his concern lest he should take cold. And so Wilfred Cameron found himself seated next to a man who wilfully trampled upon all rules of etiquette, shocking him in his most sensitive parts, and making him thoroughly disgusted with the country and country people generally. All but Morris and Katie. He made an exception in their favor, leaning most to Morris, whom he admired more and more as he became better acquainted with him, wondering how he could content himself to settle down in Silverton, when he would surely die if compelled to live there for a week. Something like this he said to Dr. Grant when that evening they sat in the parlor at Linwood, for Morris invited him to spend the night with him. "I stay at Silverton because I think I can do more good here than elsewhere, and because I really like the country and the country people, for strange and uncouth as they may seem to you, you never lived among them, they have kinder, truer hearts beating beneath their rough exteriors than are often found in the city." This was Morris's reply, and in the conversation which ensued Wilfred Cameron caught glimpses of a nobler phase of manhood than he had thought existed, feeling an unbounded respect for one who, because he believed it to be his duty, was, as it seemed to him, wasting his life among people who could not appreciate his character, though they might idolize the man. But this did not reconcile Wilfred for one whit the more to Silverton, and at the breakfast, spread next morning in the cosiest of breakfast rooms, he announced his intention of returning to New York that day. To this Morris offered no objection, but asked to be remembered to the mother, the sisters, and little Jamie, and then invited Wilfred to stop altogether at Linwood when he came again to Silverton. "Thank you, but it is hardly probable that I shall be here very soon," Wilfred replied, adding as he met the peculiar glance of Morris's eye, "I found Miss Katie a delightful traveling acquaintance, and on my way from Newport thought I would renew it, and see a little of rustic life." Poor Katie! How her heart would have ached should she have heard those words and understood their meaning, just as Morris did, feeling a rising indignation for the man with whom he could not be absolutely angry. He was so self-possessed, so pleasant and gentlemanly, while better than all, was he not virtually giving Katie up? And if he did, might she not turn at last to him? These were Morris's thoughts as he walked with Wilfred across the fields to the farmhouse, where Katie met them with her sunniest smile, singing to them, at Wilfred's request, her sweetest song, and making him half wish he could revoke his hasty decision and tarry a little longer. But it was now too late for that. The carriage which would take him to the depot was already on its way from Linwood; and when the song was ended, he told her of his intentions to leave on the next train, feeling a pang when he saw how the blood left her cheek and lip, and then came surging back as she said timidly, "Why need you leave so soon?" "Oh, I have already outstayed my time. I thought of going yesterday, and my partner, Mr. Ray, will be expecting me," Wilfred replied, while Morris and Helen stole quietly from the room. Thus left to himself, Wilfred continued, "Maybe I'll come again some time. Would you like to have me?" "Yes." And Katie's blue eyes were lifted pleadingly to the young man. And as for Katie, she mentally called herself a fool for suffering Wilfred Cameron to see what was in her heart; but she could not help it, for she loved him with all the strength of her impulsive nature, and to have him leave her so suddenly hurt her cruelly. For a moment Wilfred was strongly tempted to throw all family pride aside, and ask that young girl to be his. But thoughts of his mother, of Juno and Belle, and more than all, thoughts of Uncle Ephraim and his sister Betsy, arose in time to prevent it, and so he only kissed her forehead caressingly as he said good bye, telling her that he should not soon forget his visit to Silverton, and then as the carriage drove up, going out to where the remainder of the family were standing together and commenting upon his sudden departure. It was not sudden, he said, trying to explain. He really had thought of going yesterday, and he tried to be unusually gracious as he shook hands, thanking them for their kindness, but seeming oblivious to Aunt Betsy's remark that she hoped to see him again, if not in Silverton, in New York, where she wanted to visit, but never had on account of the "'bominable prices charged to the taverns, and she hadn't no acquaintances there." This was Aunt Betsy's parting remark, and after Katie, Aunt Betsy liked Wilfred Cameron better than any of the group which watched him as he drove from their door. Aunt Hannah thought him too much stuck up for farmers' folks; while Mrs. Lennox, whose ambition would have accounted him a most desirable match for her daughter, could not deny that his manner toward them, though polite in the extreme, was that of a superior to people greatly beneath him; while Helen, who saw clearer than the rest, read him aright, and detected the struggle between his pride and his love for poor little Katie, whom she found sobbing quietly, hardly knowing why she cried or what to answer when Helen asked what was the matter. "It was so queer in him to go so soon," she said, "just as if he were offended about something." "Never mind, Katie," Helen said soothingly. "If he cares for you he will come back again. He could not stay here always, of course, and I must say I respect him for attending to his business, if he has any. He has been gone from home for weeks, you know." 6. In the Spring. Katie Lennox had been very sick, and the bed where Wilfred slept had stood in the parlor during the long weeks while the obstinate fever ran its course. But she was better now, and sat nearly all day before the fire, turning over the books which Morris had brought to interest her. Morris, the kind physician, who had attended her so faithfully, never leaving her while the fever was at its height, unless it was necessary, but staying with her day and night, watching her symptoms, and praying that she might not die; not, at least, until some token had been given that again in the better world he should find her, where partings were unknown, and where no Wilfred Camerons could contest the prize with him. Not that he was greatly afraid of Wilfred now. That fear had mostly died away just as the hope had died from Katie's heart that she would ever meet him again. Since the September morning when he left her she had not heard from him except once, when in the winter Morris had been to New York, and having a few hours' leisure on his hands had called at Wilford's office, receiving a most cordial reception, and meeting with young Mark Ray, who impressed him as a man quite as highly cultivated as Wilford, and possessed of more character and principle. This call was not altogether of Morris's seeking, but was made rather with a view to pleasing Katie, who, when she learned that he was going to New York, had said, "Oh, I do so hope you'll meet with Mr. Cameron, for then we shall know that he is neither sick nor dead, as I have sometimes feared." And so Morris had sought out his rival, feeling repaid when he saw how really glad Wilford seemed to meet him. The first commonplaces over, Wilford inquired for Katie. Was she well, and how was she occupying her time this winter? "Both Helen and Katie are pupils of mine," Morris replied, "reciting their lessons to me every day when the weather will admit of their crossing the fields to Linwood. We have often wondered what had become of you, that you did not even let us know of your safe arrival home," he added, looking Wilford fully in the eye, and rather enjoying his confusion as he tried to apologize. He had intended writing, but an unusual amount of business had occupied his time. "Mark will tell you how busy I was," and he turned appealingly to his partner, in whose expressive eyes Morris read that Silverton was not unknown to him. But if Wilford had told him anything derogatory of the farmhouse or its inmates, it did not appear in Mr. Ray's manner, as he replied that Mr. Cameron had been very busy ever since his return from Silverton, adding, "From what Cameron tells me of your neighborhood, there must be some splendid hunting and fishing there, and I had last fall half a mind to try it." This time there was something comical in the eyes turned so mischievously upon Wilford, who colored scarlet for an instant, but soon recovered his composure, and invited Morris home with him to dinner. "I shall not take a refusal," he said, as Morris began to decline. "Mother and the young ladies will be delighted to see you again, while Jamie, Jamie, I believe, worships the memory of the physician who was so kind to him in France. Mark will go with us, of course." There was something so hearty in Wilford's invitation that Morris did not again object, and 2 hours later found him in the drawing room at No. Fifth Avenue, receiving the friendly greetings of Mrs. Cameron and her daughter, each of whom vied with the other in their polite attentions to him, while little Jamie, to whose nursery he was admitted, wound his arms around his neck, and laying his curly head upon his shoulder, cried quietly, whispering as he did so, "I am so glad, Dr. Grant, so glad to see you again." Nor did Morris regret having accepted Wilford's invitation to dinner, as by this means he saw the home which had well nigh been little Katie Lennox. She would be sadly out of place here with these people, he thought, as he looked upon all their formality and ceremony, and then contrasted it with what Katie had been accustomed to. When Wilford first returned from Silverton he had, as a sure means of forgetting Katie, told his mother and sisters something of the farmhouse and its inmates; and Juno, while ridiculing both Helen and Katie, had felt a fierce pang of jealousy in knowing they were cousins to Morris Grant, who lived so near that he could, if he liked, see them every day. In Paris, Juno had suspected that somebody was standing between her and Dr. Grant, and how, with the quick insight of a smart, bright woman, she guessed that it was one of these same cousins, Katie most likely, her brother having described Helen as very commonplace, and for a time she had hated poor, innocent Katie most cordially for having come between her and the only man for whom she had ever really cared. Gradually, however, the feeling died away, but was revived again at sight of Morris Grant, and at the table she could not forbear saying to him, "By the way, Dr. Grant, why did you never tell us of those charming cousins when you were in Paris? Why, Brother Will describes one of them as a little water lily, she is so fair and pretty. Katie, I think, is her name. Wilford, isn't it Katie Lennox whom you think so beautiful, and with whom you are more than half in love?" "Yes, it is Katie," and Wilford spoke sternly, for he did not like Juno's bantering tone, but he could not stop her, and she went on. "Are they your cousins, Dr. Grant?" "No, they are removed from me 2 or 3 degrees, their father having been only my second cousin." The fact that Katie Lennox was not nearly enough related to Dr. Grant to prevent his marrying her if he liked, did not improve Juno's amiability, and she continued to ask questions concerning both Katie and Helen, the latter of whom she persisted in thinking was strong minded, until Mark Ray came to the rescue, diverting her attention. "When Will visits Silverton again I mean to go with him," she said to Morris at parting. He merely replied, "If you do you will find plenty of room at Linwood, and your brother will tell you whether I am a hospitable host or not." Biting her lips with chagrin, Juno went back to the drawing room, while Morris returned to his hotel, accompanied by Wilford, who passed the entire evening with him, appearing somewhat constrained, as if there was something on his mind which he wished to say; but it remained unspoken, and there was no allusion to Silverton until, as Wilford was leaving, he said, "Remember me kindly to the Silverton friends, and say I have not forgotten them." And this was all there was to carry back to Katie, who on the afternoon of Morris's return from New York was over at Linwood. "I dined at Mr. Cameron's, Kitty." But the brightness gradually faded as Morris described his call, and then repeated Wilford's message. "And that was all?" Katie whispered sorrowfully, shutting her lips tightly to keep back her disappointment. "Please don't tell Helen that you saw Wilford," she said to Morris as he walked home with her after tea; and that was the only allusion she made to it, never after that mentioning Wilford's name, or giving any token of the wounded love still so strong within her heart, and waiting only for some slight token to waken it again to life. This was in the winter, and Katie had been very sick since then, so sick that even to her the thought had sometimes come, "What if I should die?" But she was too weak to go further and reflect upon the terrible reality death would bring if it found her unprepared. She had only strength and sense enough to wonder if Wilford would care when he heard that she was dead; and once as she grew better she almost worked herself into a second fever with assisting at her own obsequies, seeing only one mourner, and that one Wilford Cameron. In reply to Morris's inquiries as to what was the matter, she had answered laughingly, "Oh, nothing much. Only I have been burying myself." And so Morris never dreamed of the real nature of her reveries. She had forgotten Wilford, he believed, and when as she grew stronger he saw how her eyes sparkled at his coming, and how impatient she seemed if he was obliged to hurry off, hope whispered that she would surely be his, and his grave face wore a look of happiness which even his patients noticed, feeling themselves better after one of his cheery visits. Poor Morris! He was little prepared for the terrible blow in store for him, when one day early in April he started as usual to visit Katie, saying to himself, "If I find her alone, perhaps I'll tell her of my love, and ask if she will come to Linwood this summer." Katie was alone, sitting up in her pretty dressing gown. "Oh, Dr. Morris," she began, holding up a letter she had in her hand, "I am so glad you've come, for I've wanted to tell you so badly Wilford has not forgotten me. He has written, and he is coming again. I am so glad. Seeing you knew all about it, and never told Helen, I'll let you read the letter." He said something about being snow blind, for there was that day quite a fall of soft spring snow; and then, with an effort, Morris was himself once more, and took the letter in his hand. "Perhaps I had better not read it," he said, but Katie insisted that he might, and thinking to himself, "It will cure me sooner, perhaps," he read the few lines Wilford Cameron had written to his "dear little Katie." That was the way he addressed her, going on to say that circumstances which he could not explain to her had kept him silent ever since he left the previous autumn; but through all he never for a moment had forgotten her, thinking of her the more for the silence he had maintained. "And now that I have risen above the circumstances," he added in conclusion, "I write to ask if I may come to Silverton again. If I may, just drop me one word, 'Come,' and in less than a week I shall be there. Yours very truly, W. Cameron." Morris read the letter through, feeling that every word was separating him further and further from Katie, to whom he said, "You will answer this?" "Yes, oh yes. Perhaps to day." "And you will tell him to come?" "Why, yes. What else should I tell him?" And Katie looked wonderingly at Morris, who said, "Listen to me, Katie." You know why Wilfred Cameron comes here a second time, and what he will probably ask you ere he goes away. But, Katie, you are not strong enough yet to see him under so exciting circumstances, and as your physician, I desire that you tell him to wait at least 3 weeks before he comes. Will you do so, Katie?" "That is just as Helen talked," Katie answered. "She said I was not able." "And will you heed us?" Morris asked again, while Katie after a moment consented; and glad of this respite from what he knew to a certainty would be, Morris dealt out her medicine, and for an instant felt her rapid pulse, but did not retain her hand within his own, nor lay his other upon her head, as he had sometimes done. At Helen's instigation Katie had deferred Wilfred's visit 4 weeks instead of 3, but in that time there had come 2 letters from him, letters full of anxiety and sympathy for his poor little Katie who had been so sick. This time he would stop at Linwood. Of himself Morris could do nothing, but with the help he never sought in vain he could do all things, and so he gave orders that the best chamber should be prepared for his guest, and then with Katie he waited for the day which should bring Wilfred Cameron a second time to Silverton. End of chapters 5 and 6. Chapters 7 and 8 of Family Pride, by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Wilfred's second visit. Wilfred Cameron had tried to forget Katie Lennox, both for his sake and her own, for he foresaw that she could not be happy with his family, and he came to think it might be a wrong to her, transplanting her into a soil so wholly unlike that in which her habits and affections had taken root. His father once had abruptly asked him if there was any truth in the report that he was about to marry and make a fool of himself, and when Wilfred had answered "No," he had replied with a significant "Huh! Old enough, I should think, if you ever intend to marry." "Wilfred," and the old man faced square about, "I know nothing of the girl, except what I gathered from your mother and your sisters. You have not asked for my advice. I don't suppose you want it, but if you do, here it is. If you love the girl, and she is respectable, marry her if she is poor as poverty, and the daughter of a tinker. But if you don't love her, and she's rich as a nabob, for thunder's sake, keep away from her." This was the elder Cameron's counsel, and Katie's cause arose 50% in consequence. Still Wilfred was sadly disquieted, so much so that his partner, Mark Ray, could not fail to observe that something was troubling him, and at last frankly asked what it was. Wilfred knew he could trust Mark, and he confessed the whole, telling him far more of Silverton than he had told his mother, and then asking what his friend would do were the case his own. Fond of fun and frolic, Mark laughed immoderately at Wilfred's description of Aunt Betsy. But Wilfred was too serious for trifling, and after his merriment had subsided, Mark talked with him candidly, sensibly of Katie Lennox, whose cause he warmly espoused, telling Wilfred that he was far too sensitive with regard to family and position. "You are a good fellow on the whole, but too outrageously proud," he said. "If you love the girl, take her, family and all. Not that you are to transport the whole colony of Barlows to New York," he added, as he saw Wilfred's look of horror, "but make up your mind to endure what cannot be helped, resting yourself upon the fact that your position is such as cannot well be affected by any marriage you might make, provided the wife were right." This was Mark Ray's advice, and it had great weight with Wilfred, who knew that Mark came, if possible, from a better line of ancestry than himself. Still Wilfred hesitated, waiting until the winter was over before he came to the decision, which when it was reached was as firm as a granite rock. He had made up his mind at last to marry Katie Lennox, if she would accept him, and he told his mother so in the presence of his sisters. There was a sudden uplifting of Belle's eyelashes, a contemptuous shrug of her shoulders, and then she went on with the book she was reading. Juno, who was expected to say the sharpest things, turned upon him with the exclamation, "If you can stand those 2 feather beds, you can do more than I supposed," and, as showing her disapproval, she quitted the room. Mrs. Cameron tried all her powers of persuasion upon him, but nothing she said influenced him in the least, seeing which she suddenly confronted him with the question, "Shall you tell her all? A husband should have no secrets of that kind from his wife." Wilford's face was white as ashes, and his voice trembled as he replied, "Yes, mother, I shall tell her all. But oh, you do not know how hard it has been for me to bring my mind to that, or how sorry I am that we ever kept that secret. When Ginevra died—" "Hush!" came warningly from the mother as Juno reappeared, the warning indicating that Ginevra, whoever she might be, was a personage never mentioned except by mother and son. To wait 4 weeks, as Katy said he must, was a terrible trial to Wilford, who counted every moment which kept him from her side. It was all owing to Dr. Grant and Helen, he knew, for Katy in her letter had admitted that the waiting was wholly their suggestion; and Wilford's thoughts concerning them were anything but complimentary, until a new idea was suggested, which drove every other consideration from his mind. Wilford was naturally jealous, but that fault had once led him into so deep a trouble that he had struggled to overcome it, and now at its first approach after he thought it dead, he tried to shake it off; tried not to believe that Morris cared especially for Katy. But the mere possibility was unendurable, and in a most feverish state of excitement he started again for Silverton. As before, Morris was waiting for him at the station, his cordial greeting and friendly manner disarming him from all anxiety in that quarter. Katy's life should not be darkened by the green monster, he thought, and her future would have been bright indeed, had it proved all that he pictured it as he drove along with Morris in the direction of the farmhouse. The family were very civil to him, the mother overwhelmingly so, in so much that Wilford could not help detecting her anxiety that all should be settled this time. Helen, on the contrary, was unusually cool. It is true that Katy had not yet said the all-important word, but she was going to say it, and when late that afternoon they came up from the walk he had asked her to take, she was his promised wife. They had sat together on the very rock where Katy sat that day when Uncle Ephraim told her of the different paths there were through life, some pleasant and free from care, some thorny and full of grief. Katy had never forgotten the conversation, and, without knowing why, she had always avoided that rock beneath the butternut as a place where there had been revealed to her a glimpse of something sad; and so when Wilford proposed resting there she at first objected, but yielded at last, and with his arm around her listened to the story of his love. It was what she had expected and thought herself prepared for, but when it came it was so real, so earnest, that she could only clasp her hands over her face, which she hid on Wilford's shoulder, weeping passionately, as she thought how strange it was for a man like Wilford Cameron to seek her for his wife. Katy was no coquette; whatever she felt she expressed, and when she could command herself she frankly confessed to Wilford her love for him, telling him how the fear that he had forgotten her had haunted her all the long, long winter; and then, with her clear, truthful blue eyes looking into his, asking him why he had not sent her some message if, as he said, he loved her all the time. For a moment Wilford's lip was compressed and a flush overspread his face, as drawing her closer to him he replied, "My little Katy will remember that in my first note I spoke of certain circumstances which had prevented my writing earlier. I do not know that I asked her not to seek to know these circumstances; but I ask it now. Will Katy trust me so far as to believe that all is right between us, and never allude to these circumstances?" He was kissing her fondly, and his voice was so winning that Katy promised all that was required. And then came the hardest, the trying to tell her all, as he had said to his mother he would. Twice he essayed to speak, and as often something sealed his lips, until at last he began. "You must not think me perfect, Katy, for I have faults, and perhaps if you knew my past life you would wish to revoke your recent decision, and render a different verdict to my suit. Suppose I unfold the blackest leaf for your inspection." "No, no, oh no!" and Katy playfully stopped his mouth with her hand. "Of course you have some faults, but I would rather find them out myself." Wilford felt his heart throb wildly with the feeling that he was in some way deceiving the young girl. But if she would not suffer him to tell her, he was not to be censured if she remained in ignorance. And so the golden moment fled, and when he spoke again he said, "If Katy will not now read that leaf I offered to show her, she must not shrink back in horror if ever it does meet her eye." "I don't, I promise," Katy answered, a vague feeling of fear creeping over her as to what the reading of that mysterious page involved. But this was soon forgotten as Wilford, remembering his suspicions of Dr. Grant, thought to probe a little by asking if she had ever loved anyone before himself. "No, never," she answered. "I never dreamed of such a thing until I saw you, Mr. Cameron." And Wilford believed the trusting girl, whose loving nature shone in every lineament of her face. "By the way," he continued, "don't call me Mr. Cameron again, as you did just now. I would rather be your Wilford." Then he told her of his projected tour to Europe, and Katy felt her pulses quicken as she thought of London, Paris, and Rome, as places which her plain country eyes might yet look upon. But when it came to their marriage, which Wilford said must be soon, within a few weeks, she demurred. She should so much enjoy a long courtship with Wilford, coming often to Silverton, and such quantities of letters passing between them as should make her the envy of all Silverton. This was Katy's idea, and she opposed her lover with all her strength, telling him she was so young, not 18 till July, and she knew so little of housekeeping. Wilford Cameron expected to be obeyed in every important matter by the happy person who should be his wife, and as he possessed the faculty of enforcing perfect obedience without seeming to be severe, so he silenced Katy's arguments, and when they left the shadow of the butternut tree she knew that in all human probability 6 weeks' time would find her on the broad ocean, alone with Wilford Cameron. So perfect was Katy's faith and love that she had no fear of Wilford now, but as his affianced wife walked confidently by his side, feeling fully his equal. And Wilford suffered her to talk of the delight it would be to live in New York, and how pleasant for Mother and Helen to visit her, especially the latter, who would thus have a chance to see something of the world. "When I get a house of my own, I mean she shall live with me all the while," she said, stooping to gather a tuft of wild bluebells growing in a marshy spot. Wilford winced a little, for in his estimation Helen Lennox formed no part of that household to be established on Madison Square, but he would not so soon tear down Katy's castles, and so he merely remarked, as she asked it, if it would not be nice to have Helen with them. "Yes, very nice, but do not speak of it to her yet, as it will probably be some time before she will come to us, and she had better not have it in anticipation." And so Helen never knew the honor in store for her, as she stood in the doorway anxiously waiting for her sister. Something in Katy's face made her guess that to her was lost forever the bright little sister she loved, and fleeing to her room she wept as she thought of the time when she would share that room alone. "I wish it were not wrong to hate him," she exclaimed passionately. "It would be such a relief. But if he is only kind to Katy, I do not care how much he despises us." But at this point Katy, leaving her lover alone with her mother, stole up to tell her sister the good news. "Yes, I know. I guessed as much when you came back from the meadows." And Helen's voice was very unsteady in its tone as she smoothed back the soft rings clustering around her sister's brow. "Crying? Helen, oh, don't! I shall love you just the same, and you are coming to live with us in the new house on Madison Square," Katy said, forgetting Wilford's instructions in her desire to comfort Helen, who broke down again, while Katy's tears were mingled with her own. It was the first time Katy had thought what it would be to leave forever the good, patient sister who had been so true, so kind. "Don't cry, Nellie," she said. "New York is not far away, and I shall come so often. That is, after we return from Europe. Did I tell you we are going there first, and Wilford will not wait, but says we must be married the 10th of June. That's his birthday, 30, and he is telling Mother now." "So soon? Oh, Katy! And you so young!" was all Helen could say. "Yes, it is soon, and I am young. But Wilford is in such a hurry. He don't care," Katy replied, trying to comfort Helen. No, Wilford did not care, as it would seem, how much he wrung the hearts of Katy's family by taking her from them at once, and by dictating the way in which he would take her. There must be no invited guests, he said, no lookers on, except such as chose to go to the church where the ceremony would be performed, and from which place he should go directly to the Boston train. It was his wish, too, that the matter should be kept as quiet as possible, and not be generally discussed in the neighborhood, as he disliked being a subject for gossip. and Mrs. Lennox, to whom this was said, promised compliance with everything, or if she ventured to object she found herself borne down by a stronger will than her own, and weakly yielded. Wilford knew just how pleased she was, and her obsequious manner annoyed him far more than did Helen's blunt straightforwardness when, after supper was over, she told him how averse she was to his taking Katy so soon, adding still further that if it must be, she saw no harm in inviting a few of their neighbors. It was customary, it would be expected, she said, while Mrs. Lennox, emboldened by Helen's boldness, chimed in, "At least your folks will come. I shall be glad to meet your mother." Wilford was very polite to them both, very good humored, but he kept to his first position, and poor Mrs. Lennox saw fade into airy nothingness all her visions of hosts of the Silverton people there to admire and partake of the marriage feast. It was too bad, and so Aunt Betty said, when after Wilford had gone to Linwood, the family sat together talking the matter over. Even Morris, when appealed to, decided with Wilford against Mrs. Lennox and Aunt Betsy, knowing how unequal he was to the task which would devolve on him in case of a bridal party at the farmhouse. In comparative silence he had heard from Wilford of his engagement, offering no objection when told how soon the marriage would take place, but congratulating him so quietly that, if Wilford had retained a feeling of jealousy, it would have disappeared. Morris was so seemingly indifferent to everything except Katy's happiness. But Wilford did not observe closely, and failed to detect the hopeless look in Morris's eyes, or the whiteness which settled about his mouth as he fulfilled the duties of host and sought to entertain his guest. Those were dark hours for Morris Grant, and he was glad when at the end of the second day Wilford's visit expired, and he saw him driven from Linwood around to the farmhouse, where he would say his parting words to Katy, and then go back to New York. 8. Getting ready to be married. Miss Helen Lennox, Silverton, Massachusetts. This was the superscription of a letter postmarked New York, and brought to Helen within a week after Wilford's departure. It was his handwriting, too; and wondering what he could have written to her, Helen broke the seal, starting as there dropped into her lap a check for $500. "What does it mean?" she said, her cheek flushing with anger and insulted pride as she read the following brief lines: New York, May 8th. Miss Helen Lennox, please pardon the liberty I take in enclosing the sum of $500 to be used by you in procuring whatever Katy may need for present necessities. Presuming that the country seamstresses have not yet the best facilities for obtaining the latest fashions, my mother proposes sending out her own private dressmaker, Mrs. Ryan. You may look for her the last of the week. Yours truly, Wilford Cameron. It would be impossible to describe Helen's indignation as she read this letter, which roused her to a pitch of anger such as Wilford Cameron had never imagined when he wrote the offensive lines. He had really no intention of insulting her. On the contrary, the gift of money was kindly meant, for he knew very well that Uncle Ephraim was poor, while the part referring to the dressmaker was wholly his mother's proposition, to which he had acceded. He wished Katy to look well, and foolishly fancying that no country artiste could make her look so, he consented to Mrs. Ryan's going, never suspecting the storm of anger it would rouse in Helen, whose first impulse was to throw the check into the fire. Her second, however, was soberer. She would not destroy it, nor tell anyone she had it but Morris; he should know the whole. Accordingly she repaired to Linwood, finding Morris at home, and startling him with the vehemence of her anger as she explained the nature of her errand. "If I disliked Wilford Cameron before, I hate him now. Yes, I hate him," she said, stamping her foot. "Why, Helen," Morris exclaimed, "is this the right spirit for one who professes better things?" "I know it is wrong," Helen answered, "but somehow since he came after Katy I have grown so hard, so wicked, toward Mr. Cameron. He seemed so proud, so unapproachable. Say, Cousin Morris, do you think him a good man? That is, good enough for Katy?" "Most people would call him too good for her," Morris replied, "and in a worldly point of view she is doing well, while Mr. Cameron, I believe, is better than 3/4 of the men who marry our girls. He misjudges country people, but he will appreciate you by and by. Do not begin by hating him so cordially." "Yes, but this money. Now, Morris, we do not want him to get Katie's outfit. I would rather go without clothes my whole life. Shall I send it back?" "I think that the best disposition to make of it," Morris replied. "As your brother, I can and will supply Katie's needs." "I knew you would, Morris. And I'll send it to day in time to keep that dreadful Mrs. Ryan from coming." Morris could not help smiling at Helen's energetic manner as she hurried to his library and wrote to Wilfred Cameron as follows: "Silverton, May 9th. Mr. Wilfred Cameron, I give you credit for the kindest of motives in sending the check, which I now return to you, with my compliments. We are not as poor as you suppose, and would almost deem it sacrilege to let another than ourselves provide for Katie so long as she is ours. And furthermore, that Mrs. Ryan's services will not be needed, so it is not worth her while to make a journey here for nothing. Yours, Helen Lennox." Helen felt better after this letter had gone, wondering often how it would be received, and if Wilfred would be angry. She hoped he would, and his mother too. Mrs. Cameron felt the rebuff keenly, wincing under it, and saying, "That Helen Lennox must be a very rude, ill-bred girl," and hoping her son would draw the line of division between his wife and her family tightly. She had received the news of her son's engagement without opposition, for she knew the time for that was past. Wilfred would marry Katie Lennox, and she must make the best of it, so she offered no word of remonstrance, but when they were alone she said to him, "Did you tell her? Does she know it all?" "No, mother," and the old look of pain came back into Wilfred's face. "I meant to do so, and I actually began, but she stopped me short, saying she did not wish to hear my faults, she would rather find them out herself. Away from her it is very easy to think what I will do, but when the trial comes I find it hard, we have kept it so long. But I shall tell her yet, not till after we are married, though, and I have made her love me even more than she does now. She will not mind it then. I shall take her where I first met Ginevra, and there I will tell her. Is that right?" "Yes, if you think so," Mrs. Cameron replied. Whatever it was which Wilfred had to tell Katie Lennox, it was very evident that he and his mother looked at it differently, he regarding it as a duty he owed to Katie not to conceal from her what might possibly influence her decision, while his mother only wished the secret told in hopes that it would prevent the marriage. But now that Wilfred had deferred it till after the marriage, she saw no reason why it need be told at all. At least, Wilfred could do as he thought best, and she changed the conversation from Ginevra to Helen's letter, which had so upset her plans. Down in Silverton at the farmhouse there were numerous consultations as to what was proper and what was not, Helen sometimes almost wishing she had thrown off her pride and suffered Mrs. Ryan to come. Katie would look well in anything, but Helen knew there were certain styles preferable to others, and in a maze of perplexity she consulted with this and that individual, until all Silverton knew what was projected, each one offering the benefit of her advice, until Helen and Katie both were nearly distracted. Morris came to the rescue, telling Katie of a young woman who had been his patient, but was now nearly well and anxious to obtain work again. She was possessed of a great deal of taste, he imagined. Besides that, she had worked in one of the largest shops in New York. "As I am going this afternoon over to North Silverton," he added, in conclusion, "and shall pass Miss Hazelton's house, you or Helen might accompany me and see for yourself." It was decided that Helen should go, and about 4:00 she found herself ringing at the cottage over whose door hung the sign, "Miss M. Hazelton, Fashionable Dressmaker." She was at home, and in a few moments Helen was talking with Marian Hazelton, whose face showed signs of recent illness, but was nevertheless very attractive, from its peculiarly sad expression and the soft liquid eyes. At 20 she must have been strikingly beautiful; and even now at 30, few ladies could have vied with her had she possessed the means for gratifying her taste and studying her style. Her voice had a strange note of mournful music in its tone, making Helen start as it asked, "Did you wish to see me?" "Yes. Dr. Grant told me you could make dresses, and I wish to secure your services, if possible, for my sister who is soon to be married. We would like it if you could go to our house instead of having Katie come here." Marian Hazelton was needing work, and though it was not her custom to go from house to house, she would accommodate Miss Lennox. Was it an elaborate trousseau she was expected to make? And she bent down to turn over some fashion plates lying on the table. "Oh, no. We are plain country people. We cannot afford as much for Katie as we would like. Besides, I dare say Mr. Cameron will prefer selecting most of her wardrobe himself, as he is very wealthy and fastidious," Helen replied, repenting the next instant the part concerning Mr. Cameron's wealth, as that might look like boasting to Miss Hazleton, whose head was bent lower over the magazine as she said, "Did I understand that the gentleman's name was Cameron?" "Yes, Wilford Cameron, from New York," Helen answered, holding up her skirts and skidding at the kitten, which came running toward her. Fear of cats was Helen's weakness, and in her efforts to frighten her tormentor she did not look again at Miss Hazleton until startled by a gasping cry and a heavy fall. Marian had fainted, and Helen was just raising her head from the floor when Morris appeared, relieving her of her burden, of whom he took charge until she showed signs of life. In her alarm, Helen forgot entirely what they were talking about when the faint came on, and her first question put to Marian was, "Were you to take suddenly ill? Why did you faint?" There was no answer at first, but when she did speak she said, "I am still so weak that the least exertion affects me, and I was bending over the table. It will soon pass off." If she was so weak she was not able to work, Helen said, proposing that the plan for the present be abandoned; but to this Marian would not listen. Her great eager eyes had in them so scared a look that Helen said no more on that subject, but made arrangements for her coming to them at once. Morris was to leave his patient some medicine, and while he was preparing it Helen had time to notice her more carefully, admiring her ladylike manners, and thinking her smile the sweetest she had ever seen. Helen, on the way home, inquired of Morris what he knew of her. Nothing, except that she came to North Silverton a year ago, opening her shop, and by her faithfulness and obliging manners winning favor with all who employed her. And then she spoke of her fainting, telling how sudden it was and wondering if she was subject to such turns. Marian Hazleton had made a strong impression on Helen's mind, and she talked of her so much that Katie waited her appearance with anxiety. It was evening when she came, looking very white, and seeming to Helen as if she had changed since she saw her first. In her eyes there was a hopeless, weary expression, while her smile made one almost wish to cry, it was so sad, and yet so strangely sweet. Katie felt its influence at once, growing very confidential with the stranger, who during the half hour they were alone, drew from her every particular concerning her intended marriage. Very closely the dark blue eyes scrutinized little Katie, taking in first the faultless beauty of her face, and then going away down in the inmost depths of her character, as if to find out what was there. "Pure, loving, innocent, and unsuspecting," was Marian Hazleton's verdict, and she followed wistfully every movement of the young girl as she flitted around the room. "You look very young to be married," said Miss Hazleton to her once, and Katie answered, 18 next 4th of July, but Mr. Cameron is 30. "Is he a widower?" was the next question, which Katie answered with a merry laugh. "Mercy, no. I marry a widower? How funny. I don't believe he ever cared a fig for anybody but me. I mean to ask him." "I would," and the pale lips shut tightly together, while a resentful gleam shot for a moment across Marian's face. But it quickly passed away, and her smile was as sweet as ever, as she at last bade the family good night, and repaired to the little room where Wilford Cameron once had slept. A long time she stood before the glass, brushing her dark hair, and intently regarding her own features, while in her eyes there was a hard, terrible look, from which Katie Lennox would have shrunk abashed. But that too passed, and the eyes grew soft with tears as she turned away, and falling on her knees moaned sadly, "I never will. No, I never will. God help me to keep the promise. Were it the other, Helen, I might, for she could bear it. But Katie, that child, no, I never will." And as the words died on her lips there came struggling up from her heart a prayer for Katie Lennox's happiness, as fervent and sincere as any which had ever been made for her since she was betrothed. They grew to liking each other rapidly, Marian and Katie. the latter of whom thought her new friend greatly out of place as a dressmaker, telling her she ought to marry some rich man, calling her Marian altogether, and questioning her very closely of her previous life. But Marian only told her that she was born in London; that she learned her trade on the Isle of Wight, near to the Osborne House, where the royal family sometimes came, and that she had often seen the Queen, thus trying to divert Katie's mind from asking what there was besides that apprenticeship to the Mrs. True on the Isle of Wight. Once, indeed, she went further, learning that Marian's friends were dead; that she had come to America in hopes of doing better than she could at home; that she had stayed in New York until her health began to fail, and then had tried what country air would do, coming to North Silverton because a young woman who worked in the same shop was acquainted there, and recommended the place. This was all Katie could learn, and Marian's heart history, if she had one, was guarded carefully. One day Marian abruptly said: "I have lived in New York, you know, and why do you not ask if I ever saw these Camerons?" "You? Did you? Have you, really? And what are they like?" Katie almost screamed, skipping across the floor and seating herself by Marian, who replied: "Much like other ladies of their stamp. Proud and fashionable. The father I never saw, but your Mr. Cameron I used to see in the street driving his handsome bays." Anything relating to the pride and fashion of her future relations made Katie uncomfortable, and she remained silent, until Marian continued: "Sometimes there was a child in the Cameron carriage. Do you know who it was?" Delighted that she, too, could impart information, Katie hastened to say that it was probably "little Jamie, the orphan grandchild, whose parents died in Italy. Morris told me he met them in Paris, and he said Jamie's father died of consumption, and the mother, too, either then or afterward. At all events, Jamie was an orphan and a cripple. He will never walk, Morris says. And he told me so much about him, how patient he was and how good." Katie did not see the tears which threatened to mar the silk on which Marian Hazleton was working, for they were brushed away almost as quickly as they came, while in her usual voice she asked: "What was the cause of his lameness?" "I don't know just how it happened," Katie replied, "but believe it resulted from the carelessness of a servant in leaving him alone, or something." "A servant," Marian repeated, a flush rising to her cheek and a strange light flashing in her eye. She had heard all she cared to hear of the Camerons that day, and she was glad when Helen returned from the village, as her appearance diverted Katie's mind into another channel. Helen was very wretched during the pleasant May days she usually enjoyed so much, but over which now a dark pall was spread, shutting out all the brightness and leaving only the terrible certainty that Katie was lost to her forever. Only once, however, did she break entirely down, and that was when the dress was done, and Katie tried it on, admiring its effect, and having a second glass brought that she might see it behind. "Isn't it lovely?" she exclaimed. "And the more valuable because you made it. I shall think of you every time I wear it." And the impulsive girl wound her arms around Helen's neck, while Helen sank into a chair and sobbed aloud. "Oh, Katie, you won't forget me when you are rich and admired and can have all you want? You don't know how desolate it will be, knowing you are gone, never to come back again, just as you go away." In an instant Katie was on her knees before Helen, whom she tried to comfort by telling her how she should come back, come often, too, staying a long while; and that when she had a city home of her own, she should live with her for good, and they would be so happy. "I cannot quite give Wilford up to please you," she said, when that gigantic sacrifice suggested itself as something which it was possible Helen might require of her. "But I will do anything else. Only please don't cry, darling. It spoils all my pleasure." And Katie's soft hands wiped away the tears on her sister's face. Even Uncle Ephraim was not as cheerful as usual, and once when Katie came upon him suddenly, she found him resting from his work, and looking from the window far off across the hills, with a look which made her guess he was thinking of her, and stealing up beside him, she whispered: "Poor Uncle Eph, are you sorry, too?" He knew what she meant, and the aged chin quivered as he replied: "Yes, Katie did. Very sorry." That was all he said, and Katie, after smoothing his cheek a moment, kissed his silvery hair, and then stole away. In that household there was, after Katie, no one glad of that marriage except the mother, and she was only glad because of the position it would bring to her daughter. But among them all Morris suffered the most, and suffered more because he had to endure in secret, to cover up his sorrow so that no one guessed the pain it was for him to go each day where Katie was, and watch her as she sometimes donned a part of her finery for his benefit, asking him once if he did not almost wish he were in Wilford's place, so as to have as pretty a bride as she should make. Then Marion Hazleton glanced up in time to see the expression of his face, a look whose meaning she readily recognized, and when Dr. Grant left the farmhouse that day, another than himself knew of his love for Katie, drawing her breath hurriedly as she thought of taking back the words, "I never will," of revoking the decision, and telling Katie what Wilford Cameron should have told her long before. But the wild wish fled, and Wilford's secret was safe, while Marion watched Morris Grant with a pitying interest as he came among them, speaking always in the same kind, gentle tone, and trying so hard to enter into Katie's joy. "His burden is greater than mine. God help us both," Marion said as she resumed her work. And so amid joy and gladness the preparations went on until only 3 days remained before the eventful 10th. Marion Hazleton was going home, for she would not stay at the farmhouse until all was over, notwithstanding Katie's entreaties. Perhaps she would come to the church, she said, though she could not promise; and her manner was so strange as she gathered up her things that Katie wondered if in any way she could have been offended, and at last said to her timidly, "You are not angry with me for anything, are you?" Angry with you? And Katie never forgot the glitter of the tearful eyes, or their peculiar expression as they turned upon her. "No, oh no. I could not be angry with you, and yet, Katie Lennox, some in my position would hate you, contrasting your prospects with their own. But I do not. I love you. I bless you, and pray that you may be happy with your husband. Honor him, obey him, if need be, and, above all, never give him the slightest cause to doubt you. And now again, God bless you." She touched her lips to Katie's forehead, and when they were withdrawn there were great tears there which she had left. Marion's tears on Katie's brow. And truly, it was very meet that just before her bridal day Wilford Cameron's bride should receive such baptism from Marion Hazleton. End of chapters 7 and 8. Chapters 9 through 11 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Before the marriage. On the morning of the 9th day of June, 1800, Wilford Cameron stood in his father's parlor, surrounded by the entire family who, after their usually early breakfast, had assembled to bid him good-bye, for Wilford was going for his bride, and it would be months, if not a year, ere he returned to them again. They had given him up to his idol, asking only that none of the idol's family should be permitted to cross their threshold, and also that the idol should not often be allowed the privilege of returning to the place from whence she came. These restrictions had emanated from the female portion of the Cameron family, the mother, Juno, and Belle. The father, on the contrary, had sworn roundly, as he would sometimes swear at what he called the contemptible pride of his wife and daughters. Katie was sure of a place in his heart, just because of the pride which was building up so high a wall between her and her friends, and when at parting he held his son's hand in his, he said, "I charge you, Will, to be kind to that young girl. And don't, for heaven's sake, go to cramming her with airs and nonsense which she does not understand. Tell her I'll be a father to her. Her own, you say, is dead, and give her this as my bridal present." He held out a small-sized box containing a most exquisite set of pearls, such as he fancied would be becoming to the soft, girlish beauty Wilford had described. Something in his father's manner touched Wilford closely, making him resolve anew that if Kitty were not happy as Mrs. Cameron, it should not be his fault. His mother had said all she wished to say, while his sisters had been gracious enough to send their love to the bride. Wilford finally tore himself away, and at 3 o'clock that afternoon, drove through Silverton village, past the little church which the Silverton maidens were decorating with flowers, pausing a moment in their work to look at him as he went by. Among them was Marion Hazleton, but she did not look up, she only bent lower over her work, thus hiding the tears which dropped from the delicate bud she was fashioning into the words, "Joy to the bride," intending the whole as the center of the wreath to be placed over the altar, just where all could see it. "The handsomest man I ever saw," was the verdict of most of the girls as they came back to their work, while Wilfred drove on to the farmhouse, where Katie had been so anxiously watching for him. When he came in sight, however, and she knew he was actually there, she ran away to hide her blushes and the feeling of awe which had come suddenly over her for the man who was to be her husband. But Helen bade her go back, and so she went coyly in to Wilfred, who met her with loving caresses, and then showed her the plain broad band of gold, and tried it on her third finger, asking if she knew what it meant. The true woman spoke within her, and she answered tearfully, "Yes, I know. And I will try to prove worthy of what I shall be to you when I wear that ring for good." Katie was very quiet for a moment, but when he observed that she was looking tired, and asked if she had been working hard, the quiet fit was broken, and she told him of the dress we had made, that we, referring solely to Helen and Marion, for Katie had hardly done a thing. But it did not matter. She fancied she had, and she asked if he did not wish to see her dresses. Wilfred knew it would please Katie, and so he followed her into the room where they were spread out upon the tables and chairs, with Helen in their midst ready to pack them away. He shook hands with Helen, civilly, saying to her playfully, "I suppose that you are willing I should take your sister with me this time?" Helen could not answer, but turned away to hide her face, while Katie showed to her lover one dress after another, until she came to the little plaid which with a bright blush she told him was the very thing itself, the one intended for to-morrow, and asked if he did not like it. Wilfred could not help telling her yes, for he knew she wished him to do so, but in his heart he was thinking bad thoughts against the wardrobe of his bride-elect. Accustomed all his life to hearing dress discussed in his mother's parlor and in his sister's boudoir, it was natural he should think more of it and notice it more than Morris Grant would do, while for the last 5 weeks he had heard at home of little else than the probable tout ensemble of Katie's wardrobe, bought and made in the country, his mother deciding finally to write to her cousin Mrs. Harvey, who boarded at the Revere, and have her see to it before Katie left the city. Under these circumstances it was not strange that Wilfred did not enter into Katie's delight, even after she told him how Helen had made every stitch of the dress herself, and that it would on that account be very dear to her. This was a favorable time for getting the poplin off his mind, and with a premonitory "ahem," he said, "Yes, it is very nice, no doubt, but," and here he turned to Helen, "after Mrs. Ryan's services were declined, my mother determined to have 2 dresses fitted to Sister Bell, who I think is just Katie's size and figure. I need not say," and his eyes still rested on Helen, who gave him back an unflinching glance, "I need not say that no pains have been spared to make these garments everything they should be in point of quality and style. I have them in my trunk," and turning now to Katie, "it is my mother's special request that one of them be worn to morrow. You could take your choice, she said, either was suitable. I will bring them for your inspection." He left the room while Helen's face resembled a dark thundercloud, whose lightning shone in her flashing eyes as she looked after him, and then back to where Katie stood, bewildered and wondering what was wrong. "Who is Mrs. Ryan?" she asked. "What does he mean?" But before Helen could command her voice to explain, Wilfred was with them again, bringing the dresses over which Katie nearly went wild. She had never seen anything as elegant as the rich heavy poplin or the soft lustrous silk, while even Helen acknowledged that there was about them a finish which threw Miss Hazleton's quite in the shade. "Beautiful!" Katie exclaimed. "And trimmed so exquisitely. I do so hope they will fit." "I dare say they will," Wilfred replied, enjoying her appreciation of his mother's gift. "At all events they will answer for to morrow, and any needful alterations can be made in Boston. Which will you wear?" "Oh, I don't know. I wish I could wear both. Helen, which shall I?" and Katy appealed to her sister, who could endure no more, but hid her head among the pillows of the bed and cried. Katy understood the whole, and dropping upon the floor the silk to which she inclined the most, she flew to Helen's side and whispered to her, "Don't, Nellie, write before Wilford. I won't wear either of them. I'll wear the one you made. It was mean and vain in me to think of doing otherwise." During this scene Wilford had stolen from the room, and with him gone Helen was herself, capable of judging candidly and sensibly. She knew the city silk was handsomer and better suited for Wilford Cameron's bride than the country plaid, and so she said to Katy, "I would rather you should wear the one they sent. It will become you better. Suppose you try it on." And in seeking to gratify her sister Helen forgot in part her own cruel disappointment, and that her work of days had been for naught. The dress fitted well, though Katy pronounced it too tight and too long. A few moments, however, accustomed her to the length, and then her mother, Aunt Hannah, and Aunt Betsy came to see and admire, while Katy proposed going out to Wilford, but Helen kept her back. Aunt Betsy remarking under her breath that "she didn't see for the life on her how Catherine could be so free and easy with that man, when just the sight of him was enough to take away a body's breath." "More free and easy than she will be by and by," was Helen's mental comment as she proceeded to pack the trunk. Helen was a Christian girl, and many a time had she prayed in secret that He who rules the deep would keep its waters calm and still while her sister was upon them, and she prayed so now, constantly, burying her face once in her hands and asking that Katy might come back to them unchanged, if possible, and asking next that God would remove from her heart all bitterness toward the bridegroom. Wilford kept her with him in the parlor, kissing away the tears which flowed so fast when she recalled the prayer said that night by Uncle Ephraim, with her kneeling by him as she might never kneel again. He had called her by her name, and his voice was very sad as he commended her to God, asking that He would "be with our little Katy wherever she might go, keeping her in all the me-wandering scenes of life, and bringing her at last to His own heavenly home." Wilford himself was touched, and though he noticed the deacon's pronunciation, he did not even smile, and his manner was very respectful when, after the prayer over and they were alone, the white-haired deacon felt it incumbent upon him to say a few words concerning Katy. "She's a young rattle-headed creature, not much like your own kin, I guess. But, young man, she is as dear as the apple of our eyes, and I charge you to treat her well. She has never had a crossways word spoke to her all her life, and don't you be the first to speak it, nor let your folks browbeat her." As they were alone, and it was easier for Wilford to be humble and conciliatory, he promised all the old man required, and then went back to Katy. 10. Marriage at St. John's. There were more than a few lookers on to see Katy Lennox married, and the church was literally jammed for full 3/4 of an hour before the appointed time. Back by the door, where she commanded a full view of the middle aisle, Marion Hazleton sat, her face as white as ashes, and her eyes gleaming strangely wild even from beneath the thickly dotted veil she wore over her hat. Doubts as to her wisdom in coming there were agitating her mind, but something kept her sitting, just as others sat waiting for the bride until the party had arrived: Uncle Ephraim and Katy, Wilford and Mrs. Lennox, Dr. Morris and Helen, Aunt Hannah and Aunt Betsy, and they came slowly up the aisle, while countless eyes were turned upon them, every woman noticing Katy's dress sweeping the carpet with so long a trail, and knowing by some queer female instinct that it was city-made, and not the handiwork of Marion Hazleton, panting for breath in that pew near the door, and trying to forget herself by watching Dr. Grant. She could not have told what Katy wore. She would not have sworn that Katy was there, for she saw only two, Wilford and Morris Grant. She could have touched the former as he passed her by, and her hands clasped each other tightly, and then she turned to Morris Grant, growing content with her own pain, so much less than his as he stood before the altar with Wilford Cameron between him and the bride, which should have been his. How pretty she was in her wedding garb, and how like a bird her voice rang out as she responded to the solemn question: "Will you have this man to be thy wedded husband, etc. Katie's "I will" was heard clear and distinct, but when Wilford's voice said, "I, Wilford, take thee, Katie, to be my wedded wife," there was a slight confusion near the door, and those sitting by said to those in front that someone had fainted. Looking around, the audience saw the sexton leading Marian Hazleton out into the open air, where at her request he left her, and went back to see the closing of the ceremony which made Katie Lennox a wife. Morris's carriage was at the door, and the newly married pair moved slowly out, Katie smiling upon all, kissing her hand to some and whispering a good-bye to others, her rich silk rustling as she walked, while at her side was Wilford, proudly erect, and holding his head so high as not to see one of the crowd around him, until, arrived at the vestibule, he stopped a moment, and was seized by a young man with curling hair, saucy eyes, and that air of ease and assurance. "Mark Ray!" was Wilford's astonished exclamation, while Mark Ray replied, "You did not expect to see me here, neither did I expect to come until last night, when I found myself in the little village where you know Scranton lives. Then it occurred to me that as Silverton was only a few miles distant, I would drive over and surprise you, but I am too late for the ceremony, I see," and Mark's eyes rested admiringly upon Katie. Very modestly she received his congratulatory greeting, blushing prettily when he called her by the new name she had not heard before, and then, at a motion from Wilford, entered the carriage waiting for her. Close behind her came Morris and Helen, the former quite as much astonished at meeting Mark as Wilford had been. There was no time for conversation, and hurriedly introducing Helen as Miss Lennox, Morris followed her into the carriage with the bridal pair, and was driven to the depot, where they were joined by Mark, whose pleasant, good-humored sallies did much toward making the parting more cheerful than it would otherwise have been. It was sad enough at most, and Katie's eyes were very red, while Wilford was beginning to look chagrined and impatient, when at last the train swept around the corner, and the very last good-bye was said. Many of the village people were there to see Katie off, and in the crowd Mark had no means of distinguishing the Barlows from the others, except it were by the fond caresses given to the bride. Aunt Betsy he had observed from all the rest, from the general quaintness of her attire, and he touched Wilford's arm as she passed them by, and said, "Tell me, Will, quick, who is that woman in the poke bonnet and short slim dress?" Helen heard the query, and with a cheek crimsoned with anger, replied, "That, sir, is my aunt, Miss Betsy Barlow." "I beg your pardon, I really do. I was not aware," Mark began, lifting his hat involuntarily, and mentally cursing himself for his stupidity in not observing who was near to him, before asking personal questions. With a toss of her head, Helen turned away, forgetting her resentment in the more absorbing thought that Katie was really leaving her. The bell had rung, and the long train was under way, while from an open window a little white hand was thrust, waving its handkerchief until the husband quietly drew it in, experiencing a feeling of relief that all was over, and that unless he chose, his wife need never go back again to that vulgar crowd standing upon the platform, and looking with tearful eyes and aching hearts after the fast receding train. For a moment Mark talked with Morris Grant, explaining how he came there, and adding that on the morrow he too intended going on to Boston, to remain for a few days before Wilford sailed. Then, feeling that he must in some way atone for his awkward speech regarding Aunt Betsy, he sought out Helen, still standing like a statue and watching the feathery line of smoke rising above the distant trees. He knew he could not openly apologize, but he made what amends he could by talking to her so familiarly that Helen almost forgot how she hated him and all others who like him lived in New York and resembled Wilford Cameron. It was Mark who led her to the carriage which Morris said was waiting, Mark who handed her in, smoothing down carefully the folds of her dress, and then stood leaning against the door chatting with Morris, who thought once of asking him to enter and go back to Linwood. But when he remembered how unequal he was to entertaining anyone that day, he hesitated, saying merely, "On your way from Boston, call and see me. I shall be glad of your company then." "Which means that you do not wish it now," Mark laughingly rejoined as, offering his hand to both Morris and Helen, he again touched his hat politely and walked away. 11. After the marriage. "Why did you invite him to Linwood?" Helen began. "I am sure we have had city guests enough." "Oh, if Wilford Cameron had only never come, we should have had Katie now," and the sister love overcame every other feeling, making Helen cry bitterly as they drove back. Morris could not comfort her then, and so in silence he left her and went on his way to Linwood. Nothing had power to rouse Helen, who never realized how much she loved her young sister until now. It was a sad task picking up that disordered chamber bearing so many traces of Katie. It was some little solace to them all that day to follow Katie in her journey, saying, "She is at Worcester," or Framingham, or Newtown, and when at noon they sat down to their dinner in the tidy kitchen they said, "She is in Boston," and the saying so made the time which had elapsed since the morning seem interminable. Slowly the hours dragged, and at last Helen, who could bear the loneliness of home no longer, stole across the fields to Linwood, hoping in Morris's companionship to forget her own grief in part. But Morris was a sorry comforter then. His work for the day was over now, and he sat alone in his library when Helen came in, staring at sight of his face and asking if he was ill. "I have had a hard day's work," he said. "I am always tired at night," and he tried to smile and appear natural. "Are you very lonely at the farmhouse?" he asked, and then Helen broke out afresh, mourning sometimes for Katie, and again denouncing Wilford as proud and heartless. "Positively, Cousin Morris, he acted all the while he was in the church as if he were doing something of which he was ashamed. And then did you notice how impatient he seemed when the neighbors were shaking hands with Katie at the depot, and bidding her good bye? He looked as if he thought they had no right to touch her, she was so much their superior, just because she had married him, and he even hurried her away before Aunt Betsy had time to kiss her. I know it's wicked, Morris, as well as you, but somehow I find myself taking real comfort in hating Wilford Cameron." "That is wrong, Helen, all wrong." And Morris tried to reason with her, and he finally said to her, inadvertently, "If I can forgive Wilford Cameron for marrying our Katie, you surely ought to do so, for he has hurt me the most." "You, Morris, you, you?" Helen kept repeating, standing back still further and further from him, while strange overwhelming thoughts passed through her mind as she marked the pallid face, where was written since the morning more than one line of suffering, and saw in the brown eyes a look such as they were not wont to wear. "Morris, tell me truly, did you love my sister Katie?" And with an impetuous rush Helen knelt beside him as he answered, "Yes, Helen. God forgive me if it were wrong. I did love your sister Katie, and love her yet, and that is the hardest to bear." For a time Helen felt as if bereft of reason, while earth and sky seemed blended in one wild chaos as she thought, "Oh, why couldn't it have been? Why didn't you tell her in time?" And at last she said to him, "If Katie had known it! Oh, Morris, why didn't you tell her? She never guessed it, never. If she had, if she had!" Helen's breath came chokingly. "I am very sure. Yes, I know it might have been." "I doubt if you are right. I hope you are not. Katie loved me as her brother, nothing more, I am confident. Had she waited till she was older, God only knows what might have been, but now she is gone, and our Father will help me to bear, will help us both, if we ask him, as we must." There was a fresh bond of sympathy now between Morris and Helen, and the latter needed no caution against repeating what she had discovered. The secret was safe with her, and by dwelling on what might have been, she forgot to think so much of what was, and so the first days after Katie's departure were more tolerable than she had thought it possible for them to be. At the close of the fourth there came a short note from Katie, who was still in Boston at the Revere, and perfectly happy, she said, going into ecstasies over her husband, the best in the world, and certainly the most generous and indulgent. "Such beautiful things as I am having made," she wrote, "when I already had more than I needed, and so I told him, but he only smiled a queer kind of smile, and he said, 'Very true, you do not need them.' I wonder then why he gets me more. Oh, I forgot to tell you how much I liked his cousin, Mrs. Harvey, who boards at the Revere, and whom Wilford consults about my dress. I am somewhat afraid of her, too, she is so grand, but she pets me a great deal and laughs at my speeches. Mr. Ray is here, too, and I think him splendid. By the way, Helen, I heard him tell Wilford that you had one of the best shaped heads he ever saw, and that he thought you decidedly good looking. I must tell you now of the only thing which troubles me in the least, and I shall get used to that, I suppose. It is so strange Wilford never told me a word until she came, my waiting maid. Think of that! Little Katie Lennox with a waiting maid, who jabbers French half the time, for she speaks that language as well as her own, having been abroad with the family once before. That is why they sent her to me. They knew her services would be invaluable in Paris. Her name is Esther, and she came the day after we did. The steamer sails in 3 days, and I will write again before that time, sending it by Mr. Ray, who is to stop over one train at Linwood. Wilford has just come in and says I have written enough for now. Your loving, Katie Cameron. Helen sat a long time with the letter in her hand, cogitating upon its contents, and especially upon the part referring to herself, and what Mark Ray said of her. Every human heart is susceptible of flattery, and Helen was not an exception. Still, with her ideas of city men, she could not at once think favourably of Mark Ray, just for a few complimentary words which might or might not have been in earnest, and she found herself looking forward with nervous dread to the time when he would stop at Linwood, and of course call on her, as he would bring a letter from Katie. Very sadly to the inmates of the farmhouse rose the morning of the day when Katie was to sail. When the work was done, and Helen sat listlessly at her sewing, she was startled by the sound of wheels, and looking up saw the boy employed to carry packages from the express office, driving to their door with a trunk, which he said had come that morning from Boston. In some surprise Helen hastened to unlock it with the key which she found appended to it. The trunk was full, and over the whole a linen towel was folded, while on the top of that lay a letter in Katie's handwriting directed to Helen, who, sitting down upon the floor, broke the seal, and read aloud as follows: Boston, June Revere House, nearly midnight. My dear Sister Helen, I have just come in from a little party given by one of Mrs. Harvey's friends, and I am so tired, for you know that I am not accustomed to such late hours. The party was very pleasant indeed, and everybody was so kind to me, especially Mr. Ray, who stood by me all the time, and who somehow seemed to help me so that I knew just what to do, and was not awkward at all. I hope not, at least for Wilford's sake. You do not know how grand and dignified he is here in Boston, among his own set. He is so different from what he was in Silverton that I should be afraid of him if I did not know how much he loves me. He shows that in every action, and I am perfectly happy, except when I think that to-morrow night at this time I shall be on the sea, going away from you all. Here it does not seem far to Silverton, and I often look toward home, wondering what you are doing and if you miss me any. I wish I could see you once before I go, just to tell you all how much I love you. More than I ever did before, I am sure. And now I come to the trunk. I know you will be surprised at its contents, but you cannot be more so than I was when Wilford said I must pack them up and send them back, all the dresses you and Marian made. No, oh no!" And Helen felt her strength leave her wrists in one sudden throb as the letter dropped from her hand, while she tore off the linen covering and saw for herself that Katie had written truly. She could not weep then, but her face was white as marble as she again took up the letter, and commenced at the point where she had broken off. It seems that people traveling in Europe do not need many things, but what they have must be just right, and so Mrs. Cameron wrote for Mrs. Harvey to see to my wardrobe, and if I had not exactly what was proper, she was to procure it. It is very funny that she did not find a single proper garment among them all, when we thought them so nice. They were not just the style, she said, and that was very desirable in Mrs. Wilford Cameron. Somehow she tries to impress me with the idea that Mrs. Wilford Cameron is a very different person from little Katie Lennox, but I can see no difference, except that I am a great deal happier and have Wilford all the time. This afternoon the dresses came home, and they do look beautifully. But I really believe I like the old ones best, because you helped to make them, and when Wilfred said I must send them home, I went where he could not see me and cried, because well, I hardly know why I cried, unless I feared you might feel badly. Dearest Helen, don't, will you? I love you just as much, and shall remember you the same as if I wore the dresses. And tell mother not to mind. Tell her I never loved her so well as now, and that when I come home from Europe I shall bring her ever so many things. There is a new black silk for her in the trunk, and one for each of the aunties, while for you there is a lovely brown which Wilfred said was just your style, telling me to select as nice a silk as I pleased, and this he did, I think, because he guessed I had been crying. He asked me what made my eyes so red, and when I would not tell him he took me with him to the silk store and bade me get what I liked. Oh, he is the dearest, kindest husband, and I love him all the more because I am the least bit afraid of him. And now I must stop, for Wilfred says so. Dear Helen, dear all of you, I can't help crying as I say good-bye. Remember little Katy, and if she ever did anything bad, don't lay it up against her. Kiss Morris and Uncle Ephraim, and say how much I love them. Darling sister, darling mother, good-bye. This was Katy's letter, and it brought a gush of tears from the four women remembered so lovingly in it, the mother and aunts stealing away to weep in secret, without ever stopping to look at the new dresses sent to them by Wilfred Cameron. They were very soft, very handsome, especially Helen's rich golden brown, and as she looked at it she felt a thrill of satisfaction in knowing it was hers, but this quickly passed as she took out the garments she had folded with so much care, wondering when Katy would wear each one and where she would be. She will never wear them, never. They are not fine enough for her now, she exclaimed, and as she had just then come upon the little plaid, she laid her head upon the trunk lid, while her tears dropped like rain in among the discarded articles condemned by Wilfred Cameron. It seemed to her like Katy's grave, and she was still sobbing bitterly when a step sounded outside the window, and a voice called her name. It was Morris, and lifting up her head, Helen said passionately, "Oh, Morris, look! He has sent back all Katy's clothes, which you bought and I worked so hard to make. They were not good enough for his wife to wear, and so he insulted us. Oh, Katy, I never fully realized till now how wholly she is lost to us." "Helen, Helen!" Morris kept saying, trying to stop her, for close behind him was Mark Ray, who heard her distinctly, and glancing in, saw her kneeling before the trunk, her pale face stained with tears, and her dark eyes shining with excitement. Mark Ray understood it at a glance, feeling indignant at Wilfred for thus unnecessarily wounding the sensitive girl, whose expression, as she sat there upon the floor, with her face upturned to Morris, haunted him for months. Mark was sorry for her, so sorry that his first impulse was to go quietly away, and so spare her the mortification of knowing that he had witnessed that little scene. But it was now too late. As she finished speaking her eye fell on him, and coloring scarlet she struggled to her feet, and covering her face with her hands wept still more violently. Mark was in a dilemma, and whispered softly to Morris, "I think I had better leave. You can tell her all I had to say." But Helen heard him, and mastering her agitation, she said to him, "Please, Mr. Ray, don't go. Not yet, at least. Not till I have asked you of Katy. Did you see her off? Has she gone?" Thus importuned, Mark Ray came in, and began to answer her rapid questions, putting her entirely at her ease by his affable manner, and making her forget the littered appearance of the room, as she listened to his praises of her sister, who he said seemed so very happy, attracting universal admiration. No allusion whatever was made to the trunk during the time of Mark's stay, which was not long. If he took the next train to New York, he had but an hour more to spend, and feeling that Helen would rather he should spend it at Linwood, he soon arose to go. Offering his hand to Helen, there passed from his eyes into hers a look which had over her a strangely quieting influence, and prepared her for a remark which otherwise might have seemed out of place. "I have known Wilfred Cameron for years. He is my best friend, and I respect him as a brother. In some things he may be peculiar, but he will make your sister a kind husband. He loves her devotedly, I know, choosing her from the throng of ladies who would gladly have taken her place. I hope you will like him for my sake as well as Katie's." And with another good bye he was gone, without seeing either Mrs. Lennox, Aunt Hannah, or Aunt Betsy. This was not the time for extending his acquaintance, he knew, and he went away with Morris, feeling that the farmhouse, so far as he could judge, was not exactly what Wilford had pictured it. "But then he came for a wife, and I did not," he thought, while Helen's face came before him as it looked up to Morris, and he wondered, were he obliged to choose between the sisters, which he should prefer. During the few days passed in Boston he had become more than half in love with Katie himself, almost envying his friend the pretty little creature he had won. She was very beautiful and very fascinating in her simplicity, but there was something in Helen's face more attractive than mere beauty, and Mark said to Morris as they walked along, "Miss Lennox is not much like her sister." "Not much, no. But Helen is a splendid girl, more strength of character, perhaps, than Katie, who is younger than her years even. She has always been petted from babyhood. It will take time, or some great sorrow, to show what she really is." This was Morris's reply, and the two then proceeded on in silence until they reached the boundary line between Morris's farm and Uncle Ephraim's, where they found the deacon mending a bit of broken fence, his coat lying on a pile of stones, and his wide blue cotton trousers hanging loosely around him. When told who Mark was, and that he brought news of Katie, he greeted him cordially, and sitting down upon his fence listened to all Mark had to say. Between the old and young man there seemed at once a mutual liking. Morris did not feel much like entertaining Mark, but Mark was fully competent to entertain himself, and thought the hour spent at Linwood a very pleasant one, half wishing for some excuse to tarry longer; but there was none, and so he bade Morris good bye, and went on his way to New York. End of chapters 9 through 11. Chapters 12 and 13 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. First month of married life. If Katie's letters, written one on board the steamer and another from London, were to be trusted, she was as nearly perfectly happy as a young bride well can be, and the people at the farmhouse felt themselves more and more kindly disposed toward Wilford Cameron with each letter received. They were going soon into the northern part of England, and from thence into Scotland, Katie wrote from London, and 2 weeks after found them comfortably settled at the inn at Alnwick, near Alnwick Castle. Wilford had seemed very anxious to get there, leaving London before Katie was quite ready to leave, and hurrying across the country until Alnwick was reached. He had been there before, years ago, he said, but no one seemed to recognize him, though all paid due respect to the distinguished-looking American and his beautiful young wife. An entrance into Alnwick Castle was easily obtained, and Katie felt that all her girlish dreams of grandeur and magnificence were more than realized here in this home of the Percys. She would never tire of that place, she thought, but Wilford's taste led him elsewhere, and he took more delight, it would appear, in wandering around St. Mary's Church, which stood still upon a hill commanding a view of the castle and of the surrounding country. Here Katie also came, rambling with him through the village graveyard, where slept the dust of centuries, the tombstones bearing date backward for more than 100 years, their quaint inscriptions both puzzling and amusing Katie. One quiet summer morning, however, she felt too listless to wander about, and so sat upon the grass listening to the birds, while Wilford, at some distance from her, stood leaning against a tree and thinking sad thoughts, as his eye rested upon the headstone at his feet. Ginevra Lambert, aged 22, was the lettering upon it, and as he read it a feeling of reproach was in his heart, while he said, "I hope I am not glad to know that she is dead." He had come to Alnwick for the sole purpose of finding that humble grave, of assuring himself that after life's fitful fever, Ginevra Lambert slept quietly, forgetful of the wrong once done to her by him. It is true he had not doubted her death before, but as seeing was believing, so now he felt sure of it, and plucking from the turf above her a little flower growing there, he went back to Katy and sitting down beside her tried to devise some way of telling her what he had promised himself he would tell her there in that very yard where Ginevra was buried. But the task was harder now than before. Katy was so happy with him, trusting his love so fully that he dared not lift the veil and read to her that page hinted at once before in Silverton. Now she was his alone. Nothing could undo that, and there, where the rude headstone was gleaming in the sunlight, it seemed meet that he should tell her sad story. But Wilfred did not tell. It was not needful, he made himself believe, for her ever to know that once he met a maiden called Ginevra, almost as beautiful as she, but never so beloved. No, never. Wilfred said that truly, when that night he bent over his sleeping Katy, comparing her face with Ginevra's, and his love for her with his love for Ginevra. Thus far nothing had arisen to mar the happiness of his first weeks of married life, except the letters from Silverton, over which Katy always cried, until he sometimes wished that the family could not write. But they could, and they did. Even Aunt Betsy enclosed in Helen's letter a note, wonderful both in orthography and composition. There was a dark frown on Wilfred's face, and for a moment he felt tempted to withhold the note from Katy, but this he could not do then, so he gave it into her hands, watching her as with burning cheeks she read it through, and asking her at its close why she looked so red. "Oh, Wilfred," and she crept closely to him, "Aunt Betsy spells so queerly that I was wishing you would not always open my letters first. Do all husbands do so?" "Why, yes, I guess they do. My little wife has surely no secrets to hide from me." "No secrets," Katy answered. "Only I did not want you to see Aunt Betsy's letter, that's all." "I did not marry Aunt Betsy, I married you," was Wilfred's reply, which meant more than Katy guessed. There was a trip to Edinburgh, a stormy passage across the Straits of Dover, a 2 months' sojourn in Paris, and then they went to Rome, where Wilfred intended to pass the winter, journeying in the spring through different parts of Europe. He was in no haste to return to America. He would rather stay where he could have Katy all to himself, away from her family and his own. But it was not so to be, and not very long after his arrival at Rome there came a letter from his mother apprising him of his father's dangerous illness, and asking him to come home at once. So, about the 1st of December, Wilfred arrived in Boston, having taken a steamer for that city. His first act was to telegraph for news of his father, receiving in reply word that he was better, and there was now great hope of his recovery. "We might have stayed longer in Europe," Katy said, feeling a little chill of disappointment, not that her father-in-law was better, but at being called home for nothing, when her life abroad was so happy and free from care. Somehow the atmosphere of America seemed different from what it used to be. It was colder, bluer, the little lady said. "Yes, it is a heap colder," she sighed, charging her disquiet to the weather once, never dreaming of imputing it to her husband, who was far more its cause than was the December cold. He, too, though glad of his father's improvement, was sorry to have been recalled for nothing to a country which brought his old life back again, with all its forms and ceremonies, reviving his dread lest Katy should not acquit herself as was becoming Mrs. Wilfred Cameron. In his selfishness he had kept her almost wholly to himself, so that the polish she was to acquire from her travels abroad was not as perceptible as, now that he looked at her with his family's eyes, he could desire. Katy was Katy still, in spite of London, Paris, or Rome. To be sure there was about her a little more maturity and self-assurance, but in all essential points she was the same; and Wilfred winced as he thought how the free, impulsive manner which, among the Scottish hills, where there was no one to criticize, had been so charming to him, would shock his lady mother and sister Juno. And this it was which made him moody and silent, replying hastily to Katy when she said to him, "Please, Wilfred, telegraph to Helen to be with mother at the West Depot when we pass there to-morrow. The train stops 5 minutes, you know, and I want to see them so much. Will you, Wilfred?" She did not see the expression of his face as he answered quickly, "Yes, yes." A moment after he quitted the room, and it was then that Katy charged the day with what was strictly Wilfred's fault. Once she had said to Wilford, "Which of your sisters shall I like best?" And Wilford had answered her by asking, "Which do you like best? Books or going to parties in full dress?" "Oh, parties and dress," Katie had said, and Wilford had then rejoined, "You will like Juno best, for she is all fashion and gaiety, while Bluebell prefers her books." The voyage home had been long and wearisome, and Katie, who had suffered from seasickness, was feeling jaded and tired. So absorbed was she in her reverie as not to hear Wilford's steps as he came in, but when he stood behind her and took her head playfully into his hands, she started up, feeling that the weather had changed. It was not as cold and dreary in Boston as she had imagined, as she said to him at last, "You went out to telegraph, didn't you?" He had gone out with the intention of telegraphing as she desired, but in the hall below he had met with an old acquaintance who talked with him so long that he entirely forgot his errand, until Katie recalled it to his mind, making him feel very uncomfortable as he frankly told her of his forgetfulness. "It is too late now," he added. "Besides, you could only see them for a moment, just long enough to make you cry; a thing I do not greatly desire, inasmuch as I wish my wife to look her best when I present her to my family, and with red eyes she couldn't, you know." Wilford, having fairly broken the ice with regard to his family, told her how anxious he was that she should make a good first impression upon his mother. Did Katie remember that Mrs. Morley, whom they met at Paris, and could she not throw a little of her air into her manner, that is, could she not drop her girlishness when in the presence of others, and be a little more dignified? When alone with him he liked to have her just what she was, a loving, affectionate little wife, but the world looked on such things differently. Would Katie try? Wilford, when he commenced, had no definite idea as to what he should say, and without meaning it he made Katie moan piteously. "I don't know what you mean. I would do anything if I knew how. Tell me, how shall I be dignified?" She was crying so hard that Wilford, while mentally calling himself a fool and a brute, could only try to comfort her, telling her she need not be anything but what she was, that his mother and sisters would love her just as he did, and that daily association with them would teach her all that was necessary. Katie's tears were stopped at last, but the frightened, anxious look did not leave her face, even though Wilford tried his best to divert her mind. A nervous terror of her new relations had gained possession of her heart, and nearly the entire night she lay awake, pondering in her mind what Wilford had said, and thinking how terrible it would be if he should be disappointed in her after all. The consequence of this was that a very white, tired face sat opposite Wilford next morning at the breakfast served in their private parlor; nor did it look much fresher even after they were in the cars and rolling out of Boston. But when Wooster was reached, and the old home waymarks began to grow familiar, the color came stealing back, until the cheeks burned with an unnatural red, and the blue eyes fairly danced as they rested on the hills of Silverton. "Only 3 miles from mother and Helen. Oh, if I could go there," Katie thought, working her fingers nervously; but the express train did not pause there, and it went so swiftly by the depot that Katie could hardly discover who was standing there, whether friend or stranger. But when at last they came to West Silverton and the long train slowly stopped, the first object she saw was Dr. Morris driving down from the village. He had no intention of going to the depot, and only checked his horse a moment, lest it should prove restive if too near the engine. But when a clear young voice called from the window, "Morris! Hey, Cousin Morris! I've come!" His heart gave a great heavy throb, for he knew whose voice that was, and whose the little hand beckoning to him. He had supposed her far away beneath Italian skies, for at the farmhouse no intelligence had been received of her intended return; and in much surprise he reined up to the rear door, and throwing his lines to a boy, went forward to where Katie stood, her face glowing with delight as she flew into his arms, wholly forgetful of the last night's lecture on dignity, also forgetful of Wilford standing close beside her. He had not tried to hold her back when, at the sight of Morris, she sprang away from him; but he followed after, biting his lip, and wishing she had a little more discretion. Surely it was not necessary to have strangled Dr. Grant as she was doing. But Katie knew that Morris was there, the Morris whom, in her great happiness abroad, she had perhaps slighted by not writing directly to him but once. In Wilford's sheltering care she had not felt the need of this good cousin, as she used to do; but she was so glad to see him, wondering why he looked so thin and sad. Was he sick? She asked, gazing up into his face with a pitying look, which made him shiver as he answered: "No, not sick, though tired, perhaps, as I have at present an unusual amount of work to do." Quick to note a change in those he knew, he saw that her form was not quite so full, nor her cheeks so round; but she was weary with the voyage, she said, and knowing how seasickness will wear upon one's strength, Morris imputed it wholly to that, and believed she was, as she professed to be, perfectly happy. "Come, Katy, we must go now," Wilford said, as the bell rang its first alarm. "Yes, I know, but I have not asked half I meant to. Oh, how I want to go home with you, Morris!" Katy exclaimed. "I intended to have brought them heaps of things," she said, "but we came home so suddenly I had no time. Here, take Helen this. Tell her it is real," and the impulsive creature drew from her finger a small diamond set in black enamel, which Wilford had bought in Paris. "She did not need it, she had two more, and she was sure Wilford would not mind," she said, turning to him for his approbation. But Wilford did mind, and his face indicated as much, although he tried to be natural as he replied: "Certainly, send it if you like." In her excitement Katy did not observe it, but Morris did, and he at first declined taking it, saying Helen had no use for it, and would be better pleased with something not half as valuable. Katy, however, insisted, appealing to Wilford, who, ashamed of his first emotion, now seemed quite as anxious as Katy herself, until Morris placed the ring in his purse, and then bade Katy hasten, or she would certainly be left. One more wave of the hand, one more kiss thrown from the window, and the train moved on, Katy feeling like a different creature for having seen someone from home. "I am so glad I saw him, so glad I sent the ring, for now they will know I am the same Katy Lennox, and I think Helen sometimes feared I might get proud with you," she said, while Wilford pulled her rich fur around her, smiling to see how bright and pretty she was looking since that meeting with Dr. Grant. It was better than medicine. 13. Katy's first evening in New York. The elder Cameron was really better, and more than once he had regretted recalling his son, whom he knew had contemplated a longer stay abroad. But that could not now be helped. Wilford had arrived in Boston, as his telegram of yesterday announced; he would be at home to day; and No. Fifth Avenue was all the morning and a portion of the afternoon the scene of unusual excitement, for both Mrs. Cameron and her daughters wished to give the 6 months' wife a good impression of her new home. At first they thought of inviting company to dinner, but to this the father objected. "Katy should not be troubled the first day," he said. "It was bad enough for her to meet them all. They could ask Mark if they chose, but no one else." And so only Mark Ray was invited to the dinner, gotten up as elaborately as if a princess had been expected instead of little Katy, trembling in every joint, when Wilford whispered: "Come, darling, we are home at last." "Why do you shiver so?" he asked, wrapping her cloak around her and almost lifting her from the car. "I don't know. I guess I'm cold." And Katy drew a long breath as she thought of Silverton and the farmhouse, wishing so much that she was going into its low-walled kitchen. "What would our folks say?" she kept repeating to herself as she drove along the streets. With a great effort Katy kept her tears back, and was calm when they reached the brownstone front. Another moment and they stood within the marbled hall, Katy conscious of nothing but a vague consciousness of refined elegance, and that a handsome richly dressed lady came out to meet them, kissing Wilford quietly and calling him her son, that the same lady later turned to her, saying kindly: "And this is my new daughter." Then Katy came to life, and did that at the very thought of which she shuddered when a few months' experience had taught her the temerity of the act. She wound her arms impulsively around Mrs. Cameron's neck, rumpling her point lace collar, and sadly displacing the coiffure of the astonished lady, who had seldom received so genuine a greeting as that which Katy gave her, kissing her lips and whispering softly: "I love you now because you are Wilford's mother, but by and by because you are mine." And you will love me some, because I am his wife." Wilfred was horrified, particularly when he saw how startled his mother looked as she tried to release herself and adjust her tumbled headgear. It was not what he had hoped, nor what his mother had expected, for she was unaccustomed to such demonstrations. But under the circumstances Katie could not have done better. There was a tender spot in Mrs. Cameron's heart, and Katie touched it, making her feel a throb of affection for the childish creature suing for her love. "Yes, darling, I love you now," she said, removing Katie's clinging arms, and taking care that they should not enfold her a second time. "You are tired and cold," she continued. "You had better go at once to your rooms. You will find them in order, and I will send Esther up. There is plenty of time to dress for dinner," and with a wave of her hand she dismissed Katie up the stairs. To Katie it was perfect, and her first exclamation was one of delight. "Oh, how pleasant! How beautiful!" she cried, skipping across the soft carpet to the warm fire blazing in the grate. "A bay window, too, when I like them so much, and such handsome curtains and furniture. I shall be happy here." Fortunately for Katie, Esther had been in the family long enough to know just what they regarded as proper, as by this means a dinner dress was selected. "Very pretty, indeed," was Mrs. Cameron's verdict when at 5:30 she knocked at the door, and then came in to see her daughter, kissing her cheek and stroking her head, wholly unadorned except by the short silken curls. Mrs. Cameron had asked if she would not like to see Mr. Cameron, the elder, before going down to dinner, and Katie had answered that she would. So she followed to the room where Wilfred's father was sitting. He might not have felt complimented could he have known that something in his appearance reminded Katie of Uncle Ephraim. He was not nearly as old or as tall, nor was his hair as white, but the resemblance, if there were any, lay in the smile with which he greeted Katie, calling her his youngest child, and drawing her closely to him. It was remarked of Mr. Cameron that since their babyhood he had never kissed one of his own children; but when Katie, who looked upon such a salutation as a matter of course, put up her rosy lips, making the first advance, he could not resist them, and he kissed her twice. Hearty, honest kisses they were, for the man was strongly drawn toward the young girl, who said to him timidly, "I am glad to have a father. Mine died before I could remember him. May I call you so?" "Yes, yes. God bless you, my child." And Mr. Cameron's voice shook as he said it, for neither Belle nor Juno were wont to address him just as Katie did. She had already crept a long way into his heart, and he took her hand and holding it between his own said to her, "I did not think you were so small or young. You are my little daughter, my baby, instead of my son's wife. How do you ever expect to fulfill the duties of Mrs. Wilfred Cameron?" "It's my short hair, sir. I am not so young," Katie answered, her eyes filling with tears as she began to wish back the heavy braids which Ellen cut away when the fever was at its height. "Never mind, child," Mr. Cameron rejoined. "Youth is no reproach. There's many a one would give their right hand to be young like you." "It is time to go down, if Mrs. Cameron sees the young ladies before dinner," Wilfred's mother said a little stiffly; whereupon her better half startled Katie with the exclamation, "Mrs. Cameron? Thunder and lightning, wife! Call her Katie, and don't go into any nonsense of that kind." The lady reddened, but said nothing until she reached the hall, when she whispered to Katie apologetically, "Don't mind it. He is rather irritable since his illness, and sometimes makes use of coarse language." Katie had been a little frightened at the outburst, but she liked Mr. Cameron notwithstanding, and her heart was lighter as she went down to the library, where Wilfred met her at the door, and taking her on his arm led her in to his sisters, holding her back as he presented her, lest she should assault them as she had his mother. But Katie felt no desire to hug the tall, queenly girl whom Wilfred introduced as Juno, and whose large black eyes seemed to read her through as she offered her hand and very daintily kissed her forehead, murmuring something about a welcome to New York. Belle came next, broad-faced, plainer looking Belle, who yet had many pretensions to beauty, but whose manner, if possible, was frostier, cooler than her sister's. Of the two, Katie liked Juno best, for there was about her a flash and sparkle very fascinating to one who had never seen anything of the kind, and did not know that much of this vivacity was the result of patient study and practice. Katy would have known they were high bred, as the world defines high breeding, and something in their manner reminded her of the ladies she had seen abroad, ladies in whose veins lordly blood was flowing. She could not help feeling uncomfortable in their presence, especially as she felt that Juno's black eyes were on her constantly. Not that she could ever meet them looking at her, for they darted away the instant hers were raised, but she knew just when they returned to her again, and how closely they were scanning her. "Your wife looks tired, Will. Let her sit down," Belle said, herself wheeling the easy chair nearer to the fire, while Wilfred placed Katy in it. Then, thinking she would get on better if he were not there, he left the room, and Katy was alone with her new sisters. With their brother's departure the tongues of both the girls were loosened, and, standing nearer to Katy, they began to question her of what she had seen, Juno asking if she did not hate to leave Italy, and did not wish herself back again. Wholly truthful, Katy answered, "Oh, yes, I was very sorry. I would rather be there than here." "I suppose you will find Will a pattern husband," Juno said, after a moment's pause, and Katy replied, "There never could be a better, I am sure, and I have been very happy." "Has he never said one cross word to you in all these 6 months?" was Juno's next question, to which Katy answered truthfully, "Never." "And let you do as you please?" "Yes, just as I please," Katy replied, while Juno continued, "He must have changed greatly, then, from what he used to be, but marriage has probably improved him. He tells you all his secrets, too, I presume?" Anxious that Wilfred should appear well in every light, Katy replied at random, "Yes, if he has any." "Well, then," and in Juno's black eyes there was a wicked look, "perhaps you will tell me who was or is the original of that picture he guards so carefully?" "What picture?" and Katy looked up inquiringly, while Juno, with a little sarcastic laugh, continued, "Oh, he has not told you, then? I thought he would not, he seemed so angry and annoyed when he saw me with it once 3 or 4 years ago. I found it in his room, where he had accidentally left it, and was looking at it when he came in. It was the picture of a young girl, who must have been very beautiful, and I did not blame Will for loving her, if he ever did, but he need not have been so indignant at me for wishing to know who it was. I never saw him so angry or so much disturbed. I hope you will ferret the secret out and tell me, for I have a great deal of curiosity, fancying that picture had something to do with his remaining so long a bachelor. I do not mean that he does not love you," she added, as she saw how white Katy grew. "It is not to be expected that a man can live to be 30 without loving more than one. There was Sybil Grey, a famous belle, whom I thought at one time he would marry. But when Judge Granton offered, she accepted, and Will was left in the lurch." Belle had tried to stop her, but she had rattled on until now it was too late, and she could not recall her words, however much she might wish to do so. "Don't tell Will," she was about to say, when Will himself appeared, to take Katy out to dinner. Very beautiful and sad were the blue eyes which looked up at him so wistfully, and nothing but the remembrance of Juno's words, "He likes you best of all," kept Katy from crying outright, when he took her hand and asked if she was tired. "Let us try what dinner will do for you," he said, and in silence Katy went with him to the pleasant dining room, where the glare and the ceremony bewildered her. Never had Katy felt so embarrassed in her life as she did this night, when seated for the first time at dinner in her husband's home, with all those criticizing eyes upon her, as she knew they were. She had been very hungry, but her appetite was gone, and she almost loathed the rich food offered her, feeling so glad when the dinner was ended, and Wilfred asked if she would go then to Jamie's room. He was sitting in his wheel chair when they went in, and his eyes turned eagerly toward them, lighting up with pleasure when Wilfred said, "This is your Aunt Katy. You will love each other, I am sure." That they would love each other was very apparent as he said, "I am glad you have come, Aunt Katy, and you will tell me of the good doctor. He is your cousin, Uncle Wilfred says." With Jamie, Katy was perfectly at her ease. There was some affinity between him and herself, and she was glad Wilfred left them alone, as he wisely did, going back to where his mother and sisters were freely discussing his bride. A part of these criticisms Wilfred heard, and they made his blood tingle, for he had great faith in their opinions, even though he sometimes savagely combated them, and into his heart there crept a slight feeling of dissatisfaction toward Katy, now kneeling on the floor by Jamie's side, talking to him of Morris Grant, whose very name had a strange power to soothe her. "You don't seem like an aunt," Jamie said at last, smoothing her short hair. "You look so like a girl. I wonder, must I call you so? I guess I must, though, for Uncle Will told me to, and we all mind him, Grandma and all. Do you?" And the child looked curiously at her. Had Jamie's question been put to her 2 weeks ago, she would have hesitated in her answer, and even now she had not waked to the fact that in all essential points her husband's wish was the law she could not help obey, but she replied laughingly, "Yes, I mind him," while Jamie continued, "I love him so much, and he loves us and you. I heard him tell Grandma so, and by his voice I knew he was in earnest. He never loved anyone half so well before, he said, not even somebody, I forget who. A funny name it was." Katy felt almost as if she were doing wrong, but remembering what Juno had said of Sibyl Grey, she faintly asked, "Was Sibyl the name?" Jamie hardly thought it was. It seemed more like some town. Still it might have been, he said, and Katy's heart grew lighter, for Juno's idle words had troubled her, and Sibyl Grey most of all. But if her husband now loved her best, she did not care so much. Mark Ray was now in the library, Wilfred said, and Katy was glad. His friendly manner put Katy as much at her ease as it was possible for her to be in the presence of Wilfred's mother and sisters. "I suppose you have not seen your sister Helen? You know I called there," Mark said to Katy. But before she could reply a pair of black eyes shot a keen glance at the luckless Mark, and Juno's sharp voice said quickly, "Called on her? When, pray? I did not know you had the honor of Miss Lennox's acquaintance." Mark was in a dilemma. He had kept his call at Silverton to himself, as he did not care to be questioned about Katy's family, and now when it accidentally came out he tried to make some evasive reply, pretending that he had spoken of it and Juno had forgotten. But Juno knew better, and from that night dated a strong feeling of dislike, almost hatred for Helen Lennox, whom she affected to despise even though she could be jealous of her. Wisely changing the conversation, Mark asked Katy next to play, and as she seldom refused, she went at once to the piano, astonishing both Mrs. Cameron and her daughters with the brilliancy of her performance. Even Juno complimented her, saying she must have taken lessons very young. "When I was 10, Katy answered. "Cousin Morris gave me my first exercises himself. He plays sometimes." "Yes, I knew that," Juno replied. "Does your sister play as well as you?" Katy knew that Helen did not, and she answered frankly, "Morris thinks she does not. She is not as fond of it as I am." Then, feeling that she must in some way make amends for Helen, she added, "But she knows a great deal more than I do about books. Helen is very smart." It was late ere Mark bade them good night, so late that Katy began to wonder if he would never go, yawning once so perceptibly that Wilfred gave her a reproving glance, which sent the hot blood to her face, and drove from her every feeling of drowsiness. So she followed her husband to her room, where she was free to ask him what she must ask him before she could ever be quite as happy as she had been before. Juno's words kept recurring to her mind, and going up to the chair where Wilfred was sitting, she said timidly, "Will you answer me one thing, truly?" Alone with Katy, Wilfred felt all his old tenderness returning, and drawing her into his lap, he asked her what it was she wished to know. "Did you love anybody 3 or 4 years ago, or ever? That is, love them well enough to wish to make them your wife?" Katy could feel how Wilfred started as he said, "What put that idea in your head? Who has been talking to you?" "Juno," Katy answered. "She told me she believed that it was some other love which kept you a bachelor so long. Was it, Wilfred?" And Katy's lips quivered in a grieved kind of way as she put the question. "Juno be—" Wilfred did not say what, for he seldom swore, so he said instead, It was very unkind in Juno to distress you thus with matters about which she knew nothing." "But did you?" Katie asked again. "Was there not a Sibyl Grey, or some one of that name?" At mention of Sibyl Grey, Wilford looked relieved, and answered her at once. "Yes, there was a Sibyl Grey, Mrs. Judge Grandon now, and a dashing widow. Knowing she was a widow, I chose you, thus showing which I preferred. Few men live to be 30 without more or less fancies, which under some circumstances might ripen into something stronger, and I am not an exception. I never loved Sibyl Grey, nor wished to make her my wife. I admired her very much. I admire her yet, and among all my acquaintances there is not one upon whom I would care to have you make so good an impression as upon her, nor one whose manner you could better imitate." "Oh, will she call? Shall I see her?" Katie asked, beginning to feel alarmed at the very thought of Sibyl Grey, with all her polish and manner. "She is spending the winter in New Orleans with her late husband's relatives. She will not return till spring," Wilford replied. "But do not look so distressed, for I tell you solemnly that I never loved another as I love you. Do you believe me?" "Yes," and Katie's head drooped upon his shoulder. She was satisfied with regard to Sibyl Grandon, only hoping she would not have to meet her when she came home. "But the picture, whose was that? Not Sibyl's, certainly, else Juno would have known." The picture troubled her, but she dared not speak of it, Wilford had seemed so angry at Juno. Still she would probe him a little further, and so she continued. "I do believe you, and if I ever see this Sibyl I will try to imitate her. But tell me if, after her, there was among your friends one better than the rest, one almost as dear as I am, one whom you sometimes remember even now. Is she living, or is she dead?" Wilford thought of that humble grave far off in St. Mary's churchyard, and he answered quickly. "If there ever was such a one, she certainly is not living. Are you satisfied?" Katie answered that she was, but perfect confidence in her husband's affection had been terribly shaken by Juno's avowal, and his partial admission of an earlier love, and Katie's heart was too full to sleep, even after she had retired. End of chapters 12 and 13. Chapters 14 through 17 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. Extracts from Belle Cameron's diary. New York, December . After German philosophy and Hamilton's metaphysics, it is a great relief to have introduced into the family an entirely new element, a character the dissection of which is at once a novelty and a recreation. It is absolutely refreshing, and I find myself returning to my books with an increased vigor after an encounter with that simple-hearted, unsophisticated, innocent-minded creature, our sister-in-law, Mrs. Wilford Cameron. Such pictures as Juno and I used to draw of the stately personage who was one day coming to us as Wilford's wife, and of whom even mother was to stand in awe. Alas, how hath our idol fallen! And still I rather like the little creature, who the very first night nearly choked mother to death. But then the Camerons are all a set of icicles, encased in a refrigerator at that. If we were not we should thaw out when Katie leans on us so affectionately, and looks up at us so wistfully, as if pleading for our love. Wilford does wonders. He used to be so grave, so dignified and silent, that I never supposed he would bear having a wife meet him at the door with cooing and kisses, and climbing into his lap right before us all. Juno says it makes her sick, while mother is dreadfully shocked, and even Will sometimes seems annoyed, gently shoving her aside and telling her he is tired. Very pretty, but shockingly insipid, is Juno's verdict upon Mrs. Wilford, while mother says less, but looks a great deal more, especially when she talks about "my folks," as she did to Mrs. General Reynolds the very first time she called. I wonder if there is any truth in the rumor that Mrs. General Reynolds once taught a district school, and if she did, how much would that detract from the merits of her son, Lieutenant Bob? But what nonsense to be writing about him! Let me go back to Katie, who has no more idea of etiquette than Jamie in his wheelchair. Still, There is something very attractive about her, and Mrs. General Reynolds took to her at once, laughing merrily at her naive speeches, as she called them, speeches which made Will turn black in the face, they betrayed so much of rustic life and breeding. I fancy that he has given Katy a few hints, and that she is beginning to be somewhat afraid of him, for she watches him constantly when she is talking, and she does not now slip her hand into his as she used to when guests are leaving and she stands at his side. Neither is she quite so demonstrative when he comes up from the office at night, and there is a look upon her face which was not there when she came. They are taming her down, Mother and Juno, and to-morrow they are actually going to commence a systematic course of training, preparatory to her début into society, said début to occur on the night of the when Mrs. General Reynolds gives the party talked about so long. I was present when they met in solemn conclave to talk it over, Mother asking Will if he had any objections to Juno's instructing his wife with regard to certain things of which she was ignorant. Will's forehead knit itself together at first, and I half hoped he would veto the whole proceedings, but after a moment he replied: "No, providing Katy is willing. Her feelings must not be hurt." "Certainly not," Mother said. "Katy is a dear little creature, and we all love her very much, but that does not blind us to her deficiencies, and as we are anxious that she should fill that place in society which Mrs. Wilford Cameron ought to fill, it seems necessary to tone her down a little before her first appearance at a party." To this Will assented, and then Juno went on to enumerate her deficiencies, which as nearly as I can remember are these: she laughs too much and too loud, is too enthusiastic over novelties, has too much to say about Silverton and "my folks," quotes Uncle Ephraim and Sister Helen too often, and is even guilty at times of mentioning a certain Aunt Betsy. She does not know how to enter or cross or leave a room properly, or receive an introduction; or, in short, to do anything according to New York ideas as understood by the Camerons, etc. She is to be taught, toned down, Mother called it. How Father would have sworn, for he calls her his little sunbeam, and says he never should have gained so fast if she had not come with her sunny face and lively, merry laugh to cheer his sick room. Katy has had a fast friend in him and Jamie. But Mother and Juno, well, I shall be glad if they do not annihilate her altogether, and I am surprised that Will allows it. I wonder if Katy is really happy with us? She says she is, and is evidently delighted with the invitation to Mrs. Reynolds' party, and running with it to Wilford as soon as he came home. I may be conceited, Juno thinks I am, but really and truly, Belle Cameron's private opinion of herself is that at heart she is better than the rest of her family, and so I pity this little sister of ours, while at the same time I am exceedingly anxious to be present whenever Juno takes her in hand, for I like to see the fun. Were she at all bookish, I should avow myself her champion, and openly defend her; but she is not, and so I give her into the hands of the Philistines, hoping they will at least spare her hair, and not worry her life out on that head. It is very becoming to her, and several young ladies have whispered their intention of trying its effect upon themselves, so that Katy may yet be a leader of the fashion. 15. Toning down. Belle's diary continued. Such fun as it was to see Mother and Juno training Katy, showing her how to enter the parlor, how to arrange her dress, how to carry her hands and feet, and how to sit in a chair. Had I been Katy I should have rebelled, but she is far too sweet-tempered and anxious to please, while I half suspect that fear of my Lord Wilford had something to do with it, for when the drill was over, she asked so earnestly if we thought he would be ashamed of her, and there were tears in her great blue eyes as she said it. Hang Wilford! Hang the whole lot of them! I am not sure but I shall espouse her cause myself, or else tell Father, who will do it so much better. December . Another drill, with Juno commanding officer, while the poor little private seemed completely worried out. This time there were open doors, but so absorbed were Mother and Juno as not to hear the bell, and just as Juno was saying, "Now imagine me Mrs. General Reynolds, to whom you are being presented," while Katy was bowing almost to the floor, who should appear but Mark Ray, stumbling square upon that ludicrous rehearsal, and of course bringing it to an end. No explanation was made, nor was any needed, for Mark's face showed that he understood it, and it was as much as he could do to keep from roaring with merriment. I am sure he pitied Katy, for his manner toward her was very affectionate and kind, and once she left the room he complimented her highly. Juno's face was like a thundercloud, for she was as much in love with Mark Way as she was once with Dr. Grant, and is even jealous of his praise of Katy. Glad am I that I never yet saw the man who could make me jealous, or for whom I cared a pin. January 10. The last time I wrote in my journal was just before the party, which is over now, the long talked of affair at which Katy was the reigning belle. I don't know how it happened, but happen it did, and Juno's glory faded before that of her rival, whose merry, ringing laugh frequently penetrated to every room, and made more than one look up in surprise. But when Mrs. Humphreys said, "It's that charming little Mrs. Cameron, the prettiest creature I ever saw, her laugh is so refreshing and genuine," the point was settled, and Katy was free to laugh as loudly as she pleased. She did look beautiful, and when she was dressed we sent her in to father, who had asked to see her. And now comes the strangest thing in the world. "You are very beautiful, little daughter," father said. "I almost wish I was going with you to see the sensation you are sure to create." Then straight into his lap climbed Katy, father's lap, where none of us ever sat, I am sure, and began to coax him to go, telling him she should appear better if he were there, and that she should need him when Wilfred left her, as of course he must a part of the time. And father actually dressed himself and went. But Katy did not need him after the people began to understand that Mrs. Wilfred Cameron was the rage. Even Sibyl Grey in her palmiest days never received such homage as was paid to the little Silverton girl. To do her justice, she bore her honors well, and when we were in the carriage and father complimented her upon her success, she only said, "If I pleased you all, I am glad." February . Poor Katy! Dissipation is beginning to wear upon her, for she is not accustomed to our late hours, and sometimes falls asleep while Esther is dressing her. But go she must, for Wilfred wills it so, and she is but an automaton to do his bidding. Latterly she has taken to me, and now sitting down before the fire, into which her blue eyes looked with a steady stare, she said, "I wish I might stay here with you to night. I have heard this opera before, and it will be so tiresome. I get so sleepy while they are singing, for I never care to watch the acting. I did at first when it was new, but now it seems insipid to see them make believe, while the theatre is worse yet." And she gave a weary yawn. In less than 3 months she has exhausted fashionable life, and I looked at her in astonishment, asking what would please her if the opera did not. What would she like? Turning her eyes full upon me, she exclaimed, "I do like it some, I suppose, only I get so tired. I like to ride, I like to skate, I like to shop, and all that. But oh, you don't know how I want to go home to mother and Helen. I have not seen them for so long, but I am going in the spring, going in May. How many days are there in March and April?" 61, she continued. "Then I may safely say that in 80 days I shall see mother, and all the dear old places. It is not a grand home like this. You, Belle, might laugh at it. Juno would, I am sure, but you do not know how dear it is to me, or how I long for a sight of the hills where Helen and I used to play. Helen is a darling sister, and I know you will like her." March 1st. As it was in the winter, so it is now. Mrs. Wilfred Cameron is the rage, the bright star of society, which quotes and pets and flatters and even laughs at her by turns; and Wilfred, though still watchful, lest she should do something outré, is very proud of her, insisting upon her accepting invitations, sometimes 2 for one evening, until the child is absolutely worn out, and said to me once, when I told her how well she was looking and how pretty her dress was, "Yes, pretty enough, but I am so tired. If I could lie down on mother's bed in a shilling calico, just as I used to do." Mother's bed seems at present to be the height of her ambition, the thing she most desires, and as Juno fancied it must be the feathers she is sighing for, she wickedly suggests that Wilford either buy a feather bed for his wife, or else send to that Aunt Betsy for the one which was to be Katie's setting out. They go to housekeeping in May, and on Madison Square, too. I think Wilford would quite as soon remain with us, for he does not fancy change. But Katie wants a home of her own, and I never saw anything more absolutely beautiful than her face when father said to Wilford that No. Madison Square was for sale, advising him to secure it. But when mother intimated that there was no necessity for the two families to separate at present, that Katie was too young to have charge of a house, there came into her eyes a look of such distress that it went straight to father's heart, and calling her to him, he said, "Tell me, Sunbeam, what is your choice? To stay with us, or have a home of your own?" Katie was very white, and her voice trembled as she replied, "You have been kind to me here, and it is very pleasant, but I'm sure I should like the housekeeping best. I am not so young, either. 19 in July, and when I go home next month I can learn so much of Aunt Betsy and Aunt Hannah." Mother looked at Wilford then, but he was looking into the fire, with an expression anything but favorable to that visit home, fixed now for April instead of May. But Katie has no discernment, and believes she is actually going home to learn how to make apple dumplings and pumpkin pies. In spite of mother, the house is bought, and now she is gone all day, deciding how it will be furnished, always leaving Katie out of the question as if she were a cipher, and only consulting Wilford's choice. They will be happier alone, I know. 16. Katie. For nearly 4 months Katie had been in New York, drinking from the cup of folly and fashion held so constantly to her lips. But she cloyed of it at last, and what at first had been so eagerly grasped began to grow insipid and dull. To be the belle of every place, to know that her dress, her style, and even the fashion of her hair was copied and admired, was gratifying to her, because she knew how much it pleased her husband, who was never happier or prouder than when, with Katie on his arm, he entered some crowded parlor and heard the buzz of admiration as it circled around; while Katie, simple-hearted, blushed like a little child, wondering at the attentions lavished upon her, and attributing them mostly to her husband. That he had so honored her made her love him with a strange kind of grateful clinging love, which as yet would acknowledge no fault in him, no wrong, no error; and if ever a shadow did cloud her heart, she was the one to blame, not Wilford. He was right, he the idol she worshipped, he the one for whose sake she tried so hard to drop her country ways and conform to the rules his mother and sister taught, submitting with the utmost good nature to what Bell had called the drill, but it must be confessed not succeeding very well in imitating Juno. Mrs. Cameron had at first been greatly shocked at Katie's want of propriety, looking on aghast when she wound her arms around Wilford's neck or sat upon his knee. But to the elder Cameron the sight was a pleasant one, bringing back sunny memories of a summer time years ago when he was young, and a fair bride had for a few weeks made this earth a paradise to him. For Wilford's sake Katie would do anything, and as from some things he had dropped she guessed that her manner was not quite what suited him, she submitted to much which would otherwise have been excessively annoying. But she was growing tired now, and it told upon her face, but Wilford paid no heed to her complaints of weariness, but kept her in the circle which welcomed her so warmly and would have missed her so much. Little by little it had come to Katie that she was not quite as comfortable in her husband's family as she would be in a house of her own. The constant watch kept over her by Mrs. Cameron and Juno irritated and fretted her. And so Katie caught eagerly at the prospect of a release from the restraint of No. , seeming so anxious that Wilford, almost before he was aware of it himself, became the owner of one of the most desirable situations on Madison Square. Katie built many a castle of her new home, where mother could come with Helen and Dr. Grant. Somehow she never saw Uncle Ephraim nor his wife, nor yet Aunt Betsy there. She knew how out of place they would appear, and how they would annoy Wilford; but surely to her mother and Helen there could be no objection, and when she first went over the house, she designated mentally this room as her mother's, and another one as Helen's, thinking how each should be fitted up with direct reference to their tastes. And Wilford heard it all, making no reply, but considering how he could manage best so as to have no scene, for he had not the slightest intention of inviting either Mrs. Lennox or Helen to visit him, much less to become a part of his household. Very pleasant indeed were the pictures Katy drew of the new house where Helen was to come, but pleasanter far were her pictures of that visit to Silverton to occur in April. There was a kind of peace to be made with Helen, too, Katy feared, for Helen had sent back the diamond ring, saying it was not suitable for her, but never hinting that she had drawn from Morris the inference that Wilford was not well pleased at having his wife thus dispose of his costly presents. Katy had cried when she received the ring, feeling that something was wrong, and longing so much for the time when she could make it right. "One more week, and then it is April," she said to Wilford one evening after they had retired to their room, and she was talking of Silverton. "I guess I had better go about the 10th. Shall you stay as long as I do?" Wilford bit his lip, and after a moment replied, "I have been talking with mother, and we think April is not a good time for you to be in the country. It is so wet and cold. You had better not go till summer, and then I want you here to help order our furniture." "Oh, Wilford!" And Katy's voice trembled, for from past experience she knew that for Wilford to object to her plans was equivalent to a refusal, and her heart throbbed with disappointment as she tried to listen while Wilford urged many reasons why she should not go, convincing her at last that of all times for visiting Silverton spring was the worst, that summer or autumn were better, and that it was her duty to remain where she was until such time as he saw fit for her to do otherwise. This was the meaning of what he said, and though his manner was guarded and his words kind, they were very conclusive, and with one gasping sob Katy gave up Silverton, charging it more to Mrs. Cameron than to Wilford, and writing next day to Helen that she could not come just then, but after she was settled they might surely expect her. With a bitter pang Helen read this letter to the three women who had so much anticipated Katy's visit, and each of whom cried quietly over her disappointment, while even Uncle Ephraim went back to his work that afternoon with a sad, heavy heart, for now his labor was not lightened by thoughts of Katy's being there soon. 17. The New House. It was a cruel thing for Wilford Cameron to try thus to separate Katy from the hearts which loved her so much; and as he felt reproached, there was an increased tenderness in his manner toward her, particularly as he saw how sad she was for a few days after his decision. But Katy could not be sorry long, and in the excitement of settling the new house her spirits rallied, and her merry laugh thrilled like a bird through the rooms where the workmen were so busy, and where Mrs. Cameron was the real superintendent, though there was always a show of consulting Katy, who nevertheless was a mere cipher in the matter. In everything the mother had her way, until it came to the room designed for Helen, and which Mrs. Cameron was for converting into a kind of smoking or lounging room for Wilford and his associates. Katy must not expect him to be always devoted to her, as he had been during the winter, she said. He had a great many bachelor friends, and now that he had a house of his own, it was natural that he should have some place where they could spend an hour or so with him without the restraint of ladies' society, and this was just the room: large, airy, quiet, and so far from the parlors that the odor of the smoke could not reach them. Katy had submitted to much without knowing that she was submitting. But something Belle had dropped that morning had awakened a suspicion that possibly she was being ignored, and the wicked part of Helen would have enjoyed the look in her eye as she said, decidedly, not to Mrs. Cameron, but to Wilford, "I have from the very first decided this chamber for Helen, and I cannot give it up for a smoking room. You never had one at home. Why did you not, if it is so necessary?" Wilford could not tell her that his mother would as soon have brought into her house one of Barnum's shows as to have had a room set apart for smoking, which she specially disliked. Neither could he at once reply at all, so astonished was he at this sudden flash of spirit. Mrs. Cameron was the first to rally, and in her usual quiet tone she said, "Indeed, I did not know that your sister was to form a part of your household. When do you expect her?" And her cold gray eyes rested steadily upon Katy, who never before so fully realized the distance there was between her husband's friends and her own. But as the warm will turn when trampled on, so Katy, though hitherto powerless to defend herself, aroused in Helen's behalf, and in a tone as quiet and decided as that of her mother-in-law, replied, "She will come whenever I write for her. It was arranged from the first. Wasn't it, Wilford?" And she turned to her husband, who, unwilling to decide between a wife he loved and a mother whose judgment he considered infallible, affected not to hear her, and stole from the room, followed soon by Mrs. Cameron, so that Katy was left mistress of the field. After that no one interfered in her arrangement of Helen's room, which, with far less expense than Mrs. Cameron would have done, she fitted up so cosily that Wilford pronounced it the pleasantest room in the house. It was a very happy day for Katy, and when she first sat down to dinner in her own handsome home, her face shone with a joy which even the presence of her mother-in-law could not materially lessen. Wilford warmly commended Katy, but spoiled the pleasure his commendation would have given by telling her that Sybil Grandon had returned, that he saw her on Broadway, that she had made many inquiries concerning Katy, and saying that as she drove past the house that morning, she was strongly tempted to waive all ceremony and run in, knowing she should be pardoned, for the sake of auld lang syne. All this Wilford repeated to Katy, but he did not tell her how, at the words auld lang syne, Sybil had turned her fine eyes upon him with an expression which made him color, for he knew she was referring to the time when her name and his were always coupled together. Anxious to change the conversation to something more agreeable to herself, she began to talk of their house, thus diverting her own mind from Sybil Grandon, who after a few days ceased to be a bugbear, Wilford never mentioning her again. In her girlhood Katy had evinced a taste for housekeeping, which now developed so rapidly that she won the respect of all the servants, from the man who answered the bell to the accomplished cook, and who, like most accomplished cooks, was cross and opinionated, but who did not find it easy to scold the blithe little woman who every morning came flitting into her dominions, not asking what they would have for dinner, as she had been led to suppose she would, but ordering it with a matter-of-course air which amused the usually overbearing Mrs. Phillips. But when the little lady, rolling her sleeves and donning the white apron which Phillips was reserving for afternoon, announced her intention of surprising Wilford with a pudding such as Aunt Betsy used to make, there were signs of rebellion, Phillips telling her bluntly that she couldn't be bothered; that it was not a lady's place in the kitchen underfoot; that the other Mrs. Cameron never did it, and would not like it in Mrs. Wilford. For a moment Katy paused, and looked straight at Mrs. Phillips. Then, without a word of reply to that worthy's remarks, said quietly, "I have only 6 eggs here. The receipt is 10. Bring me 4 more, please." There was something in the blue eyes which compelled obedience, and the dessert progressed without another word of remonstrance. But when the door bell rang, and word came down that there were ladies in the parlor, Juno with someone else, Phillips would not tell her of the flower in her hair; and as Katy, after casting aside her apron and putting down her sleeves, only glanced hastily at herself in the hall mirror as she passed it, she appeared in the parlor with this mark upon her curls, and, greatly to her astonishment, was presented to Mrs. Sybil Grandon. For a moment the room turned dark, and Katy felt that she was falling. It was so sudden, so unexpected, and she so unprepared. But Sybil's familiar manner soon quieted her, and she was able at last to look fully at her visitor, finding her not as handsome as she expected, nor as young, but in all other points she had not perhaps been exaggerated. Cultivated and self-possessed, she was still very pleasing in her manner, making Katy feel wholly at ease by a few well-timed compliments, which had the merit of seeming genuine. To Katy she was very gracious, admiring her house, admiring herself, admiring everything, until Katy wondered how she could ever have dreaded to meet her, laughing and chatting as familiarly as if the fashionable woman were not criticizing every movement and every act and every feature of her face, wondering most at the flower upon her hair. Juno wondered too, but knowing Katy's domestic propensities suspected the truth, and feigning some errand with Phillips, she excused herself for a moment and descended to the kitchen, where she was not long in hearing about Katy's queer ways, coming where she was not needed, and making country puddings after some heathenish aunt's rule. There was a sarcastic smile upon Sybil's lip as she wished Mrs. Cameron success, and then departed, leaving Katy to finish the dessert, which, when ready for the table, was certainly very inviting, and would have tempted the appetite of any man who had not been a listener to matters not wholly conducive to his peace of mind. On his way home Wilfred had stopped at his father's, finding Juno, who had just come in, relating the particulars of her call upon his wife, and as she did not think it necessary to stop for him, he heard of Katie's misdoings, and her general appearance in the presence of Sybil Grandin, whom she entertained with a description of "our folks' favorite dishes," together with Aunt Betsy's receipts. This was the straw too many, and since his marriage Wilfred had not been as angry as he was while listening to Juno, who reported Sybil's verdict on his wife. "A domestic little body, and very pretty." Wilfred did not care to have his wife domestic. He did not marry her for that, and in a mood anything but favorable to the dessert Katie had prepared with so much care he went home. When the important moment arrived, and the dessert was brought on, he promptly declined it, even after her explanation that she made it herself, just to gratify and astonish him, urging him to try it for the sake of pleasing her, if nothing more. But Wilfred was not hungry then, and even had he been, he would have chosen anything before a pudding formed from a receipt of Betsy Barlow, so the dessert was untasted even by Katie herself, who, knowing now that something had gone wrong, sat fighting back her tears until the servant left the room, when she timidly asked, "What is it, Wilfred? What makes you seem so—" She would not say cross, and substituted "queer," while Wilfred plunged at once into the matter by saying, "Juno tells me she called here this afternoon with Mrs. Grandin." "Yes, I forgot to mention it," Katie answered, feeling puzzled to know why that should annoy her husband. But his next remarks disclosed the whole, and Katie's tears flowed fast as Wilfred asked what he supposed Mrs. Grandin thought, to see his wife looking as if fresh from the flour barrel, and to hear her talk about Aunt Betsy's receipts and our folks. "That is a bad habit of yours, Katie," he continued, "one of which I wish you to break yourself if possible. I have never spoken to you directly on the subject before, but it annoys me exceedingly, inasmuch as it is an indication of low breeding." There was no answer from Katie, whose heart was too full to speak, and so Wilfred went on. "Our servants were selected by mother with a direct reference to your youth and inexperience, and it is not necessary for you to frequent the kitchen, or indeed to go there oftener than once a week. Let them come to you for orders, not you go to them. Neither need you speak quite so familiarly to them, treating them almost as if they were your equals. Try to remember your true position, that whatever you may have been you are now Mrs. Wilfred Cameron, equal to any lady in New York." They were in the library now, and the soft May breeze came stealing through the open window, stirring the fleecy curtain and blowing across the tasteful bouquet which Katie had arranged. But Katie was too wretched to care for her surroundings. It was the first time Wilfred had ever spoken to her just in this way, and his manner hurt her more than his words, making her feel as if she were an ignorant, ill-bred creature whom he had raised to a position she did not know how to fill. It was cruel thus to repay her attempts to please, and so, perhaps, Wilfred thought, as he sat looking at her weeping so bitterly. But he was too indignant to make any concession then, and he suffered her to weep in silence until he remembered that his mother had requested him to bring her around that evening, as they were expecting a few of Juno's friends, and among them Sybil Grandin. If Katie went he wished her to look her best, and he unbent so far as to try to check her tears. But Katie could not stop, and she wept so passionately that Wilfred's anger subsided, leaving only tenderness and pity for the wife he tried so hard to soothe, telling her he was sorry, and suing for forgiveness, until the sobbing ceased, and Katie lay passively in his arms, her face so white, and the dark rings about her eyes showing so distinctly, that Wilfred did not press her when she declined his mother's invitation. He could go, she said, urging so many reasons why he should, that, for the first time since their marriage, he left her alone, and went to where Sybil Grandin smiled her sunniest smile, and put forth her most persuasive powers to keep him at her side, expressing so much regret that he did not bring his charming little wife, who completely won her heart. She was so childlike and simple-hearted, laughing so merrily when she discovered the flower on her hair, but not seeming to mind it in the least. Really, she did not see how it happened that he was fortunate enough to win such a domestic treasure. Where did he find her? If Sybil Grandin meant this to be complimentary, it was not received as such, Wilford almost grating his teeth with vexation as he listened to it, and feeling doubly mortified with Katy, whom he found waiting for him when at a late hour he left the society of Sybil Grandon, and repaired to his home. To Katy the time of his absence had seemed an age, for her thoughts had been busy with the past, gathering up every incident connected with her married life since she came to New York, and deducing from them the conclusion that "Wilford's folks" were ashamed of her, and that Wilford himself might perhaps become so, if he were not already. That would be worse than death itself, and the darkest hours she had ever known were those she spent alone that night, sobbing so violently as to bring on a racking headache, which showed itself upon her face and touched Wilford at once. Sybil Grandon was forgotten in those moments of contrition when he ministered so tenderly to his suffering wife, whom he felt that he had wronged. But somehow he could not tell her so then. It was not natural for him to confess his errors. There had already been a struggle between his duty and his pride when he had done so, and now the latter conquered. Wilford could accord forgiveness far more graciously than he could ask it, and so peace was restored again, and Katy's face next day looked bright and happy when seen in her new carriage, which took her down Broadway to Stewart's, where she encountered Sybil Grandon, and with her Juno Cameron. From the latter Katy instinctively shrank, but she could not resist the former, who greeted her so familiarly that Katy readily forgave her the pain of which she had been the cause, and could even speak of her to Wilford without a pang when he next came home to dinner. Still she could not overcome her dread of meeting her, and she grew more and more averse to mingling in society, where she might do many things to mortify her husband or his family, and thus provoke a scene she hoped never again to pass through. "Oh, if Helen were only here!" she thought, as she began to experience a sensation of loneliness she had never felt before. But Helen was not there, nor yet coming there at present. One word from Wilford had settled that, convincing Katy that it was better to wait until the autumn, inasmuch as they were going so soon to Saratoga and Newport. They were not as happy in the new home as she had expected to be, but the fault did not lie with Katy. She performed well her part, and more, taking upon her young shoulders the whole of the burden which her husband should have helped her bear. End of chapters 14 through 17. Chapters 18 and 19 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. Marian Hazleton. The last days of June had come, and Wilford was beginning to make arrangements for removing Katy from the city before the warmer weather. To this he had been urged by Mark Ray's remarking that Katy was not looking as well as when he first saw her 1 year ago. She had grown thin and pale, he said. Had Wilford remarked it? Wilford had not. She complained much of headache, but that was only natural. Still he wrote to the Mountain House that afternoon to secure rooms for himself and wife, and then at an earlier hour than usual went home to tell her of the arrangement. Katy was out shopping, Esther said, and had not yet returned, adding, "There is a note for her upstairs, left by a woman who insisted on seeing the house until I took her over it, showing her every room." "A strange woman went over my house in Mrs. Cameron's absence? Who was it?" Wilford asked hastily, visions of Helen or possibly Aunt Betsy rising before his mind. "She said she was a friend of Mrs. Cameron, and that she knew she would allow the liberty," Esther replied, thus confirming Wilford in his suspicions that some country acquaintance had thrust herself upon them, and hastening up to Katy's room where the note was lying, he took it up and examined the superscription, examined it closely, holding it up to the light full a minute, and forgetting to open it in his perplexity and the train of thought it awakened. "They are singularly alike," he said, and still holding the note in his hand, he went downstairs to the library, and opening a drawer of his writing desk, which was always kept locked, he took from it a picture and a bit of soiled paper, on which was written, "I am not guilty, Wilford, and God will never forgive the wrong you have done to me." There was no name or date, but Wilford needed neither, for he knew well whose hand had penned those lines, and he sat looking at them, comparing them at last with the Mrs. Wilford Cameron, which the strange woman had written. Then, opening the note, he read that, having returned to New York, and wishing employment either as seamstress or dressmaker, Marian Hazleton had ventured to call upon Mrs. Cameron, remembering her promise to give her work if she should desire it. The note concluded by saying: "I am sure you will pardon me for the liberty I took of going over the house. It was a temptation I could not resist. You have a delightful home. God grant you may be happy in it. You see I have also made bold to write this in your library, for which I beg pardon. Yours truly, Marian Hazleton, No. 4th Street, 4th floor, New York." "Who is Marian Hazleton?" Wilfred asked himself as he threw down the missive. "Some of Katie's country friends, I dare say. Seems to me I have heard that name. She certainly writes as Ginevra did, except that this Hazleton's is more decided and firm. Poor Ginevra!" There was a pallor about Wilfred's lips as he said this, and taking up the picture he gazed for a long time upon the handsome girlish face, whose dark eyes seemed to look reproachfully upon him, just as they must have looked when the words were penned. "God will never forgive the wrong you have done to me." "Ginevra was mistaken," he said. "At least, if God has not forgiven, he has prospered me, which amounts to the same thing." And without a single throb of gratitude to him who had thus prospered him, Wilfred laid Ginevra's picture and Ginevra's note back with the withered grass and flowers plucked from Ginevra's grave, and then went again upstairs, just as Katie's ring was heard and Katie herself came in. As thoughts of Ginevra always made Wilfred kinder toward his wife, so now he kissed her white cheek, noticing that, as Mark had said, it was whiter than last year in June. But mountain air would bring back the roses, he thought, as he handed her the note. "Oh, yes, from Marian Hazleton," Katie said, glancing first at the name and then hastily reading it through. "Who is Marian Hazleton? Some intimate friend, I judge, from the liberty she took?" "Not very intimate, though I liked her so much, and thought her above her position," Katie replied, repeating all she knew of Marian, and how she chanced to know her at all. "Don't you remember Helen wrote that she fainted at our wedding, and I was so sorry, fearing I might have overworked her." Wilfred did remember something about it, and satisfied that Marian Hazleton had no idea of intruding herself upon them, except as she might ask for work, he dismissed her from his mind and told Katie of his plan for taking her to the mountain house a few weeks before going to Saratoga. "Would you not like it?" he asked, as she continued silent with her eyes fixed upon the window opposite. "Yes," and Katie drew a long and weary breath. "I shall like any place where there are birds and rocks and trees, and real grass, such as grows of itself in the country. But, Wilfred," and Katie crept close to him now, "if I might go to Silverton I should get strong so fast. You don't know how I long to see home once more. I dream about it nights and think about it days, knowing just how pleasant it is there, with the roses in bloom and the meadows so fresh and green. May I go, Wilfred? May I go home to mother?" Had Katie asked for half his fortune, just as she asked to go home, Wilfred would have given it to her, but Silverton had a power to lock all the softer avenues of his heart, and so he answered that the mountain house was preferable, that the rooms were engaged, and that as he should enjoy it so much better he thought they would make no change. Katie did not cry, nor utter a word of remonstrance. She was fast learning that quiet submission was better than useless opposition, and so Silverton was again given up. But there was one consolation. Seeing Marian Hazleton would be almost as good as going home, for had she not recently come from that neighborhood, bringing with her the odor from the hills and freshness from the woods? "Dear Marian! I wonder is she very poor?" Katie thought, as she next day made her preparations for the call. It was a fault of Marian's not to remain long contented in any place, and so tiring of the country she had returned to the great city, urged on by a strange desire it may be to see Mrs. Wilfred Cameron, to know just how she lived, to judge if she were happy, and perhaps sometime see Wilfred Cameron, herself unknown, for not for the world would she have met face to face the man who had so often stood by Ginevra Lambert's grave in the churchyard beyond the sea. As Katie crossed the threshold of Marian's apartment, she uttered an exclamation of delight at its cheerful, airy aspect. "Oh, Marian," she exclaimed, I am so glad to meet someone from home. It seems almost like Helen I am kissing," and her lips met those of Marion Hazleton, who, amid her own joy at finding Katie unchanged, wondered what the Camerons would say to see their Mrs. Wilford kissing a poor seamstress whom they would have spurned. "You must forgive me for going over your house," Marion said after they had talked together a moment, and Katie had told her how sorry she was to miss the call. "I could not resist the temptation, and it did me so much good, although I must confess to a good cry when I came back and thought of the difference between us." There was a quiver of her lip and a tone in her voice which touched Katie's heart, and she tried to comfort her, forgetting entirely whether what she said was proper or not, and impetuously letting out that even in houses like hers there was trouble. Not that she was unhappy in the least, for she was not; but oh, the fuss it was to be fashionable and keep from doing anything to shock his folks, who were so particular about every little thing, even to the way she tied her bonnet and sat in a chair. This was what Katie said, and Marion, looking straight into Katie's face, felt that she would not exchange places with the young girl wife whom so many envied. "Tell me of Silverton," was Katie's next remark. "You don't know how I want to go there. But Wilford does not think it best, that is at present. Next fall I am surely going. I picture to myself just how it will look: Morris's garden full of the autumnal flowers, the ripe peaches in our orchard, the grapes ripening on the wall, and the long shadows on the grass, just as I used to watch them, wondering what made them move so fast, and where they could be going. Will it be unchanged, Marion? Do places seem the same when once we have left them?" And Katie's eager eyes looked wistfully at Marion, who replied: "Not always, not often, in fact. But in your case they may. You have not been long away." "Only a year," Katie said. "I was as long as that in Canandaigua. But this past year is different. I have seen so much, and lived so much, that I feel 10 years older than I did last spring, when you and Helen made my wedding dress." "Darling Helen! When did you see her last?" "I was there 5 weeks ago," Marion replied. "I saw them all, and told them I was coming to New York." "Do they miss me any? Do they talk of me? Do they wish me back again?" Katie asked, and Marion replied: "They talked of little else, that is, your own family. Dr. Morris, I think, did not mention your name. He has grown very silent and reserved." And Marion's eyes were fixed inquiringly upon Katie, as if to ascertain how much she knew of the cause for Morris's reserve. But Katie had no suspicion, and only replied: "Perhaps he is vexed that I do not write to him oftener, but I can't. When I try to write, something comes in between me and what I wish to say, for I want to convince him that I am not as frivolous as I fear he thinks I am." Katie went back to the farmhouse, asking numberless questions about its inmates, and at last coming to the business which had brought her to Marion's room. There were perceptible spots on Marion's neck, and her lips were very white, while her hands grasped the bundles tossed into her lap, the yards and yards of lace and embroidery, linen and cambric, which she was expected to make for the wife of Wilford Cameron; and her voice was husky as she asked directions or made suggestions of her own. "It's because she has no such joy in expectation. I should feel so too if I were 30 and unmarried," Katie thought, as she noticed Marion's agitation, and tried to divert her mind by telling her, as delicately as possible, that she had brought with her sundry stores of which she had such an abundance. "I knew you were not an object of charity," she said, as she saw the flush on Marion's brow. "But when I have so much I like to share it with others, and you seem like our folks." Did Mr. Cameron know?" Marion asked, and Katie answered: "No, but it does not matter. He lets me do as I like in these matters, and the greatest pleasure I have is giving. You are not offended?" she continued, as she saw a tear drop from Marion's eyelids. "No, oh no." And Marion quietly laid aside the packages which would find their way to many a humble garret or cellar, where biting poverty had its abode. It would choke her to eat whatever came from Wilford Cameron, but she could not tell Katie so, though she did say: "I will keep these because you brought them, but do not do so again. There are many far more needy. I saved something in Silverton. I shall not suffer so long as my health is spared." Then, after a few more inquiries concerning the work, about which she could now talk calmly, she asked where Katie went when she was abroad, her blue eyes growing almost black as Katie talked of Rome, of Venice, of Paris, and then of Alnwick, where they had stopped so long. "By the way, you were born in England. Were you ever at Alnwick?" Katie asked, and Marian replied: "Once, yes. I've seen the castle and the church. Did you go there? To St. Mary's, I mean?" "Oh, yes, and I was never tired of that old churchyard. Wilfred liked it too, and we wandered by the hour among the sunken graves and quaint headstones." "Do you remember any of the names upon the stones? Perhaps I may know them," Marian asked. But Katie did not remember any, or if she did, it was not Geneva Lambert, aged 22. And so Marian asked her no more questions concerning St. Mary's at Alnwick, but talked instead of London and other places, until 3 hours went by, and down in the street the coachman chafed and fretted at the long delay. Katie was very happy that morning, for seeing Marian had brought Silverton near to her, and she ran up the steps of her dwelling when the door opened as by magic, and Wilfred himself confronted her, asking with the tone which always made her heart beat, where she had been, and he waiting for her 2 whole hours. Surely it was not necessary to stop so long with a seamstress, he continued when she tried to explain. He had come expressly for the carriage to take her and Sybil Grandin to a picnic up the river. Mrs. Grandin must wonder why he stayed so long, and perhaps give up going. Could Katie be ready soon? And Wilfred walked rapidly up and down the parlor as he talked, with a restless motion of his hands which always betokened impatience. Poor Katie! How the brightness of the morning faded, and how averse she felt to joining that picnic which she knew had been in prospect for some time and had fancied she should enjoy. But not to-day, not with that cold, proud look on Wilfred's face, and the feeling that he was vexed. Still she could think of no reasonable excuse, and so an hour later found her driving into the country with Sybil Grandin, who received her apologies with as much good-natured grace as if she had not worked herself into a passion at the delay, for Sybil had been very cross and impatient. But all this vanished when she met Wilfred and saw that he too was disturbed and irritated. Soft and sweet and smooth was she both in word and manner, so that by the time the pleasant grove was reached Wilfred's ruffled spirits had been soothed, and he was himself again, ready to enjoy the pleasures of the day as keenly as if no harsh words had been said to Katie, who, silent and unhappy, listened to the graceful badinage between Sybil and her husband, thinking how differently his voice had sounded when addressing her only a little while before. "Pray put some animation into your face, or Mrs. Grandin will certainly think we have been quarrelling," Wilfred whispered. But all the while was she fighting back her tears and wishing she were away. Even Marian's room was preferable to that place, and she was glad when the long day came to an end, and she, with a fearful headache, was riding back to the city. The next morning was dark and rainy, but in spite of the weather Katie found her way to Marian's room, this time taking the cars, which left her independent as regarded the length of her stay. About Marian there was something more congenial than about her city friends, and day after day found her there, watching while Marian fashioned into shape the beautiful little garments, the sight of which had over Katie a strangely quieting influence, sobering her down and maturing her more than all the years of her life had done. Katie felt it keenly when Wilfred at last interfered, telling her she was growing quite too familiar with that sewing woman, and her calls had best be discontinued, except, indeed, such as were necessary to the work in progress. After this there were no more mornings spent in Marian's room, no more talks of Silverton and Morris Grant, talks which did Katie a world of good, and kept her heart open to better influences, which might otherwise have been wholly choked and destroyed by the life she saw around her. With one great gush of tears, when there was no one to see her, Katie gave Marian up, writing her a note, in which were sundry directions for the work, which would go on even after she had left for the Mountain House, as she intended doing the last of June. And Marian, reading this note, guessed at more than Katie meant she should, and with a bitter sigh laid it in her basket, and then resumed the work, which seemed doubly monotonous now that there was no more listening for the little feet tripping up the stairs, or the voice which had brought so much sunshine to her lonely room. 19. Saratoga and Newport. For 3 weeks Katie had been at the Mountain House, growing stronger every day, until now she was much like the Katie of 1 year ago. But their stay among the Catskills was ended, and on the morrow they were going to Saratoga, where Mrs. Cameron and her daughter were, and where, too, was Sybil Grandin, the reigning belle. At the United States, where Mrs. Cameron stopped, 2 rooms, for which an enormous price was paid, had been reserved for Mr. and Mrs. Wilfred Cameron. She came, she saw, she conquered, and within 3 days after her arrival, Katie Cameron was the acknowledged belle of Saratoga, from the United States to the Clarendon. Saratoga seemed different to her from New York, and she plunged into its gaieties, never pausing, never tiring, and seldom giving herself time to think. And Wilfred, though hardly able to recognize the usually timid Katie in the brilliant woman who led rather than followed, was sure of her faith to him, and so was only proud and gratified to see her bear off the palm from every competitor, while even Juno, though she quarreled with the shadow into which she was so completely thrown, enjoyed the éclat cast upon their party by the presence of Mrs. Wilfred, who had passed beyond her criticism. Sybil Grandin, too, stood back in wonder that a simple country girl should win and wear the laurels she had so long claimed as her own. But as there was no help for it, she contented herself as best she could with the admiration she did receive, and whenever opportunity occurred said bitter things of Mrs. Wilfred, whose parentage and low estate were through her pretty generally known. But it did not matter there what Katie had been. The people took her for what she was now, and Sybil's glory faded like the early dawn in the coming of the full day. As it had been at Saratoga, so it was at Newport. Urged on by Mrs. Cameron and Belle, who greatly enjoyed her notoriety, Katie plunged into the mad excitement of dancing and driving and coquetting, until Wilfred himself became uneasy. Though flattered, caressed, and admired, Katie was not doing herself much credit at Newport, but after Wilfred there was no one to raise a warning voice, until Mark Ray came down for a few days' respite from the heated city, where he spent the entire summer taking charge of the business, which belonged as much to Wilfred as to himself. But Wilfred had a wife. It was more necessary that he should leave, Mark had argued. His time would come by and by. And so he had remained at home until the last of August, when he appeared suddenly at the Ocean House one night when Katie, in her airy robes and childlike simplicity, was breaking hearts by the score. Like others, Mark was charmed, and not a little proud, for Katie's sake, to see her thus appreciated. But when one day's experience had shown him more and given him a look behind the scenes, he trembled for her, knowing how hard it would be for her to come out of that sea of dissipation as pure and spotless as she went in. "If I were her brother, I would warn her that her present career is not one upon which she will look back with pleasure when the excitement is over," he said to himself. "But if Wilfred is satisfied, it is not for me to interfere. It is surely nothing to me what Katie Cameron does," he kept repeating to himself. But as often as he said it there came up before him a pale, anxious face, shaded with Helen Lennox's bands of hair, and Helen Lennox's voice whispered to him, "Save Katie for my sake." And so next day, when Mark found himself alone with Katie, while most of the guests were at the beach, he questioned her of her life at Saratoga and Newport, and gradually, as he talked, there crept into Katie's heart a suspicion that he was not altogether pleased with her account, or with what he had seen of her since his arrival. For a moment Katie was indignant, but when he said to her kindly, "Would Helen be pleased?" her tears started at once, and she attempted an excuse for her weak folly, accusing Sybil Grandin as the first cause of the ambition for which she hated herself. "She had been held up as my pattern," she said half bitterly, and forgetting to whom she was talking. "She, the one whom I was to imitate; and when I found that if I would I could go beyond her, I yielded to the temptation, and exulted to see how far she was left behind. Besides that," she continued, "is it no gratification, think you, to let Wilfred's proud mother and sister see the poor country girl, whom ordinarily they would despise, stand where they cannot come, and even dictate to them, if she chooses so to do? I know it is wrong, I know it is wicked, but I rather like the excitement, and so long as I am with these people I shall never be any better. Mark Ray, you don't know what it is to be surrounded by a set who care for nothing but fashion and display, and how they might outdo each other. I hate New York society. There is nothing there but husks." Katie's tears had ceased, and on her white face there was a new look of womanhood, as if in that outburst she had changed, and would never again be just what she was before. "Say," she continued, "do you like New York society?" "Not always, not wholly," Mark answered. "And still you misjudge it greatly, for all are not like the people you describe. Your husband's family represent one extreme, while there are others equally high in the social scale who do not make fashion the rule of their lives. Sensible, cultivated, intellectual people, of whose acquaintance one might be glad. People whom I fancy your sister Helen would enjoy. I have only met her twice, it is true, but my impression is that she would not find New York utterly distasteful." Mark did not know why he had dragged Helen into that conversation, unless it were that she seemed very near to him as he talked with Katie, who replied: "Yes, Helen finds some good in all. She sees differently from what I do, and I wish so much that she was here." "Why not send for her?" Mark asked, casting about in his mind whether in case Helen came, he, too, could tarry for a week and leave that business in Southbridge which he must attend to ere returning to the city. It would be a study to watch Helen Lennox there at Newport, and in imagination Mark was already her sworn knight, shielding her from criticism, and commanding her respect from those who respected him, when Katie tore his castle down by answering impulsively: "I doubt if Wilford would let me send for her here, nor does it matter, as I shall not remain much longer. I do not need her now, since you have showed me how foolish I have been. I was angry at first, but now I thank you for it, and so would Helen. I shall tell her when I am in Silverton. I am going there from here, and oh, I so wish it was to day." The guests were beginning to return from the beach by this time, and as Mark had said all he had intended saying, and even more, he left Katie with Wilford, who had just come in and joined a merry party of Bostonians only that day arrived. That night at the Ocean House the guests missed something from their festivities. The dance was not so exhilarating, or the small talk between them so lively, while more than one white-kidded dandy swore mentally at the innocent Wilford, whose wife declined to join in the gaieties, and in a plain white muslin, with only a pond lily in her hair, kept by her husband's side, notwithstanding that he more than once bade her leave him and accept some of her numerous invitations to join the giddy dance. This sober phase of Katie did not on the whole please Wilford as much as her gayer ones had done. But Katie remained true to herself. Dropping her girlish playfulness, she assumed a quiet, gentle dignity, which became her even better than her gayer mood had done, making her 10 times more popular and more sought after, until she begged to go away, persuading Wilford at last to name the day for their departure, and then, never doubting for a moment that her destination was Silverton, she wrote to Helen that she was coming on such a day, and as they would come by way of Providence and Worcester, they would probably reach West Silverton at 10 o'clock a.m. "Wilford," she added in a postscript, "has gone down to bathe, and as the mail is just closing I shall send this letter without his seeing it. Of course it can make no difference, for I have talked all summer of coming, and he understands it." End of chapters 18 and 19. Chapters 20 and 21 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. Mark Ray at Silverton. The last day of summer was dying out in a fierce storm of rain which beat on the windows of the farmhouse, whose inmates were nevertheless unmindful of the storm save as they hoped the morrow would prove bright and fair, such as the day should be which brought them back their Katie. Nearly worn out with constant reference was her letter, the mother catching it up from time to time to read the part referring to herself, the place where Katie had told how blessed it would be to rest again on mother's bed, just as she had often wished to do, and hear mother's voice. They were ready for Katie at last, or could be early on the morrow, and with the shutting in of the night the candles were lighted in the sitting room, and Helen sat down to her work, wishing it was to-night that Katie was coming. As if in answer to her wish there was the sound of wheels which stopped before the house, and dropping her work, Helen ran quickly to the door, just as from under the dripping umbrella held by a driver boy, a tall young man sprang upon the step, nearly upsetting her, but passing an arm around her shoulders in time to keep her from falling. "I beg pardon for this assault upon you," the stranger said, and then turning to the boy, he continued, "It's all right. You need not wait." With a chirrup and a blow the horse started forward, and the mud-bespattered vehicle was rapidly moving down the road ere Helen had recovered her surprise at recognizing Mark Ray, who, offering her his hand, said in reply to her involuntary exclamation, "I thought it was Katie." "Shall I infer, then, that I am the less welcome?" and his bright saucy eyes looked laughingly into hers. Business had brought him to Southbridge, he said, and it was his intention to take the cars that afternoon for New York, but having been detained longer than he expected, and not liking the looks of the hotel arrangements, he had decided to presume upon his acquaintance with Dr. Grant and spend the night at Linwood. "But," and again his eyes looked straight at Helen, "it rained so hard and the light from your window was so inviting that I ventured to stop, so here I am, claiming your hospitality until morning, if convenient. If not, I will find my way to Linwood." There was something in this pleasant familiarity which won Uncle Ephraim at once, and he bade the young man stay. "Are you expecting Mrs. Cameron?" he asked, adding as Helen explained that she was coming to morrow. "That is strange. Wilford wrote decidedly that he should be in New York to morrow. Possibly, though, he does not intend himself to stop." "I presume not," Helen replied, a weight suddenly lifting from her heart at the prospect of not having to entertain the formidable brother-in-law who, if he stayed long, would spoil all her pleasure. Thus at her ease on this point she grew more talkative, as she resumed the homely work of darning Uncle Ephraim's socks, a task which Helen always did, and on that particular night. Helen knew it was not delicate employment, and there was a moment's hesitancy as she wondered what Mark would think. Then, with a grim delight in letting him see that she did not care, she resumed her darning needle. She knew Mark was looking at her, and her cheeks were growing very red, while her hatred of him was increasing, when he said abruptly, "You follow my mother's custom, I see. She used to mend my socks on Tuesday nights." "Your mother mend socks?" And Helen started so suddenly as to run the point of her darning needle a long way into her thumb, the wound bringing a stream of blood which she tried to wipe away with her handkerchief. "Bind it tightly around. Let me show you, please," Mark said, and ere she was aware of what she was doing, Helen was quietly permitting the young man to wind her handkerchief around her thumb, which he held in his hand, pressing it until the blood ceased flowing, and the sharp pain had abated. Perhaps Mark Ray liked holding that small warm hand, even though it were not as white and soft as Juno's. At all events he did hold it until Helen drew it away from him with a quick, sudden motion, telling him it would now do very well, and she would not trouble him. Mark did not look as if he had been troubled, but went back to his seat and took up the conversation just where the needle had stopped it. "My mother did not always mend herself, but she caused it to be done, and sometimes helped. I remember she used to say a woman should know how to do everything pertaining to a household, and she carried out her theory in the education of my sister." "Have you a sister?" Helen asked, now really interested, and listening intently while Mark told her of his only sister Julia, now Mrs. Ernst, whose home was in New Orleans, though she at present was in Paris, and his mother was there with her. "This winter she is coming to New York to keep house for me." Helen thought she might like Mark's mother, who he told her had been twice married, and was now Mrs. Banker, and a widow. She must be different from Mrs. Cameron, and Helen let herself down to another degree of toleration for the man whose mother taught her daughter to mend the family socks. Still there was about her a chilling reserve, which Mark wondered at, for it was not thus that ladies were accustomed to receive his advances. He did not guess that Wilford Cameron stood between him and Helen's good opinion. But when after the family came in, the conversation turned upon Katie and her life in New York, the secret came out in the sharp, caustic manner with which she spoke of New York and its people. It's Will and the Camerons, Mark thought, blaming Helen less than he would have done if he too had not known something of the Cameron pride. It was in a novel position in which Mark found himself that night, an inmate of a humble farmhouse where he could almost touch the ceiling with his hand, and where his surroundings were so different from what he had been accustomed to. But unlike Wilford Cameron, he did not wish himself away, nor feel indignant at Aunt Betsy's odd, old-fashioned ways, or Uncle Ephraim's grammar. The sight of Helen sitting there with so much dignity and self-respect made him look beyond all else straight into her open face and clear brown eyes, where there was nothing obnoxious or distasteful. Her grammar was correct, her manner, saving a little stiffness, ladylike and refined; and Mark rather enjoyed his situation as self-invited guest. He was in no haste to retire, and when Uncle Ephraim offered to conduct him to his room, he frankly answered that he was not sleepy, adding, as he turned to Helen, "Please let me stay until Miss Lennox finishes her socks. There are several pairs yet undarned. I will not detain you, though," he continued, bowing to Uncle Ephraim, who, a little uncertain what to do, finally departed, as did Aunt Hannah and his sister, leaving Helen and her mother to entertain Mark Ray. It had been Mrs. Lennox's first intention to retire also, but a look from Helen detained her, and she sat down by that basket of socks while Mark wished her away. Still, it was proper for her to remain, he knew, and he respected Helen for keeping her as he knew she did. A while they talked of Katy and New York, Mark laboring to convince Helen that its people were not all heartless and fickle, and at last citing his mother as an instance. "You would like mother, Miss Lennox. I hope you will know her sometime," he said, and then they talked of books, Helen forgetting that Mark was city bred in the interest with which she listened to him. "Mark Ray is not like Wilfred Cameron," Helen said to herself, when as the clock was striking 11 she bade him good night, and went up to her room. Opening her window she looked out upon the night, now so beautiful and clear, for the rain was over, and up in the heavens the bright stars were shining, each one bearing some resemblance to Mark's eyes as they kindled and grew bright with his excitement, resting always kindly on her, on Helen, who leaning thus from the window felt stealing over her that feeling which, once born, can never be quite forgotten. Helen did not recognize the feeling, for it was a strange one to her. She was only conscious of a sensation half pleasurable, half sad. And then there swept over her a feeling of desolation such as she had never experienced before, a shrinking from living all her life in Silverton, as she fully expected to do, and laying her head upon the little stand, she cried passionately. "This is weak, this is folly," she suddenly exclaimed, as she became conscious of acting as Helen Lennox was not wont to act, and with a strong effort of the will she dried her tears and crept quietly to bed, just as Mark was falling into his first sleep, and dreaming of smothering. Helen would not have acknowledged it, and yet it was a truth not to be denied, that she stayed next morning a much longer time than usual before her class, arranging her hair. She finished her simple toilette and went downstairs, just as Mark came in at the side door, his hands full of water lilies, and his boots bearing marks of what he had been through to get them. "Early country air is healthful," he said, "and as I do not often have a chance to try it, I thought I would improve the present opportunity. So I have been down by the pond, and spying these lilies I persevered until I reached them, in spite of mud and mire. There is no blossom I like so well. Were I a young girl I would always wear one in my hair, just as your sister did one night at Newport, and I never saw her look better. Just let me try the effect on you," and selecting a half-opened bud, Mark placed it among Helen's braids, as if hairdressing were one of his accomplishments. "The effect is good," he continued, turning her blushing face to the glass and asking if it were not. "Yes," Helen stammered, seeing more the saucy eyes looking over her head than the lily in her hair. "Yes, good enough, but hardly in keeping with this old dress." "Your dress is suitable for mourning, I am sure," Mark replied, turning a little more to the right the lily, and noticing as he did so how very white and pretty was the neck and throat seen above the collar. Aunt Betsy observed, remarking that "Helen was mightily spruced up for mourning," a compliment which Helen acknowledged with a painful blush, while Mark began a disquisition upon the nature of lilies generally, which lasted until breakfast was ended. It was arranged that Mark should ride to the cars with Uncle Ephraim when he went for Katy, and as this gave him a good 2 hours of leisure, he spoke of Dr. Grant, asking Helen if she did not suppose he would call around. Helen thought it possible, and then she excused herself from the parlor, and repairing to the platform out by the back door, she tied on a check apron, and rolling her sleeves, was just bringing the churn dasher to bear vigorously upon the thick cream she was turning into butter, when, having finished his cigar, Mark went out into the yard, and following the winding path came suddenly upon her. Helen's first impulse was to stop, but with a strong nerving of herself she kept on while Mark, coming as near as he dared, said to her, "Why do you do that? Is there no one else?" "No," Helen answered. "That is, we keep no servant, and my young arms are stronger than the others." "And mine are stronger still," Mark laughingly rejoined, as he put Helen aside and plied the dasher himself, in spite of her protestations that he would certainly ruin his clothes. "Tie that apron around me, then," he said with the utmost nonchalance, and Helen obeyed, tying her check apron around the young man's neck, who felt her hands as they touched his hair, and knew that they were brushing queer fancies into his brain, fancies which made him wonder what his mother would think of Helen, or what she would say if she knew just how he was occupied that morning, absolutely churning cream until it turned to butter; for Mark persisted, until the task was done, standing by while Helen gathered up the golden lumps. Then he asked if Helen would be in New York the coming winter, talking about the pleasure it would be to meet her there, until Helen began to feel what she never before had felt, a desire to visit Katie in her own home. "Remember, if you come, that I am your debtor for numerous hospitalities," he said, when he at last bade her good bye, and sprang into the buggy which Uncle Ephraim had brought out in honor of Katie's arrival. Old Whitey was hitched at a safe distance from all possible harm. Uncle Ephraim had returned from the store near by, and now upon the platform at West Silverton he stood with Mark Ray, waiting for the arrival of the train just appearing in view across the level plain. "It's 15 months since she went away," he said, and Mark saw that the old man's form trembled with the excitement of meeting her again, while his eyes scanned eagerly every window and door of the cars now slowly stopping before him. "There! There!" And he laid his hand nervously on Mark's shoulder, as a white jaunty feather appeared in view. But no, that was not Katie, and the dim eyes ran again along the whole line of the cars from which so many were alighting. But Katie did not come, and with a long breath of wonder and disappointment the deacon said, "Can it be she is asleep? Young man, you are sprier than I. Go through the cars and find her." Mark knew there was plenty of time, and so he made the tour of the cars, but found, alas, no Katie. "She's not there," was the report carried to the poor old man, who tremblingly repeated his words, "Not there. Not come," while over his aged face there broke a look of touching sadness, which Mark never forgot, remembering it always just as he remembered the big teardrops which from his seat by the window he saw the old man wipe away, whispering softly to Whitey of his disappointment as he unhitched the horse and drove away alone. "Maybe she's writ. I'll go and see," he said, and driving to their regular office he found a letter directed by Wilfred Cameron, but written by Katie. This last he knew, for he tore the envelope open; but he could not read it then, and thrusting it into his pocket he went slowly back to the house, where the tempting dinner was prepared and the family waiting so eagerly for him. Even before he reached there they knew of the disappointment, for from the garret window Helen had watched the road by which he would come, and when the buggy appeared she saw he was alone. There was a mistake. Katie had missed the train, she said to her mother and aunts, who hoped she might be right. But Katie had not missed the train, as was indicated by the letter which Uncle Ephraim without a word put into Helen's hand, leaning on old Whitey's neck, while she read aloud the attempt at an explanation which Katie had hurriedly written, a stain on the paper where a tear had fallen attesting her distress at the disappointment. "Wilford did not know of the other letter," she said, "and had made arrangements for her to go back with him to New York, inasmuch as the house was already opened, and the servants there wanting a head. Besides that, Wilford had been absent so long that he could not possibly stop at Silverton himself, and as he would not think of living without her, even for a few days, there was no alternative but for her to go with him on the boat directly to New York. I am sorry, oh, so sorry, but indeed I am not to blame," she added in conclusion; and this was the nearest approach there was to an admission that anybody was to blame for this disappointment which cut so cruelly, making even Uncle Ephraim cry out as in the barn he hung away the mended harness and covered the new buggy which had been bought for naught. "I might have had the overcoat, for Katie will never come home again, never. God grant that it's the Cameron pride, not hers, that kept her from us," the old man said, as on the hay he knelt down and prayed that Katie had not learned to despise the home where she was so beloved. "Katy will never come to us again," seemed the prevailing opinion at Silverton, where more than Uncle Ephraim felt a chilling doubt at times as to whether she really wished to come home or not. If she did, it seemed easy of accomplishment to those who knew not how perfect and complete were the fetters thrown around her, and how unbending the will which governed hers. Could they have seen the look in Katy's face when she first understood that she was not going to Silverton, their hearts would have bled for the thwarted creature who fled up the stairs to her own room, where Esther found her 20 minutes later, cold and fainting upon the bed, her face as white as ashes, and her hands clinched so tightly that the nails left marks upon the palms. It was not strange that the poor child should faint. Indeed, it was only natural that nature should give way after so many weeks of gaiety, and she very far from being strong," Mrs. Cameron said to Wilford, who was beginning to repent of his decision, and who but for that remark perhaps might have revoked it. Indeed, he made an attempt to do so when, as consciousness came back, Katy lay so pale and still before him. But Katy did not understand him, or guess that he wished her to meet him more than half the way, and so the verdict was unchanged, and in a kind of bewilderment Katy wrote the hurried letter, feeling less actual pain than did its readers, for the disappointment had stunned her for a time. 21. A New Life. New York, December 16th. To Miss Helen Lennox, Silverton, Massachusetts. Your sister is very ill. Come as soon as possible. W. Cameron. This was the purport of a telegram received at the farmhouse toward the close of a chill December day, and Helen's heart almost stopped its beating as she read it aloud, and then looked in the white, scared faces of those around her. Katy was very ill, dying perhaps, or Wilford had never telegraphed. What could it be? What was the matter? Had it been somewhat later they would have known. But now all was conjecture worse than useless, and Helen made her hasty preparations for the journey on the morrow, and then sent for Morris, hoping he might offer some suggestion for her to carry to that sick room in New York. "Perhaps you will go with me," Helen said. "You know Katy's constitution. You might save her life." But Morris shook his head. If he was needed they might send and he would come, but not without. And so the next day he carried Helen to the car, saying to her, as they were waiting for the train, "I hope for the best, but it may be Katy will die. If you think so, tell her, oh, tell her, of the better world, and ask if she is prepared. I cannot lose her in heaven." And this was all the message Morris sent, though his heart and prayers went after the rapid train which bore Helen safely onward, until Hartford was reached, where there was a long detention, so that the dark wintry night had closed over the city ere Helen had reached it, timid, anxious, and wondering what she would do if Wilford was not there to meet her. "He will be, of course," she kept repeating to herself, looking around in dismay as passenger after passenger left. "I shall soon be all alone," she said, feeling some relief as the car in which she was seated began to move, and she knew she was being taken whither the others had gone, wherever that might be. "Is Miss Helen Lennox here?" sounded cheerily in her ears as she stopped before the depot, and Helen uttered a cry of joy, for she recognized the voice of Mark Ray, who was soon grasping her hand and trying to reassure her, as he saw how she shrank from the noise and clamor of New York, heard now for the first time. "Our carriage is here," he said, and in a moment she found herself in a close covered vehicle, with Mark sitting opposite, tucking the warm blanket around her. Helen could not see Mark's face distinctly, but full of fear for Katy she fancied there was a sad tone in his voice, as if he were keeping something back, something he dreaded to tell her. And then, as it suddenly occurred to her that Wilford should have met her, not Mark, her great fear found utterance in words, and leaning forward so that her face almost touched Mark's, she said, "Tell me, Mr. Ray, is Katy dead?" "Not dead, oh no, nor yet very dangerous, my mother hopes. But she kept asking for you, and so that is, Mr. Cameron, sent the telegram." There was an ejaculatory prayer of thankfulness, and then Helen continued, "Is it long since she was taken sick?" "Her little daughter will be a week old to morrow," Mark replied, while Helen, with an exclamation of surprise she could not repress, sank back into the corner, faint and giddy with the excitement of this fact, which invested little Katy with a new dignity, but drew her, oh, so much nearer to the sister who could scarcely wait for the carriage to stop, so anxious was she to be where Katy was, to kiss her dear face once more, and whisper the words of love she knew she must have longed to hear. Awestruck, Helen looked up at the huge brown structure which Mark designated as "the place." It was so lofty and so unlike the farmhouse far away, that Helen trembled as she followed Mark into the rooms flooded with light. They were so different from anything she had imagined, so much handsomer than even Katy's descriptions had implied, that for the moment the sight took her breath away, and she sank passively into the chair Mark brought for her. Taking out a card, Mark wrote down a few words, and handing it to the servant who had been looking curiously at Helen, he continued standing until a step was heard on the stairs and Wilfred came quietly in. It was not a very loving meeting, but Helen was civil and Wilfred polite, offering her his hand and asking some questions about her journey. "I was intending to meet you myself," he said, "but Mrs. Cameron does not like me to leave her, and Mark kindly offered to take the trouble off my hands." This was the most gracious thing he had said, and Helen felt herself hating him less than she had supposed she should. From the first moment of consciousness after the long hours of suffering, Katy had asked for Helen rather than her mother. "Send for Helen. I am so tired, and she could always rest me," was her reply when asked by Wilfred what he could do for her. "Send for Helen. I want her so much," she had said to Mrs. Cameron when she came, repeating the wish until a consultation was held between the mother and son, touching the propriety of sending for Helen. "She would be of no use whatever, and might excite our Katy. Quiet is highly important just now," Mrs. Cameron had said, thus veiling under pretended concern for Katy her aversion to the girl whose independence in declining her dressmaker had never been forgiven, and whom she had set down in her mind as rude and ignorant. If her coming would do Katy harm she ought not to come; and so Wilfred's conscience was partially quieted, while Katy in her darkened room moaned on. "Send for Sister Helen. Please send for Sister Helen." At last, on the fourth day, came Mrs. Banker, Mark Ray's mother, to the house, and in consideration of the strong liking she had evinced for Katy ever since her arrival in New York, and the great respect felt for her by Mrs. Cameron, she was admitted to the chamber and heard the plaintive pleadings, "Send for Sister Helen," until her mother heart was touched, and as she sat with her son at dinner she spoke of the young girl mother moaning so for Helen. Whether it was Mark's great pity for Katy, or whether he was prompted by some more selfish motive, we do not profess to say; but that he was greatly excited was very evident from his manner as he exclaimed, "Why not send for Helen, then? She is a splendid girl, and they idolize each other. Talk of her injuring Katy, that's all a humbug. She is just fitted for a nurse. Almost the sight of her would cure one of nervousness, she is so calm and quiet." This was what Mark said, and again the next morning Mrs. Banker's carriage stood at the door of No. Madison Square, while Mrs. Banker herself was talking to Wilfred in the library, and urging that Helen be sent for at once. "It may save her life. She is more feverish to day than yesterday, and this constant asking for her sister will wear her out so fast," she added, and that last argument prevailed. Helen was sent for, and now sat waiting in the parlor for the coming of Mrs. Cameron. Wilfred did not mean Katy to hear him as he whispered to his mother that Helen was below; but she did, and her blue eyes flashed brightly as she started from her pillow, exclaiming, "I am so glad, so glad! Kiss me, Wilfred, because I am so glad. Does she know? Have you told her? Wasn't she surprised, and will she come up quick?" They could not quiet her at once, and only the assurance that unless she were more composed Helen should not see her that night had any effect upon her; but when they told her that, she lay back upon her pillow submissively, and Wilfred saw the great tears dropping from her hot cheeks, while the pallid lips kept softly whispering, "Helen." Then the sister love took another channel, and she said, "She has not been to supper, and Phillips is always cross at extras. Will somebody see to it? Send Esther to me, please. Esther knows and is good natured." Wholly unselfish, Katy thought nothing of herself or the effort it cost her thus to care for Helen, but when it was over and Esther had gone, she seemed so utterly exhausted that Mrs. Cameron did not leave her, but stayed at her bedside. There was a homesick feeling tugging at Helen's heart, while she tried to eat, and only the certainty that Katy was not far away kept her tears back. To her, the very grandeur of the house made it desolate, and she was so glad it was Katy who lived there, and not herself, as she went up the soft carpeted stairway, which gave back no sound. "I wonder how long she means to stay, and if Wilfred will have to take her out," Mrs. Cameron was thinking, just as Helen appeared in the door and advanced into the room. By herself, it was easy to slight Helen Lennox, but in her presence Mrs. Cameron found it very hard to appear as cold and distant as she had meant to do, for there was something about Helen which commanded her respect, and she went forward to meet her, offering her hand and saying cordially, "Miss Lennox, I presume? My daughter Katy's sister?" Helen had not expected this, and the warm flush which came to her cheeks made her very handsome, as she returned Mrs. Cameron's greeting, and then asked more particularly for Katy than she had yet done. For a while they talked together, Mrs. Cameron noting carefully every item of Helen's attire, as well as the purity of her language and her perfect repose of manner, after the first stiffness had passed away. Helen wondered at herself as much as Mrs. Cameron wondered at her, trying to decide whether it were ignorance, conceit, obtuseness, or what, which made her so self-possessed when she was expected to appear so different. "Strong-minded," was her final decision, as she said at last, "We promised Katy she should see you to night. Will you go now?" Then the color left Helen's face and lips, and her limbs shook perceptibly, for the knowing she was soon to meet her sister unnerved her. But by the time the door of Katy's room was reached she was herself again, and there was no need for Mrs. Cameron to whisper, "Pray do not excite her." Katy heard her coming, and it required all Wilfred's and the nurse's efforts to keep her quiet. "Helen, Helen, darling, darling sister," she cried, as she wound her arms around Helen's neck, and laid her golden head on Helen's bosom, sobbing in a low mournful way which told Helen how much more she was beloved than did the weak voice which whispered, "I've wanted you so much, oh, Helen! You don't know how much I've missed you all the years I've been away. You will not leave me now." And Katy clung closer to the dear sister, who gently unclasped the clinging arms, and put back upon the pillow the quivering face, which she kissed so tenderly, whispering in her own old half-soothing, half-commanding way, "Be quiet now, Katy. It's best that you should. No, I will not leave you." Next to Dr. Grant, Helen had more influence over Katy than any living being, and it was very apparent now, for as if her presence had a power to soothe, Katy grew very quiet, and utterly wearied out, slept for a few moments with Helen's hand fast locked in hers. When she awoke, the tired look was gone, and turning to her sister, she said, "Have you seen my baby?" while the young mother love which broke so beautifully over her pale face made it the face of an angel. "It seems so funny that it is Katy's baby," Helen said, taking the puny little thing, which with its wrinkled face and red, clinched fists was not very attractive to her, save as she looked at it with Katy's eyes. She did not even kiss it, but her tears dropped upon its head as she thought how short the time since up in the old garret at home she had dressed rag dolls for the Katy who was now a mother. And still in a measure she was the same, hugging Helen fondly when she said good night, and welcoming her so joyfully in the morning when she came again, telling her how just the sight of her sitting there by baby's crib did her so much good. "I shall get well so fast," she said, and she was right, for Helen was worth far more to her than all the physician's powers, and Wilfred, when he saw how she improved, was glad that Helen came, even if she did sometimes shock him with her independent ways, upsetting all his plans and theories with regard to Katy, and meeting him on other grounds with an opposition as puzzling as it was new to him. To Mrs. Cameron Helen was also a study. She seemed to care so little for what others might think of her, evincing no hesitation, no timidity, when told one day, the second day after her arrival, that Mrs. Banker was in the parlor and had asked to see Miss Lennox. Mrs. Cameron did not suspect how under that calm, unmoved exterior, Helen was hiding a heart which beat most painfully as she went down to meet the mother of Mark Ray, forgetting herself in her pleasure at finding in the stranger a lady so wholly congenial and familiar, whose mild dark eyes, so like Mark's, rested so kindly on her, and whose pleasant voice had something motherly in its tone, putting her wholly at her ease, and making her appear at her very best. Mrs. Banker was pleased with Helen, while she felt a kind of pity for the young girl thrown so suddenly among strangers, without even her sister to aid and assist her. "Have you been out at all?" she asked, and upon Helen's replying that she had not, she answered, "That is not right. Accustomed to the fresh country air, you will suffer from too close confinement. Suppose you ride with me. My carriage is at the door, and I have a few hours' leisure. Tell your sister I insist," she continued, as Helen hesitated between inclination and what she fancied was her duty. To see New York with Mrs. Banker was a treat indeed, and Helen's heart bounded high as she ran up to Katie's room with the request. "Yes, by all means," Katie said. "It is so kind in Mrs. Banker, and so like her, too. I meant that Wilfred should have driven with you to day, and spoke to him about it, but Mrs. Banker will do better. Tell her I thank her so much for her thoughtfulness." And with a kiss Katie sent Helen away, while Mrs. Cameron, after twisting her rings nervously for a moment, said to Katie, "Perhaps your sister will do well to wear your furs. Hers are small and common fitch." "Yes, certainly. Take them to her," Katie answered, knowing intuitively the feeling which had prompted this suggestion from her mother in law, who hastened to Helen's room with the rich sable she was to wear in place of the old fitch. Helen appreciated the difference at once between her furs and Katie's, and felt a pang of mortification as she saw how old and poor and dowdy hers were beside the others. But they were her own, the best she could afford. She would not begin by borrowing, and so she declined the offer, and greatly to Mrs. Cameron's horror went down to Mrs. Banker clad in the despised furs, which Mrs. Cameron would on no account have had beside her on Broadway in an open carriage. Never in her life had Helen enjoyed a ride as she did that winter day, when her friend took her wherever she wished to go, showing her Broadway in its glory from Union Square to Wall Street, where they encountered Mark in a bustling crowd. He saw them, too, and beckoned to them, while Helen's face grew red as he came up to the carriage, and at his mother's suggestion took a seat just opposite, asking where they had been, and jocosely laughing at his mother's taste in selecting such localities as the Bowery, the Tombs, and Barnum's Museum, when there were so many finer places to be seen. Helen felt the hot blood pricking the roots of her hair, for the Bowery, the Tombs, and Barnum's Museum had been her choice as the points of which she had heard the most. So when Mark continued, "You shall ride with me, Miss Lennox, and I will show you something worth your seeing," she frankly answered, "Your mother is not in fault, Mr. Ray. She asked me where I wished to go, and I mentioned those places. So please attribute it wholly to my country breeding, and not to your mother's lack of taste." There was something in the frank speech which won Mrs. Banker's heart, while she felt an increased respect for the young girl, who she saw was keenly sensitive, even with all her strength of character. "You were quite right to commence as you have," she said, "for now you have a still greater treat in store, and Mark shall drive you to the park some day. I know you will like that." Helen felt that she should like anything with that friendly voice to reassure her, and leaning back she was thinking how pleasant it was to be in New York, how different from what she had expected, when a bow from Mark made her look up in time to see that they were meeting a carriage, in which sat Wilfred, and with two gaily dressed ladies, both of whom gave her a supercilious stare as they passed by, while the younger of the two half turned her head, as if for a more prolonged gaze. "Mrs. Grandon and Juno Cameron," Mrs. Banker said, making some further remark to her son; while Helen felt that the brightness of the day changed, for she could not be unconscious of the look with which she had been regarded by these two fashionable ladies, and again her furs came up before her, bringing a feeling of which she was ashamed, especially as she had fancied herself above all weakness of the kind. That night at the dinner from which Mrs. Cameron was absent, Wilfred was unusually gracious, asking had she enjoyed her ride, and if she did not find Mrs. Banker a very pleasant acquaintance. The fact was, Wilfred felt a little uncomfortable himself for having suffered a stranger to do for Katie's sister what devolved upon himself. Katie had asked him to drive with Helen; but he had found it very convenient to forget it and to take a seat instead with Juno and Mrs. Grandon, the latter of whom complimented "Miss Lennox's fine, intellectual face," after they had passed. Juno was not pleased with Helen's first appearance in the street, but nevertheless she called upon her next day with Sybil Grandon and her sister Belle. To this she was urged by Sybil, who, having a somewhat larger experience of human nature, foresaw that Helen would be popular just because Mrs. Banker had thus early taken her up, and who, besides, had conceived a capricious fancy to patronize Miss Lennox. But in this she was foiled, for Helen was not to be patronized, and she received her visitors with that calm, assured manner so much a part of herself. Diamond cut diamond, Belle thought, as she saw how frigidly polite both Juno and Helen were, each recognizing in the other something antagonistic, which could never harmonize. Had Juno never cared for Dr. Grant, or suspected Helen of standing between herself and him, and had Mark Ray never stopped at Silverton, or been seen on Broadway with her, she might have judged her differently, for there was something attractive in Helen's face and appearance as she sat talking to her guests, not awkwardly nor timidly, but with much quiet dignity. Belle was delighted, detecting at once traces of the rare mind which Helen Lennox possessed. "I hope we shall see each other often," she said at parting. "I do not go out a great deal myself, that is, not as much as Juno, but I shall be always glad to welcome you to my den." That evening there was at Mrs. Reynolds' a little company of 30 or more, and as Mark was present, Juno seized the opportunity for ascertaining, if possible, his real opinion of Helen Lennox, joking him first about his having taken her to ride so soon, and insinuating that he must have a penchant for every new and pretty face. "Then you think her pretty? You have called on her?" Mark replied, his manner evincing so much pleasure that Juno bit her lip to keep down her wrath, and flashing upon him her scornful eyes, replied, "Yes, Sybil and Belle insisted that I should. Of myself I should never have done it, for I have now more acquaintances than I can attend to, and do not care to increase the list. Besides that, I do not imagine that Miss Lennox can in any way add to my happiness, brought up as she has been among the woods and hills, you know." "Yes, I have been there, to her home, I mean," Mark rejoined, and Juno continued, "Only for a moment, though. You should have stayed, like Will, to appreciate it fully. I wish you could hear him describe the feather beds in which he slept, that is, describe them before he decided to take Katie; for after that he was chary of his remarks, and the feathers by some marvelous process were changed into hair, for what he knew or cared." Mark hesitated a moment, and then said quietly, "I have stayed there all night, and have tested that feather bed, but found nothing disparaging to Helen, who was as much a lady in the farmhouse as here in the city." There was a look of withering scorn on Juno's face as she replied, "Pray, how long since you took to visiting Silverton so frequently, becoming so familiar as to spend the night?" There was no mistaking the jealousy which betrayed itself in Juno's voice as she stood before Mark. Soon recollecting herself, however, she changed her mode of attack, and said laughingly, "Seriously, though, this Miss Lennox seems a very nice girl, and is admirably fitted, I think, for the position she is to fill, that of a country physician's wife." And in the black eyes there was a wicked sparkle as Juno saw that her meaning was readily understood, Mark looking quickly at her and asking if she referred to Dr. Grant. "Certainly. I imagine that was settled as long ago as we met him in Paris. Once I thought it might have been our Katie, but was mistaken. I think the doctor and Miss Lennox well adapted to each other." There was for a moment a dull heavy pain at Mark's heart, caused by that little item of information which made him so uncomfortable. On the whole he did not doubt it, for everything he could recall of Morris had a tendency to strengthen the belief. Nothing could be more probable, thrown together as they had been, without other congenial society, and nothing could be more suitable. "They are well matched," Mark thought, as he walked listlessly through Mrs. Reynolds' parlors, seeing only one face, and that the face of Helen Lennox with the lily in her hair. "I do not believe I am in love with her," he said to himself, when after his return from Mrs. Reynolds he sat for a long time, cogitating upon what he had heard, and wondering why it should affect him so much. "Of course I am not," he continued. "She is not at all what I used to imagine the future Mrs. Mark Ray to be. Half my friends would say she had no style, no beauty, and perhaps she has not. Certainly she does not look just like the ladies at Mrs. Reynolds' to night; but give her the same advantages and she would surpass them all." And then Mark Ray went off into a reverie in which he saw Helen Lennox his wife, and with the aids by which he would surround her, rapidly developing into as splendid a woman as little Katie Cameron, who did not need to be developed, but took all hearts at once by that natural, witching grace so much a part of herself. End of chapters 20 and 21. Chapters 22 through 24 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 22. Helen in Society. It was 3 days before Christmas, and Katie was talking confidentially to Mrs. Benker, whom she had asked to see the next time she should call. "I want so much to surprise her," she said, speaking in a whisper, "and you have been so kind to us both that I thought it might not trouble you very much if I asked you to make the selection for me, and to see to the engraving. Wilford gave me $50, all I needed, as I had 50 more of my own, and now that I have a baby, I am sure I shall never again care to go out." "Yes," Mrs. Benker said thoughtfully, as she rolled up the bills, "you wish me to get as heavy bracelets as I can find, for the $100. "Yes," Katie replied. "I think that will please her, don't you?" Mrs. Benker hardly liked to interfere until Katie, observing her hesitancy, asked again if she did not think Helen would be pleased. "Yes, pleased with anything you choose to give her, but excuse me, dear Mrs. Cameron, if I speak as openly as if I were the mother of you both. Bracelets are suitable for you, who can have everything else, but is there not something your sister needs more, something which will do more good? Now, allowing me to suggest, I should say buy her some furs, and let the bracelets go. In Silverton her furs were well enough, but here, as the sister of Mrs. Wilford Cameron, she is deserving of better." Katie understood Mrs. Benker at once, her cheeks reddening as there flashed upon her the reason why Wilford had never yet been in the street with Helen, notwithstanding that she had more than once requested it. "You are right," she said. "It was thoughtless in me not to think of this myself. Helen shall have the furs, and whatever else is necessary. I am so glad you reminded me of it." Between Helen and Mrs. Benker there was a strong bond of friendship, and to the patronage of this lady Helen owed most of the attention she had as yet received from her sister's friends; while Mark did much toward lifting her to the place she held in spite of the country dress, which Juno criticized, and which, in fact, kept Wilford from taking her out, as his wife so often asked him to do. And Helen too keenly felt the difference between herself and those with whom she came in contact, but never dreaming of the surprise in store for her, when on Christmas morning she went as usual to Katie's room, finding her alone, her face all aglow with excitement, and her bed a perfect showcase of dry goods, which she bade Helen examine and say how she liked them. Wilford was no niggard with his money, and when Katie had asked for more, it had been given unsparingly, even though he knew the purpose to which it was to be applied. "Oh, Katie, Katie, why did you do it?" Helen cried. "You are not angry?" Katie said. "No, oh no," Helen replied. "I know it was all meant well, but there is something in me which rebels against taking this from Wilford." Sybil Grandon, always going with the tide, professed for her an admiration which did much toward making her popular; and when, as the mistress of her brother's house, she issued cards of invitation for a large party, she took especial pains to insist upon Helen's attending, even if Katie were not able. But from this Helen shrank. She could not meet so many strangers alone, she said, and so the matter was dropped, until Mrs. Benker offered to chaperon her, when Helen began to waver, changing her mind at last and promising to go. Meanwhile, at the elder Camerons there had been a discussion touching the propriety of their taking Helen under their protection, instead of leaving her to Mrs. Benker to chaperon, Bell insisting that it ought to be done, while the father swore roundly at the imperious Juno, who would not "be bothered with that country girl." "You would rather leave her wholly to Mark Ray and his mother, I suppose," Belle said, adding, as she saw the flush on Juno's face, "You know you are dying of jealousy, and nothing annoys you so much as to hear people talk of Mark's attentions to Miss Lennox." "Do they talk?" Mrs. Cameron asked quickly, while in her grey eyes there gleamed a light far more dangerous and threatening to Helen than Juno's open scorn. Mrs. Cameron had long intended Mark Ray for her daughter, and, accustomed to see everything bend to her wishes, she had come to consider the matter as almost certain, even though he had never proposed in words. He had done everything else, she thought, attending Juno constantly, and frequenting their house so much that it was a standing joke for his friends to seek him there when he was not at home or at his office. Very rapidly a train of thought passed through her mind, but it did not manifest itself upon her face, which was composed and quiet as she decided with Juno that Helen should not trouble them. With the utmost care Juno arrayed herself for the party, thinking how impossible it was for Helen Lennox to compete with her in point of dress. "She is such a prude, I dare say she will go in that blue silk with the long sleeves and high neck, looking like a Dutch doll," she said. "I am not certain that a high dress is worse than bones," Belle retorted. There was an angry reply, and then wrapping her cloak about her, Juno followed to their carriage, and was ere long one of the gay crowd thronging Sybil Grandin's parlors. Helen had not yet arrived, and Juno was hoping she would not come, when there was a stir at the door and Mrs. Banker appeared, and with her Helen Lennox, but so transformed that Juno hardly knew her. "Who is she?" was asked by many, who at once acknowledged her claims to their attention, and as soon as practicable sought her acquaintance, so that Helen suddenly found herself the centre of a little court, of which she was the queen and Mark her sworn knight. Presuming upon his mother's chaperonage, he claimed the right of attending her, and Juno's glory waned quite as effectually as it had done when Katie was the leading star to which New York paid homage. Juno had been annoyed then, but now fierce jealousy took possession of her heart as she watched the girl whom all seemed to admire, even Wilford feeling a thrill of pride that the possession of so attractive a sister-in-law reflected credit upon himself, and at last asking her to dance. With a heightened color Helen declined, saying frankly, "I have never learned." "You miss a great deal," Wilford rejoined, appealing to Mark for a confirmation of his words. But Mark did not heartily respond. He too had solicited Helen as a partner when the dancing first commenced, and her quiet refusal had disappointed him a little, for Mark was fond of dancing. But when he reflected that not his arm alone would encircle her waist, he was glad she did not dance, and professing weariness he declined to join the dancers but kept with Helen, putting her perfectly at her ease, and once as they walked up and down the hall he spoke of the ornament she had chosen, and how well it became her. "Pond lilies are my pets," he said, "and I have kept one of those I gathered last fall when at Silverton. Do you remember them?" And his eyes rested upon Helen with a look that made her blush as she faintly answered, "Yes." But she did not tell him of a little box at home where was hidden a withered water lily, which she could not throw away, even after its beauty and fragrance had departed. Had she told him this it might have put to flight the doubts troubling Mark so much, and making him wonder if Dr. Grant had really a claim upon the girl. "I mean to sound her," he thought, and as just then Lieutenant Bob Reynolds passed by, making some jocose remark about his offending all the fair ones by the course he was taking, Mark said to Helen, who suggested returning to the parlor, "As you like, though it cannot matter. A person known to be engaged is above Bob Reynolds' jokes." Quick as thought, the hot blood stained Helen's face and neck, for Mark had made a most egregious blunder, giving her only the impression that he was the engaged one referred to, not herself, and for a moment she forgot the gay scene around her in the sharpness of the pang with which she recognized all that Mark Ray was to her. "It was kind in him to warn me. I wish it had been sooner," she thought, and then with a bitter feeling of shame she wondered how much he had guessed of her real feelings, and who the betrothed was. Not Juno Cameron, she hoped, as after a few moments Mrs. Cameron came up, and adroitly detaching Mark from her side, took his place while he sauntered to a group of ladies and was ere long dancing merrily with Juno. "They are a well matched pair," Mrs. Cameron said, assuming a very confidential manner toward Helen, who assented to the remark, while the lady continued: "There is but one thing wrong about Mark Ray. He is a most unscrupulous flirt, pleased with every new face, and this of course annoys Juno." "Are they engaged?" came faintly from Helen's lips, while Mrs. Cameron replied: "Oh, that was settled in our family a long time ago. Wilford and Mark have always been like brothers. It is not like us to bruit our affairs abroad, and were my daughter 10 times engaged the world would be none the wiser. I doubt if even Katie suspects what I have admitted. Were it not that you are one of our family, I might not have interfered, and I trust you not to repeat what I have said." Helen nodded assent, while in her heart was a tumult of feelings: disappointment that he should care for such as Juno, and flattered pride that Mrs. Cameron should include her in "our family." Mrs. Cameron was excessively gracious to her, introducing her to many whom she did not know before, and paying her numberless little attentions, which made Juno stare, while the clearer seeing belle wondered for what Helen was to be made a catspaw by her clever mother. Whatever it was, it did not appear, save as it showed itself in Helen's slightly changed demeanor when Mark again sought her society, and tried to bring back to her face the look he had left there. But something evidently had come between them, and the young man racked his brain to find the cause of this sudden indifference in one who had been pleased with him only a short half-hour before. "It's that confounded waltzing which disgusted her," he said. "And no wonder, for if ever a man looks like an idiot, it is when he is kicking up his heels to the sound of a viol. I've half a mind to swear I'll never dance again." But Mark was too fond of dancing to quit it at once, and finding Helen still indifferent, he yielded to circumstances, and the last she saw of him, as at a comparatively early hour she left the gay scene, he was dancing again with Juno. It was a heavy blow to Helen, for she had become greatly interested in Mark Ray, whose attentions had made her stay in New York so pleasant. But these were over now, and Helen, as she sat in her dressing room at home, felt stealing over her a sense of desolation and loneliness such as she had experienced but once before, and that on the night when, leaning from her window at the farmhouse where Mark Ray was stopping, she had shuddered and shrank from living all her days among the rugged hills of Silverton. New York had opened an entirely new world to her, and if there had crept into her heart the vague thought that a life with such people as Mrs. Banker and those who frequented her house would be preferable to a life in Silverton, where only Morris understood her, it was but the natural result of daily intercourse with one who had studied to please and interest as Mark Ray had done. But Helen had too much good sense and strength of will long to indulge in what she would have called the lovesick regrets in others, and she began to devise the best course for her to adopt hereafter, concluding finally to treat him much as she had done, lest he should suspect how deeply she had been wounded. Now that she knew of his engagement, it would be an easy matter, she thought, so to demean herself as neither to annoy Juno nor really to vex him. Thoroughly now she understood why Juno Cameron had seemed to dislike her so much. "It is natural," she said, "and yet I honestly believe I like her better for knowing what I do. There must be some good beneath that proud exterior, or Mark would never seek her." 23. Genevra. Far more elated with her sister's success than Helen herself, Katie could talk of little else next morning, telling Helen how many complimentary things Wilford had said of her, and how much he had heard others say, while Mark Ray had seemed perfectly fascinated. "I never thought till last night how nice it would be for you to marry Mark and settle in New York," Katie said, never dreaming how she was wounding Helen, who but for Mrs. Cameron's charge would have proclaimed Mark's engagement with Juno. "You looked beautiful, Wilford said," Katie continued, "and I am so glad, only—" and Katie's voice fell while her eyes rested upon the crib where the baby was sleeping. "Only I think Wilford is more anxious than ever for me to go again into society. He will not hear of my staying home for the entire season, as I wished to do. But Mrs. Banker has kindly offered to take you under her charge, and so there is no necessity for me to matronize you." Helen laughed at the idea of being matronized by the little girlish creature not yet 20 years of age. "You are confining yourself too much," she said. "You are losing all your color. Fresh air will do you good, even if parties will not. Suppose we drive this afternoon to Marian Hazelton's and show her the baby." Nothing could please Katie better. Several times since baby's birth she sent a message to Fourth Street begging of Marian to come and see her treasure. But there had always been some excuse for putting off the coming, until Katie feared that something might be wrong, and entered heartily into Helen's propositions. It was a pleasant winter's day, and toward the middle of the afternoon the Cameron carriage stopped before the dwelling where Marian Hazelton was living. "You needn't go up," Katie said to the nurse, feeling that she would rather meet Marian without the presence of a stranger. "Miss Lennox will carry baby, and you can wait here. It is not cold," she added, as the nurse showed signs of remonstrance, "and if it is, John can drive you around a square or two." After this there was no further demur, and Katie soon stood with Helen at the door of Marian's room. She was at home, uttering an exclamation of astonishment when she saw who her visitors were, and turning white as ashes when Katie, taking her baby from Helen's arms, placed it in her lap, saying: "You would not come to see it, and so I brought it to you. Isn't she a beauty?" There was a blur before Marian's eyes, a pressure about her heart which seemed congealing into stone, but she tried to stammer out something, bending over the tiny thing. Wilfred Cameron's child, which she could not see for the thick blackness around her. Tears and bitter pangs of grief had the news of that child's birth wrung from Marian, bringing back all the dreadful past, and making her hear again, as if it were but yesterday, the cold, decisive words: "If there were a child, it would of course be different." There was a child now, and it lay in Marian's lap. But it was Wilfred's child, and so when for a moment both Helen and Katie turned to examine a rose bush just in bloom, Marian Hazelton hugged the little creature to her bosom, whispering over it a blessing which, coming from one so wronged, was doubly valuable. There was a tear, one of Marian's, on its face, when Katie came back to it, and there were more in Marian's eyes, falling like rain, as Katie asked: "What makes you cry?" "I was thinking of what might have been," came struggling from Marian's pale lips, and Helen felt a throb of pain as she remembered Dr. Grant, and then thought of herself in connection with this sad "might have been." Marian's tears ceased at last, and after questioning Helen of Silverton and its people, she turned abruptly to Katie and asked: "What do you intend to call her?" "Genevra," Katie said, and simultaneously with that word Marian Hazelton dropped without sound or motion to the floor. Had Helen and Katie been put upon their oath, both would have testified that even before the answer came Marian had fainted, just as she did when Helen first went to secure her services for Katie's bridal wardrobe. The frightened ladies did what they could, bathing her face and chafing her cold hands until the life came slowly back, and Marian looked around her, asking what had happened. "Yes, I know now," she said, as baby's cry fell on her ear, but restoring her wholly to herself. "Fainting is one of my weaknesses," she continued, turning to Helen. "You have seen me so before. It is my heart." And with this explanation she satisfied her visitors, though Katie proposed to send her medical aid. But Marian declined, and when it was time for Katie to go, she took the child in her own arms again, and as if there was now a new link which bound her to it, she kissed it many times. 24. The name. Wilfred had wished for a son, and in the first moment of disappointment he had almost been conscious of a resentful feeling toward Katie, who had given him only a daughter. A boy, a Cameron heir, was something of which to be proud, especially as Jamie would always remain a helpless cripple; but a girl was a different thing, and it required all Wilfred's philosophy to keep him from showing his chagrin to Katie, whose love had fastened with an idolatrous grasp upon her child, clinging to it with a devotion which made Helen tremble as she thought what if God should take it from her. "He won't, oh, he won't," Katie had said, when once she suggested the possibility, and in the eyes usually so soft and gentle there was a fierce gleam, as Katie hugged her baby closer to her, and said: "God does not wilfully torment us. He will not take my baby, when my whole life would die with it. I had almost forgotten to pray. There was so much else to do, till baby came. but now I never go to sleep at night or waken in the morning, that there does not come a prayer of thanks for baby given to me." There was a chill feeling at Helen's heart as she listened to her sister, and then glanced at the baby. In time it would be pretty, for it had Katie's perfect features, and the hair just beginning to grow was a soft, golden brown. But it was too small now, too puny to be handsome, while in its eyes there was a scared, hunted kind of look, which chafed Wilford more than aught else could have done, for that was the look which had crept into Katie's eyes at Newport when she found she was not going home. Many discussions had been held at the elder Camerons concerning its name, Mrs. Cameron deciding finally that it should bear her own, Margaret Augusta, while Juno advocated that of Rose Marie, while Belle suggested that Katie might wish to have a voice in naming her own child. The matter must be decided, and so with a view of deciding it a family dinner party was held at No. Fifth Avenue. Katie knew exactly what it would be called, but as Wilford had never asked her, she was keeping it a secret, not doubting that the others would be quite as much delighted as herself with the novel name Ginevra. Ginevra Cameron. She had repeated it to herself many a time as she sat with her baby on her lap. Never for an instant had it entered her mind that she, as the mother, would not be permitted to call her baby what she chose. So when she heard Mrs. Cameron speaking to Helen of Margaret Augusta, she smiled complacently, tossing her curls of golden brown, and thinking to herself, "Maggie Cameron, pretty enough, but not like Ginevra. Indeed, I shall not have any Margarets now. Next time, perhaps, I may." Helen's success at the party, together with Mrs. Banker's and Sibyl's evident determination to bring her forward, had taught them that she could not well be longer ignored, and as Juno did not greatly dread her as a rival now, she could afford to be gracious. Helen observed the change, imputing it to the fact that Mark had probably returned to his allegiance. The belief that she was adding to another's happiness made it easier to bear the pang, which would make itself felt whenever she recalled the kindly manner, and more than all the expressive eyes which had looked whole volumes into hers. And Helen quite enjoyed her first dinner party at the Camerons', though she began to wish, with Katie, that the gentlemen would join them. They came at last, and Father Cameron drew his chair close to Katie's side, laying his hand on her little soft, warm one, giving it a squeeze as the bright face glanced lovingly into his. Wilford was pleased, drew himself nearer to the chair, and said half indifferently, "Now for the all-important name. What shall we call our daughter?" "Let your mother speak first," Katie said, and thus appealed to, Mrs. Cameron came up to Wilford and expressed her preference for Margaret, as being a good name, an aristocratic name, and her own. "Yes, but not half so pretty and striking as Rose Marie," Juno chimed in. "Rosemary? Thunder!" Father Cameron exclaimed. "Call her a marigold or a sunflower just as much. Give us your opinion, Katie." "I have known from the first," Katie replied, "and I am sure you will agree with me. 'Tis such a beautiful name of a sweet young girl, and there was a great secret about her, too. Ginevra, baby will be called," and Katie looked straight into the fire, wholly unconscious of the effect that name had produced upon two of her auditors, Wilford and his mother. Wilford's face was white as marble, and his eyes turned quickly to his mother, who, in her first shock, started so violently as to throw down from a stand a costly vase, which was broken in many pieces. This occasioned a little diversion, and by the time the flowers and fragments were gathered up, Wilford's lips were not quite as livid, but he dared not trust his voice yet, and listened while his sisters gave their opinion of the name, Belle deciding for it at once, and Juno hesitating until she heard from a higher power than Katie. Jamie had been brought into the parlor in his wheel chair, and sat leaning his cheek upon his hand when the name was spoken. Then with a sudden lighting up of his face he exclaimed, "Ginevra! I've heard it before. Where was it, Grandma? Didn't you talk of it once with—" "Hush, Jamie! Don't interrupt us now," Wilford said, in a voice so much sterner than he was wont to use when addressing the little boy, that Jamie shrank back abashed and frightened; while Mrs. Cameron, still with her back to Katie, asked what had put that fanciful name into her mind. Where had she heard it? Katie explained, and with the removal of the fear which for a few moments had chilled his blood, Wilford grew calm again; while into his heart there crept the thought that by giving that name to his child some slight atonement might be made to the occupant of that grave in St. Mary's churchyard. But not so with his mother. The child should not be called Geneva if she could prevent it; and she opposed it with all her powers, offering at last, as a great concession on her part, to let it bear the name of any of Katie's family, Lucy Lennox, Helen Lennox, Katie Lennox, anything but Genevra. As usual Wilford joined with her, notwithstanding the secret preference, and the discussion became quite warm, especially as Katie evinced a wilfulness for which Helen had never given her credit. Hitherto she had been as yielding as wax, but on this point she was firm, gathering strength from the fact that Wilford did not oppose her as he usually did. She could not, perhaps, have resisted him, but his manner was not very decided, and so she quietly persisted. "Genevra or nothing," until the others gave up the contest, hoping she would feel differently after a few days' reflection. "After all, it does not matter," Mrs. Cameron said to her daughters, when, after Mrs. Wilford had gone, she sat talking of Katie's queer fancy and her obstinacy in adhering to it. "It does not matter; and on the whole I had as soon the christening would be postponed until the child is more presentable than now. It will be prettier by and by, and the dress will become it better. We can afford to wait." This heartless view of the case was readily adopted by Juno, while Belle professed to be terribly shocked at hearing them talk thus of a baptism. To Helen it seemed highly probable that after a private interview with Wilford, Katie would change her mind, and she felt a wickedly agreeable degree of disappointment when, on the day following the dinner party, she found her sister even more resolved than ever upon having her own way. End of chapters 22-24. Chapters 25 and 26 of Family Pride by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. Trouble in the Household. As soon as it was understood that Mrs. Wilford Cameron was able to go out, there were pressing invitations from the gay world which had missed her, but Katie declined them all on the plea that baby needed her care. At first Wilford listened quietly, but when he found it was her fixed determination to abjure society entirely, he interfered in his cool, decisive way, which always carried its point. "It was foolish to take that stand," he said. "Other mothers went, and why should not she? She had already stayed in too much. She was injuring herself, and she was losing her good looks." As proof of this he led her to the glass, showing her the pale, thin face, and unnaturally large eyes, so distasteful to him. Wilford Cameron was very proud of his handsome house, proud to know that everything there was in keeping with his position and wealth, but when Katie was immured in the nursery, the bright picture was obscured, for it needed her presence to make it perfect. Mrs. Kirby, selected from a host of applicants, was wholly competent for baby Cameron, and Katie must throw aside the mother which sat so prettily upon her and become again the Belle. It was a sad trial, but Katie knew that submission was the only alternative, and so when Mrs. Banker's invitation came she accepted it at once, but there was a sad look upon her face as she kissed her baby for the 20th time ere going to her dressing-maid. Never until this night had Helen realized how beautiful Katie was when in full evening dress, and her exclamations of delight brought a soft flush to Katie's cheek, while she felt a thrill of the olden vanity as she saw herself once more arrayed in all her costly apparel. The party was not so large as that at Sybil Grandin's, but it was more select, and Helen enjoyed it better, meeting people like Mark. It was the first time she had met him away from home since the night of Mrs. Grandin's, and, as if forgetful of her reserve, he paid her numberless attentions, which, coming from the master of the house, were the more to be valued. With a quiet dignity Helen received them all, the thought once creeping into her heart that she was preferred, notwithstanding that engagement. But she soon repudiated this idea as unworthy of her. As if the reappearance of Katie had awakened all that was weak and silly in Sybil's nature, she now put forth her full powers of attraction, but met only with defeat. Katie, and even Helen, was preferred before her, both belles of a different type. But Katie grew tired early. She could not endure what she once did; and when she came to Wilford with a weary look upon her face and asked him to go home, he did not refuse, though Mark protested against their leaving so soon. Surely Miss Lennox might remain, the carriage could be sent back for her, and he had hardly seen her at all. But Miss Lennox chose to go, and after her white cloak and hood passed down the stairs there was nothing attractive for Mark in his parlours, and he was glad when the last guest departed. Katie, having once returned to the world, seemed destined to remain there, in spite of her entreaties and the excuses she made for declining the invitations which poured in so fast. "Baby was not well, baby needed her," was the plea with which she met Wilford's arguments, until the mention of his child was sure to bring a scowl upon his face, and it became a question in Helen's mind whether he would not be happier if baby had never come between him and his ambition. To hear Katie's charms extolled, and know that she was admired, and he was envied the possession of so rare a gem, feeling all the while sure of her faith, was Wilford's great delight, and it is not strange that, without any very strong fatherly feeling or principle of right in that respect, he should be irritated by the little life so constantly interfering with his pleasure, and so surely undermining Katie's health. In this dilemma Wilford sought his mother, and the result of that consultation brought a more satisfied look to his face than it had worn for many a day. Strange he had never thought of it, when it was what so many people did, he said to himself as he hurried home. It was the very best thing both for Katie and the child, and would obviate every difficulty. Next morning, as she sometimes did, when more than usually fatigued, Katie breakfasted in bed; while Wilford's face, as he sat opposite Helen at the table, had on it a look of quiet determination, such as she had rarely seen there before. Motioning the servant from the room, he said abruptly, and in a tone which roused Helen's antagonistic powers at once, "I believe you have more influence over your sister than I have. At least she has latterly shown a wilfulness in disregarding me and a willingness to listen to you, which confirms me in this conclusion." "Well?" and Helen twisted her napkin ring nervously, waiting for him to say more. But her manner, so different from Katie's, disconcerted him, making him a little uncertain what might be hidden behind that rigid face, confronting him so steadily, a little doubtful as to the expression it would put on when he had said all he meant to say. He did not expect it to wear a look as frightened and hopeless as Katie's did when he last saw it upon the pillow, for he knew how different the two sisters were, and as much as he had affected to despise Helen Lennox, he was afraid of her now. It had never occurred to him before that he was somewhat uncomfortable in her presence; but it came to him now that his wife's sister was in his way, for what could he do with a will almost as firm as his own, and she was sure to take Katie's part. He saw it in her face, even though she had no idea of what he meant to say. At last he continued, "You must have seen how opposed Katie is to complying with my wishes, setting them at naught when she knows how much pleasure she would give me by yielding as she used to do." "I don't know what you mean," Helen replied, "unless it is her aversion to going out, as that I think is the only point where her obedience has not been absolute." Wilford did not like the words obedience and absolute; that is, he did not like the sound. Their definition suited him, but Helen's enunciation was at fault, and he answered quickly, "I do not require absolute obedience from Katie. I never did, but in the matter to which you refer, I think she might consult my wishes as well as her own. There is no reason for her secluding herself in the nursery as she does. Do you think there is?" He put the question direct, and Helen answered it. "I do not believe Katie means to displease you, but she has conceived a strong aversion for festive scenes, and, besides, baby is not healthy, you know, and like all young mothers she may be over anxious, while I fancy she has not the fullest confidence in the nurse, and this may account for her unwillingness to leave the child with her." Kirby was all that was desirable, Wilford replied, and then there came out the story how his mother had decided that neither Katie nor baby would improve so long as they remained together; that she had recommended sending the child into the country, where it would be better cared for than it could be at home, with Katie constantly undoing all Mrs. Kirby had done, disregarding her orders, waking it from sleep whenever the fancy took her. With the child away there would be nothing to prevent Katie going out as she used to do, and getting back her good looks which were somewhat impaired. "Why, she looks older than you do," Wilfred said, thinking thus to conciliate Helen, who quietly replied: "There is not 2 years' difference between us, and I have always been well, keeping regular hours until I came here." Wilfred's compliment had failed, and more annoyed than before he asked not what Helen thought of the arrangement, but if she would influence Katie to act and think rationally upon it. "At least you will not make it worse," he said, and this time there was something quite deferential and pleading in his manner. Helen knew the matter was fixed, and so, though her soul rose in indignation against a man who would send his baby from his roof because it was in his way, she answered composedly: "I will do what I can, but I must confess it seems to me an unnatural thing. I had supposed parents less selfish than that." Wilfred did not care what Helen had supposed, and her opposition only made him more resolved. Still he did not say so, and he even tried to smile as he quitted the table, and remarked to her: "I hope to find Katie reconciled when I come home. I think I had better not go up to her again, so tell her I send a good bye kiss by you. I leave her case in your hands." It was a far more difficult case than either he or Helen imagined, and the latter started back in alarm from the white face which greeted her view as she entered Katie's room, and then with a moan hid itself in the pillow. "Wilfred thought he had better not come up, but he sent a kiss by me," Helen said softly, touching the bright, disordered hair, all she could see of her sister. "It does not matter," Katie gasped. "Kisses cannot help me if they take my baby away. Oh, Helen, do you think they will take her away?" "Whom do you mean by they?" Helen asked, coming nearer to her and sitting down upon the bed. "Whom do I mean? His folks, of course. They have been the instigators of every sorrow I have known since I left Silverton. Oh, Helen! Never, never marry anybody who has folks, if you wish to be happy." Helen could not repress a smile, though she pitied her sister, who continued: "I don't mean Father Cameron, nor Belle, nor Jamie, for I love them all, and I believe that they love me. I notice you always say Father and Mrs. Cameron. Why is that?" Helen asked, hoping thus to divert Katie's mind from her present trouble. "I tried so hard to love her," Katie said, "and if she had given me ever so little in return I would have been satisfied. But she never did. I know I am hard and bad, for when I was sick Mrs. Cameron was really very kind, and I began to like her, but if she takes baby away I shall surely die." "Where is baby to be sent?" Helen asked, and Katie answered: "Up the river, to a house which Father Cameron owns, and which is kept by a farmer's family. I can't trust Kirby. I do not like her. She keeps baby asleep too long, and acts so cross if I try to wake her, or hint that she looks unnatural. I cannot give baby to her care with no one to look after her, though Wilfred says I must." "Why then do you try to resist when you know how useless it is?" Helen asked, and something in her manner brought a sudden flush of shame to Katie's cheek as she said: "What do you mean? Of what are you thinking?" "I was thinking that you reminded me of a bird beating its wings against the bars of its cage, vainly hoping to escape into the freedom which it feels is outside its prison house, but falling back, bruised and bleeding with its efforts, and no nearer escape." For a moment Katie regarded her sister intently, while with a quivering lip she asked: "If you were that bird, what would you do?" "I? What would I do? I should beat my wings until I died. But your nature is different. You are more yielding, more submissive. You can bear it better." "I can't," she repeated, and Mrs. Cameron's call made that afternoon only made it worse, so that Wilfred on his return felt a pang of self reproach as he saw the drooping figure holding his child upon its lap, and singing it a lullaby in a plaintive voice. Wilfred did not mean to be either a savage or a brute. On the contrary, he had made himself believe that he was acting for the good of both mother and child. But the sight of Katie touched him, and he might have given up the contest had not Helen taken up the cudgels in Katie's defense. It was at the dinner from which Katie was absent that she ventured to speak, not asking that the plan be given up, but speaking of it as an unnatural one which seemed useless and cruel. Wilford did not tell her that her opinion was not desired, but his manner implied as much, and Helen felt the angry blood prickling through her veins as she listened to his reply, that it was neither unnatural nor cruel, that many people did it, and this would not be an isolated case. "Then, if it must be," Helen said, "pray let it go to Silverton, and I will be its nurse. Katie will not object to that." In a very ironical tone Wilford thanked her for her offer, which he begged leave to decline, intimating a preference for settling his own matters according to his own ideas. Helen knew that further argument was useless, and but for Katie, wished herself at home, where there were no wills like this with which she had unwillingly come into contact, and which, ignoring Katie's tears and Katie's pleading face, would not retract one iota, or even stoop to reason with the suffering mother, except to reiterate, "It is only for your good, and every one with common sense will say so." Next morning Helen was surprised at Katie's proposition to drive round to Fourth Street and call on Marian. "I am always better after talking with her," Katie said, "and I have a presentiment that she can do me good." "Shall you tell her?" Helen asked in some surprise, and Katie replied, "Perhaps I may. I'll see." An hour later, and Katie, up in Marian's room, sat with her hands clasped together upon the table, listening intently while Marian spoke of a letter received a few days since from an old friend in London, and whose little child, born 2 months before Katie's, was dead, and the mother, finding her home so desolate, had written, beseeching Marian to come to her for the remainder of the winter, adding, "If you know of any little homeless baby, bring it to me in place of mine, which God has taken. I shall thus be doing good, and in part forget my sorrow." In a few moments Marian had heard Katie's trouble, struggling hard to fight back the giddy faintness she felt stealing over her, as she thought of nursing Wilfred Cameron's child. "Write to her, Marian. Write to-day, now, before I go," Katie continued, clasping Marian's hand with an expression which more than aught else won Marian Hazleton's consent to a plan which seemed so strange. "Yes, I will write," she answered. "I will tell Amelia what you desire." "But, Marian, you too must go. I'll trust baby with you. Say, Marian, will you take care of my darling?" Marian must have time to consider. She had thought of going to New London to open a shop, and if she did she should board with Mrs. Hubbell, and so be with the child. She would decide when the answer came to the letter. "Surely he will yield to me in this," said Katie. Nor was she wrong; for, glad of an opportunity to make some concessions, and still in the main have his own way, Wilford raised no objection to the plan as communicated to him by Katie. On the whole, it might be better even than the farmhouse up the river, he thought. Mrs. Hubbell was willing; aye, more than that, was glad to take the child, and the generous remuneration offered would make them so comfortable in their little cottage, she wrote to Marian, who hastened to confer by note with Katie, adding, "Is it still your wish that I should go? If so, I am at your disposal." It was Katie's wish, and she hastened to reply, going next to the nursery to confer with Mrs. Kirby. Dark was the frown, and dire the displeasure of that lady when told that her services would soon be no longer needed on Madison Square. "Wait till the madam comes, and then we'll see," she thought, referring to Mrs. Cameron. But Mrs. Cameron, though a little anxious with regard to both Mrs. Hubbell's and Marian's antecedents, and a little doubtful as to the effect of a common dressmaker's nursing might have upon the child, saw at once that Wilford was in favor of New London, and so voted accordingly, only asking that she might see and talk with Marian Hazleton herself. "One can judge so much better from hearing one converse. If her manner should be very bad, and her grammar execrable, I should consider it my duty to withdraw my consent," she said, with as much deliberation as if the matter were wholly at her disposal. "Would Katie drive around with her to Marian Hazleton's to morrow?" Katie would be delighted; and so next day Mrs. Cameron, the elder, was holding high her aristocratic skirts and glancing ruefully around as she followed Mrs. Cameron, the younger, to Marian's door. But Marian was out, and there was no alternative but for Katy to scribble a few lines upon the card she left upon the knob, requesting Marian to call at No. Fifth Avenue, as the elder Mrs. Cameron was particularly anxious to see her before committing her grandchild to her care. 26. How it ended. Will Marian go to No. Fifth Avenue? Marian asked herself that question many times. Yes, Marian would. And at the hour between the daylight and the dark, there was a ring at the door, and the man who answered that ring stared at the figure he ushered in, seating it in the hall and asking for the name. "Miss Hazleton wishes to see Mrs. Cameron," was the reply. Mrs. Cameron swept down the staircase, the rustle of her silk sending a chill of fear through Marian's frame, but not affecting her so much as did the voice. The cold, proud, metallic voice, which said to her as she half rose to her feet, "Miss Hazleton, I believe?" "Yes. I found Mrs. Wilfred Cameron's note and came around as she requested." There was nothing objectionable in that remark, while the voice was very, very sweet and musical. She began to question Marian of her own and Mrs. Hubbell's antecedents. Both were English, both had worked upon the Isle of Wight, and later in New York, at Madame's . One had married, living now in New London, and the other stood there as Marian Hazleton, puzzling and bewildering Mrs. Cameron, who tried to recall the person of whom she was reminded by that voice and that manner, so wholly ladylike and refined. Marian Hazleton pleased her, as was apparent from her expressing a wish that, as far as practicable, Miss Hazleton should take charge of the child. There was a moment's silence, and then Marian asked if baby had been christened. "Not yet. We cannot decide upon a name," was the reply, while Marian continued. "I understood your daughter that it was to be Ginevra." Marian Hazleton was growing too familiar, and so the lady deigned no answer, as if she would thus indicate that the conference was ended. Dropping her veil entirely over her face, for the servant was now lighting the parlor lamps, Marian turned toward the door, which Mrs. Cameron opened, and she passed out just as up the steps came Wilfred, Marian's skirts brushing him as she passed, and her heart beating painfully, as she thought of her escape, and began to realize the danger she incurred when she accepted the office of partial nurse to his child. "Who was that, mother?" Wilfred said, expressing regret that he had not happened in a little earlier, so as to have seen her himself, and asking what his mother thought of her. "I liked her. She seemed a well-bred person, and her voice is much like Ginevra's." Wilfred turned his eyes quickly upon his mother, who continued, "I did not think of her, it is true, until Miss Hazleton inquired about baby's name, and said she understood from Katy that it was to be Ginevra. Then it came to me whose her voice was like. Ginevra's, you know, was very musical." "Yes," Wilfred answered, and in his eyes there was a look of pain, such as thoughts of Ginevra always brought. She was in his mind when he ran up his father's steps, not Ginevra living, but Ginevra dead, she who slept in that long corner of the churchyard across the sea. He never liked to talk of her now, and he changed the subject at once, asking when it would be best to send his child away. "Miss Hazleton is ready any time, and so I decided upon the day after to morrow. That will be Saturday, thus giving Katy the benefit of Sunday in which to get over it and recover her usual spirits." "You are sure it is right?" Wilfred asked, for now that the time drew near when the little crib at home would be empty, with no plaintive wail to worry him, he began to feel that after all that cry was not so very vexing as he had imagined it to be. Besides this, there was a sense of injustice to Katy. Perhaps he had not been considerate enough of her feelings. At all events his mother's arranging the time of baby's departure looked like ignoring Katy altogether, and he ventured a remonstrance. But his mother soon convinced him of her infallible judgment. It was strange how much confidence Katy had in Marian Hazleton, and how the fact that she was going to New London reconciled her to the plan, making her even cheerful during the last day of baby's stay at home. But as night came on, a shadow began to steal across her sunny face as she went up to the nursery, while only herself that night could disrobe the little creature and hush it to sleep. "'Tis the last time, you know," she said to Kirby, who readily yielded her post and went out. Katie was very white next morning, and to Helen she seemed to be expanding into something more womanly, more mature, as she disciplined herself to bear the pain welling up so constantly from her heart, and at last overflowing in a flood of tears when Marian was announced as in the parlor below, waiting for her charge. "Please all of you go out," she said, when baby was ready. "Wilford and all. I had rather be alone." They granted her request, but Wilford stood beside the open door, listening. "Darling," she murmured, "what will poor Katie do when you are gone, or what will comfort her as you have done? Precious baby! My heart is breaking to give you up. Sometime I'd give the world to keep you, but I cannot do it, for Wilford says that you must go, and Wilford is your father." At that moment Wilford Cameron would have given half his fortune to have kept his child for Katie's sake, but it was now too late. The carriage was at the door, and Marian, whom no one had seen but Helen, was waiting in the hall, her thick green veil dropped before her face, and a muffler about her mouth as if suffering from the toothache. Helen had asked if it were so, but Marian's answer was prevented by the little procession filing down the stairs. Mrs. Cameron and Belle, Wilford and Katie, who carried the baby herself, her face bent over it and her tears still dropping like rain. But it was Wilford who put his child into Marian's extended arms, forgetting in his excitement to notice aught in the new nurse except the veil, which was not raised at all, even when Katie said pleadingly, "You will care for her, Marian, as if she were your own." "Yes, I will, was the response, spoken huskily. "I will as if it were my own," were the last words Marian said as she went down the little steps, followed by Wilford, to whom the thought had just occurred that he ought to see her off. Marian had not expected this, and the tension of her nerves was hardly equal to the task of sitting there with Wilford Cameron opposite, his baby in her lap, his voice in her ear, and his eyes turned upon her as if curious to know what manner of woman she was. But the thick veil did its duty well, while the muffler answered the purpose intended. It changed the voice which was only natural once, and that when it addressed the baby, which began to grow restless as they drew near the depot. He saw her into the car, procuring for her a seat. "They certainly call her Miss Hazleton," he thought, as he bade her good bye and then left her alone, going back to the house, which even to him seemed lonely, with all the paraphernalia of babyhood removed. Still, now that the worst was over, he rather enjoyed it, for Katie was free from care. There was nothing to hinder her gratifying his every wish. She did not get over it by Monday, as Mrs. Cameron had predicted. She did not get over it at all, though she went without a word where Wilford willed that she should go, and even Helen, with her sounder health and stronger constitution, grew tired of that endless round, which gave her scarcely a quiet hour at home. End of chapters 25 and 26.